Hey, everybody. Good morning. It is May 17th. We're on day 14, I believe, of this trial. Is it 14 already?
Day 14 already, yes.
Oh my gosh. And look who I have with me. Well, this way. Jamie is running late, but I got the lovely Baker with me. Baker,
Hola.
how was Dollywood?
Oh, it was hot. It was fun. It was only because my back I can't do the rides, but we did a log ride. So I was wetter than a prom date.
I think I saw you in somebody's stream, like your shirt drenched, and I'll be like, I wonder if is it really hot there, or were they on water rides?
Yeah, we did a water ride, and it was maybe me and Vegas Rick shouldn't have been in one side together.
Oh,
And
oh,
yeah, Wendy H, we were having a blast yesterday. She uh she did a lot of the funny ones.
yeah. I heard she got drenched.
Yeah. Oh, and this guy's cutting tiles all the time. That's I'm gonna mute a little bit again.
Okay. Um, hey, look, it's actually Baker and Baker's own stream, not me saying, "Hey, it's Marissa." So good morning, everyone, and yep, always happy birthday, Valhalla, every day, all day. Brandon, I'm just going to shake my head at you. Good morning, Peter A. Danny, I saw your post on Discord about waking up and watching Tom's CPU. That's pretty much how I start my morning now. Last sentence yesterday, I woke up to screaming. This ought to be an interesting start to the day. Yes. Yes. I mean, the most exciting thing I saw from yesterday was that Matt McCabe likes to put a little bit of crystal light in his drink, in his vodka tonics.
But you had Colin Albert yesterday. You had Matt McCabe. Did you have Jen McCabe?
Not yet. That we're really hoping that's today.
And I still, if people don't know, Vegas Rick is a cop. I might have mentioned they found cop DNA on a cup, pig DNA on a cup.
What did he say?
He said, "Checks out."
Well, I'm glad he had a good chuckle
He's
about it.
he's a fun guy. Oh, and he got engaged yesterday.
Really? Like
Yeah,
in Dollywood?
yeah. I think they're legally engaged now.
Was it to Wendy?
Well, I don't kiss and tell.
Hmm. I think expert already leaked that.
Oh, sorry. I thought it was breaking news, and I would keep it a little secret. But yeah, well, it's nice when young hearts meet.
Yeah, so fun. Yeah, so we had Colin on yesterday. Colin, I don't remember anything unless Lally asks me.
Yeah, but is it coming off as, or is it because we are invested in it? Ah, god damn it!
Oh, look who it is. Um, I don't know. I mean, I think it's coming off. I think it's coming off. I don't know. That kid looked like just like the ultimate like. He looked like a douchebag, if you ask me. But good morning, Jamie.
Hi.
Look who joined us.
Hi, honey bunny. Are you having so much fun?
Having a guy cutting uh, something in the background, so I'm gonna mute.
We can't hear it.
Oh,
Yeah.
you can't hear it. It's really loud, my place. But well,
Oh,
thank God for mics on telephones. Yeah, we're having so much fun. Everyone is so nice. And Wendy got engaged yesterday, Jamie. So congratulate her.
oh, I saw that. Congratulations, Wendy. Is she in here?
Yeah, she's in chat.
Yep.
Oh, she deserves it. She's so sweet.
But Yeah, did he explain? I saw they pulled up those pictures with his hands where
Yeah.
I fell and I put
Yeah.
my knuckles first.
Yep, he fell onto his knuckles, straight on them.
Yeah,
Yeah. You slipped on ice on the, pavement.
Happened to be on
You
his
catch
dominant
yourself
hand.
with your knuckles. Imagine that.
oh look, Mama Dave is in chat.
Aw. Hi, Mama Dave. Mama Dave. That's just funny talking. It's Mama Helm.
We're taking good care of David.
Oh, there she is. I was like, I can't find it. Hi, Dave's mom. Yeah,
I know.
he
I see
also.
him too. He looks like he's having a blast.
Yeah, I didn't realize he was so short. That's funny. Or everybody else is just so tall. I don't know.
He's the same. He's about the same height as me.
Yeah,
Like
I mean,
five.
he's not.
I'm like 5'8" with shoes on, so Dave comes right up.
Well, when Valhalla came over the other day, he said, "Hey, stand up." I was like, "Why? You always say you're like 5'9", 5'10". I want to measure it." He's like, "What?" "Yeah, you're the same height as me. You're 6 foot." I'm like, "No, we have like one. I don't know if you have one of those machines where you can put your feet in and then you can flip it." Okay, that's my camera. So your back stretches, and that says 183 centimeters is 6 foot, and I'm not 183 centimeters. So, yeah, you're 6 foot. Well, I'm an American 6 foot.
That's all right. Most of our driver's license lie about how tall we actually are. Mine does.
Yeah.
Can you
Hey,
hear the
Dave's
dogs
in
barking?
here.
They're outside. How can you hear them outside? Good Lord, they're loud.
Sebastian Müller is 6 foot. Yeah, that's. But again, I'm this high on camera.
You're supposed to claim you're a lot taller than you are. I love that you are saying I'm only like 5'10".
Yeah, my driver's license isn't to be trusted.
No.
Yeah, apparently
Did they
it's
put
not
heights on
recognized.
your license?
They don't recognize my driver's license to serve me beer at an arcade.
Oh yeah.
So it's gonna be a dry night tonight if they don't serve at the venue.
Ugh.
I think instead of going on stream, I'll just be hanging out at the bar and talking if people come down.
Go speak to the manager.
Oh, just getting drunk, and then the other people can be on stream.
Well, do what most people do and go out in the parking lot and like pregame before.
Yeah. I did not lie on my driver's license. I didn't lie to the government. It was like a physical when I was like, 16? Apparently I've shrunk since then. I don't know. But the doctor said I was 5'5" at the time, and I'm not. I'm 5'4". Maybe and a half. Thank God they don't have weight on Pennsylvania driver's license. Ew. I wouldn't show that to anybody.
No, and to the guy who said I look like a chubby techno Viking. Yeah, that's why when that girl on Twitter called me fat. Yeah, that's the reason I said yep.
Well. Is that the most Michigan thing I've ever said? Old line rod. Go in the parking lot pregame before going to the bar. That's what we always did.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Peter, and you had 4 inches to begin with. I feel sorry for you.
Oh my Lord.
All the jokes.
Yeah, it's just because I'm wide, I'm short. No, it's because I measure me on a thing that says 183, and I'm not 183. I'm 183 in my passport. I've never been a snitch over 180.
Are you cuddly? I don't believe that.
Well, people have cuddled up to me. Jamie would have loved it. There's so much hugging going around.
Oh, I'm jealous. I want all the hugs too. I love
You can
hugging.
have mine.
I'm fine.
Yeah, I got a big forehead. I have a 5 head. That's my. But who are we? Are we beginning with a cross today, or did we end with a cross yesterday?
No, he didn't finish direct on that yet.
So we'll probably have some
But we're
boring start.
close because where are we at? Oh my God! Did you hear any of his testimony of what he saw happen? Oh my! I listened to it again, and it just sounds like the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life.
What Matt McCabe?
Yeah. Oh, I just kept looking out the window every couple minutes, and then she moved here, and then she moved here, and then she moved in front of the, like, almost in front of the neighbor's house. And we're just like, I was just going back to the window looking, like, I'm
There
just
was
so like, you know how stupid you sound? Like, why are you not like, what the hell's going on? Do they not know where, or do they think they're not at the right house? Why don't they just go out and say, hey,
Yeah.
hey guys, this is it. This is the house. Like, everybody seemed to just not give.
Yeah.
They
I
give
saw.
these people an address to come to this house. They're waiting for them, and they see a car that they seem to be as theirs, and they just stand there and they're like, me.
Yeah, and why one that girl? I didn't really talk about it for the next 8 months. I didn't think. Yeah. It's It couldn't be important, even though it's been on all the media. I didn't really talk to anyone about it. And Matt McCabe was the guy who saw. I saw her do a 3-point turn. Well, I saw the tire
Oh
tracks when
yeah,
she did a 3-point turn.
that's what he was saying too, because he's like, well, I saw tire tracks, and they're like, well, how did you see? And he's sounding like he's saying he saw the tire tracks from in the house, from the
Yeah,
window,
yeah.
right?
That's
That's what it
when you
sounded
read
like
his
to me.
testimony.
And I'm like, how did you? And that's how he determined that she did a 3-point turn. I'm like, and I'm really sketchy on him even seeing anything from that window if she went down that far. And then I'm still annoyed that it's like, okay, you went back to the window every couple minutes to see if they were going to get out of the car, and you kept seeing it move, but you just happened to miss the crucial moment where she hit the gas and backed into him.
Everybody did.
Yeah, everybody did, clearly. But I'm just like, okay. And like I said, they were waiting for them. They knew they were coming. They were texting them directions. So it's not like they were unsure of who this was when they showed up.
Yeah, and you have like Vince Clotho said, it's cold. You wouldn't go out there. No, but you'd stand at the door and, hey, everyone, we're here, or get a flashlight, do something, or call them on the phone. Hey, you went the house too far. We're up here where all the cars are with all the lights on.
Exactly. I would have done the same thing. I have many times invited people to places and they weren't sure, and I was watching for them. And then if I saw them pass, I'd be like, text them or call them and be like, hey, you missed it. Turn around. Or go out there and be like, I've even gone out of the house and been like, to greet them, so because they weren't sure where they were, I mean, that's what I would do.
You've never been out your house, but cool story, bro.
No, I haven't lived here my whole life.
I think you were born on the premises.
I feel like you think I was born in this house, and it's just I've been here my whole life. But like, I do those things. I know I do those things, so not everybody does them. But it just seems stupid that you're just going to go back and stare out the window and just wonder what they're doing.
Yeah. But by the way, Jamie, is Marissa doing a good job?
Marissa's doing a wonderful job.
Have you told her to set up a Cash App or something so people don't pay me for her work? If anyone wants to contribute, they could Cash App her or something.
She really should.
Yeah. Marissa, you really should.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can throw her a couple bucks. Say, thanks, Marissa, for taking over for Baker.
Yeah.
Because it's not an easy job.
It's so easy. You just turn on the camera and then the crowd rules. I've seen a lot of people saying, Those law streams are so easy.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have
It
to
is.
remember details or anything.
A squirrel could do this.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
if Marissa sends anything and anyone wants to do a super chat, please direct it to her or Jamie, because I don't deserve anything. They're too nice. And it's stupid for me to pay 40% taxes before I send something for them. Yeah, and I know everyone's been telling me she's doing so great. And hey, Baker, just move to the US and stay away from your channel. It was hurtful, all those messages that people sent, but I get the gist.
No. My contract ends when you get back, so you'll
Yeah,
have to
but
find somebody else.
She's gonna take a well-needed vacation for this.
isn't it funny how much you think? Well, it's just running a stream and sitting here and watching chat, and then there's 100 people watching now, and chat can go by real fast, and they have real great questions, and you have to follow along with the trial. And then someone comes in and said, "Hey, I'm late. What happened all day?" And then Jamie wakes up 2 hours into a stream and say, "Hey, hey, what?" And you say, "Hey, we're covering this Karen Reed case. Who's she, Jamie? We've been covering for 17 days now." No, we haven't.
It's so true, though. Like, what's going on? What are we watching?
Well, first, Zach, thank you for the super chat. Marissa's doing a stellar job. A direct quote from both Hugh and Dixie. And I know better than to read last names now. And MLS pouring one out for M. Young. May she rest in peace. Dave's mad I changed my name, so
Yeah,
it
but
is what it is.
it's kind of like Exhibit or 50 Cent. When you get that famous, you don't go by your real name. You don't call yourself Curtis Matters. No, Curtis Jackson. You call yourself, who's that? Is that 50 Cent? That's Curtis Jackson. I can
I
remember.
think so.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, that was a big truck. Sorry.
All good. All right.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, I'm going shopping with a certain someone today. That's going to be nice.
Are you going to Walmart with little D?
I'm giving it. I told her I don't hope you dinner movie. It won't be, but I hope it's okay to go to Walmart. She said it'll be fine as long as there's no snake. No, no. On the way home yesterday, we saw a guy carrying a effing snake along the street in its tails and just drop it on the lawn.
Did you pee
What
all
the
over?
F is wrong with this country? I wanted to burn the place. We were riding on the road, and and this guy was walking and looked like he had like sick, and it started moving, and I thought, what the F? And I said, is that guy carrying a snake? And yeah, and he just dropped it on someone else's lawn and then walked back. He lived next to a cemetery, and he might have looked a little bit like he self-medicated with medicine in rock form. But Jesus, I knew this was a bad place.
Oh, Lord.
I stress Pete. I did stress Pete.
I can imagine. I would probably stress P too. Anytime I see snakes, I'm like, we gotta move. We're burning down the house and we're moving.
But who does that? Who walks with a snake along this? It was like at 8:30 in the evening. We just came out of Bucky's, rode down the road, and a guy carrying a snake. And I was like, nope, nope. I don't go down to the grass in the backyard. Probably alligators down there. Oh, they don't live up here. I don't care. People told me there wouldn't be snakes, but I saw bald eagles. They're cool.
Yeah, they're huge.
Good
Zach,
luck
thanks
with
for being a member for 5 months. Marissa doesn't look so young anymore.
Yeah, of course you would love it, Penella. You're weird.
Yeah. All right. I'm going
Yeah,
to
get
start
started.
this.
Yeah.
Whiskey's going to yell at me. Well, he already yelled at you, so.
He doesn't yell at me anymore because now he has someone else to yell at.
Uh-huh. Pretty much.
Hear ye. All persons having business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court in Norfolk County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. Good morning. So I'm going to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday?
No.
Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you very much. May we have Mr. McCabe, please?
I saw someone had taken a picture yesterday where Karen was smiling and, oh, accused murderers laughing in court.
Did you
Yeah.
see Grant made the front of the newspaper yesterday?
Yeah, and
Talking
it's
about-
always updates about his poor chair. Why isn't he institutionalized?
It's always the answer to the court during the case down here, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Oh, if Lorne and Krim said that, Jesus.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Well, he's not. How don't you just got up there, you
Morning, sir.
idiot?
Good morning.
Where left off yesterday, you had gone to bed on the 28th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Sorry, guys. There's no
And at
closed
some point you
captioning on
woke
this.
up on the later in the morning on the 29th, correct?
Yes, Saturday morning.
And do you recall, sir, what awoke you on that morning?
Yes, I do.
What was that, sir?
I awoke to the screaming of Jen, Jen, Jen. So when I woke up, I thought there was somebody in my bedroom. I kind of snapped up out of bed. What the hell's going on? Looking around the room, realized my wife was actually on the phone.
And the screaming that you heard, how loud was that, sir?
It was loud enough to wake me up from a dead sleep. I could hear it. It was loud. Obviously, I was laying in bed and realizing after my wife was laying right next to me on the phone. But it was a loud Jen, Jen, Jen. It was repetitive.
And do you know approximately what time that was?
Yeah, shortly before 5 a.m.
And did you recognize the voice that you heard scream?
I did not recognize the voice.
And as far as that phone conversation went on for, well, let me ask you this first. As far as that phone conversation was concerned, could you hear both sides of that conversation?
Yes, I could.
And that was based on the volume of the person speaking on the other end, correct?
Correct.
And eventually, were you able to recognize or identify the voice on the other end of your wife's conversation?
Yes, I asked my wife, what the hell is going on? After I woke up and popped up, looking around the room to find out who's in my bedroom, assuming it was a kid, one of my kids screaming. I asked my wife, what is going on? And I could hear her saying, I'm on the phone with Karen. She can't find John.
And from the course of that conversation continues while you were in your bedroom, is that correct?
Yeah, that conversation continued for a couple minutes. I could hear the dialogue. And then again, right back to Jen, 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 the repeating of my wife's name again.
It is his
As far
wife.
as the dialogue was concerned, specifically from the defendant, Ms. Reed's perspective, what, if anything, do you recall about that?
She didn't know where John was, and the last time she saw him was at the waterfall.
And about how long did that initial phone call or that initial conversation between your wife and the defendant go on for?
From when I woke up, minute and a half, 2 minutes. I don't know the exact time.
And after,
Give or take.
you recall how that conversation ended? Did your wife hang up or?
Yes, they hung up the phone. I was laying in the bed. My wife was next to me. And I think my wife immediately called somebody else, was calling friends that lived near the waterfall that happened to be out that evening. And she started making those phone calls.
And as your wife was making those phone calls, what, if anything, did you say to her?
Objection.
It was
What, if anything,
Karen.
Did he say to her?
Yes.
No, I'm not going to let you testify to that. Next question.
With respect to the defendant's statement that the last time she saw Mr. O'Keefe was at the waterfall, what if anything occurred to you in reference to that?
In reference to her saying she last saw him at the waterfall, I then told my wife, "What are you talking about?"
So I'll not what you said, sir, but I think Mr. Lally asked you what you thought, what you gathered from that.
I thought she was crazy
And why was that?
because I saw her vehicle. I saw the black SUV arrive to the 34 Fairview that morning.
Why would he say to his wife, "She's crazy, we saw you at the house"? That's not.
That's
normal.
correct.
And so what happened then?
Like I said, we saw you, but we didn't try to go out and say, hey guys, welcome.
I know. And I'm doubting that she really yelled it quite that loudly. He probably just heard it and it sounded like yelling, or it didn't happen at all because everybody lies.
Yeah, and again, I can scream loud in the phone, but you couldn't hear that guy who was cutting bricks. Did she put it on speaker at 5:45 in the morning? Just
Maybe.
Maybe. I mean, I
Karen
know-
was pretty frantic. We can admit
yeah,
that.
but
She was pretty
did Jen
crazy.
put it on speaker? If someone calls you in the middle of the night, the first thing you're doing is, "Oh, let me open up, let me hit speaker and say, 'Good morning, how you doing?'" Or would you say, "What? Who's what?" At 5:45, you've been out drinking. She came home around 2. She did her walking around the house and her Google search, and then she went to bed. If I remember, her steps stopped after 3, so she's been sleeping for less than 3 hours. And I'm just gonna put this on speaker.
Maybe. I'm not worried about him hearing it. That's not a big deal to me. His account of things is what I don't understand. That's what's wonky to me. And the fact that he just said, "Well, I saw you at the house." Why didn't you go outside then? You knew they were coming. You knew they didn't know where they were going.
right. Like,
Anyways.
come outside and say, "Hey, you got the right place. Let's go."
Especially when they moved up and he said they moved up to like where the neighbors were and you were wondering what the heck they were doing. Then go out there and be like, "Where are you going?"
Yeah.
Anyways.
I told my wife, "What are you talking about?"
Objection.
She was at.
Not what you said to your wife.
All right, sorry.
It's hard. Ask the question, Mr. Lally, so that he can answer it properly.
So your wife made some phone calls in your presence, correct?
Yes, she did.
And following those phone conversations, what, if any, other conversations did she have with the defendant that morning?
There were multiple calls. I don't recall what calls were made, what time, but the next call, we were informing the defendant that, "Wait, we saw your car. We saw you come to 34 Fairview. You guys were there." And I heard the response of, "I don't remember. I don't remember going there."
And what, if any, other conversation do you recall in those subsequent phone conversations that you overheard from the defendant?
At some moment, as I said, my wife had made a couple phone calls. In one of the calls with Karen Reed, she blurted that she broke her taillight, cracked her taillight, something to that effect, while Jen and I were still in the bedroom and she was on the phone.
No, she didn't. Shut up.
And
You've been coached to say all the right
Sir.
things, brother.
What, if anything,
I don't think she said that at all.
No, she definitely didn't.
Well,
This
I mean,
guy's-
we'll see, but he's full of shit. Sorry.
I mean, yeah, this does make no sense. Why would she even bring that up? Like, did she go out
would-
to her car?
Well, yeah, and why would that even be on her mind? Her boyfriend's missing.
Yeah, it's dumb.
He's got to
And-
pepper in all the key, things.
Yeah.
She screamed this. She don't remember being there. She broke her taillight. That's all it is.
Let's get all the details in to make it. I don't know.
as your wife, when you were in the bedroom and your wife was on the phone, what, if anything, were the two of you doing?
After my wife had made a few calls, we were completely confused on where the hell John was. The thought process in our head at that moment was we knew that John had mentioned that he was potentially going to be meeting up with another person. So we called that individual, my wife called that individual to see if by chance, again, confused, left at the waterfall. We saw them at the house. Did
Meeting up with
John
who?
not go with her? Did what happened? Did he get out of the car? Did he go somewhere else? So we proceeded to call a couple other people that we thought he possibly might have met up with, or another individual.
From those other phone calls that you observed your wife making at any point in time, other than her conversations with the defendant, did
Are they trying to imply that he was
have any conversations?
gonna go hook up with somebody? Sorry, you didn't have to pause. I was just-
Yeah. I don't know. I'm Napoleon. Oh, crap. When did all that come in? I haven't heard anything about his wife's steps or web searches. Oh,
No, they're not yet. Yeah, this is
He-
just.
yeah, it hasn't come up yet.
This is all the stuff in like the documents that we were reading. It
Yeah.
hasn't actually come up in trial yet.
Anybody?
You're asking if my wife did?
What I'm asking is,
Sorry, Ken.
not to any content or anything like that, but your wife made phone calls, correct?
That is correct.
And when she made those phone calls, did you observe her conversing with anybody on the phone?
No, she did not speak to anybody. Nobody answered any of our calls.
And at some point, did you yourself reach out to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
And how did you do that?
I know I texted him, and I think I called him as well. Pretty much, where the hell are you? I think it was when Karen Reed and my wife were leaving my house. I think I responded, where the hell are you? Now Karen and Jen are out looking for you.
And in regard to those text messages, did you receive any response from Mr. O'Keefe?
I did not.
And with regard to those, you had Mr. O'Keefe programmed into your phone, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And you had had prior conversations with him via text message and phone using that number that you had programmed into your phone.
Yes.
So no response to the text. As far as the phone call that you placed to Mr. O'Keefe, did he answer? Did you speak with him at all?
I did not speak to Mr. O'Keefe.
Now,
Be
at
something
some
if you did.
point, do you and your wife proceed downstairs?
My wife proceeded downstairs. I remained in the bedroom.
Thanks, Wookie.
And what is the next thing that you remember occurring that moment?
While I was getting dressed, I put my jeans on. My wife went downstairs. She was going to make a coffee. My wife and I were proceeding to leave. We were going to leave our house and make a drive to the house of the gentleman that my wife was calling that we possibly thought John could have met up with. And within that moment, again, I don't know the exact time, I then heard yelling out in my front yard.
And when you heard the yelling in your front yard, what did you do?
I realized it was Karen Reed, and I told my wife to please tell her to shut up. She's going to wake up the whole neighborhood.
And
What?
Where is this? Or when is this in
You're a
relation
jerk.
to that first phone call when you sort of shoot up out there?
At least a half hour, give or take. Again, I don't know the exact time.
Now, At any point after you hear the yelling out front, you hear the defendant yelling out front. What was she yelling at that?
She again repeated, Jen, Jen. She for some reason kept repeating my wife's name.
Is that all you got, sir?
I don't know if she got all the way to my doorway or my wife walked out, but my wife had said, I was actually relieved because I was like, not thinking what happened to John happened to John. I was thinking he was on somebody's couch. So I was like, good, I'm not going to look for him, thinking my wife was going to go. My wife said she's going to go with Karen to go find John.
And at any point in time that morning when the defendant arrived at the house, did you actually go outside or look outside?
I did not go outside. I did look out the blinds of my bedroom window, which is the closest to the driveway.
What, if anything, did you see when you looked out the blinds?
Saw Karen's car in my driveway.
Did you see the defendant, Ms. Reed, anywhere outside as well?
I don't recall physically seeing her. I saw the vehicle. I don't recall seeing her directly, making any physical contact as far as seeing her.
Now, what, if any, concerns did you have in reference to your wife going out with Ms. Reed at that particular time?
I had mentioned to my wife before she was leaving the house that
No, I'll allow this.
That-
What were your concerns?
my concerns were she was going to be driving with Miss Reed in their vehicle, in Miss Reed's vehicle, and my concerns were that she had a broken taillight.
Oh
What
my
I thought
God,
by a
stop
broken
it.
taillight was that her taillight.
Yeah, this taillight stuff. The taillight stuff is ridiculous. And
I keep
Vin-
repeating it.
thank you for the the membership. I can't
does it
see who got
matter?
it.
I mean, it's not like her car was not working. It's fine. Calm down.
Yeah,
I for one, always check every vehicle I get into to check every light is working. There's no warning signals on the dashboard, that the tire pressure is correct, because I'm very concerned.
Do
Especially
you
when
really? Are
my
you being sarcastic?
when my good friend is missing, I would say, I know it's the worst blizzard in the world ever in history, but honey bunny, that PSI on that rear left tire, I don't think we should take this vehicle.
Okay, because I was like, I'll jump in my car and have a flat tire for all I know and take off.
I
Was
love
out
you,
being-
Jamie.
there
You're
was
so
no-
gullible.
You almost got me.
light. And I didn't think it was a bright idea to be driving around with no physical light on the taillight
Particularly given the weather, is that fair to say?
because of the weather, correct?
There was a light on the tail light. We know that. Sir, why are you
So,
concerned that much about her
your wife
tail
then
light?
leaves with Ms. Reed, is that correct?
That is correct.
You know.
I love that other people's husbands are concerned
you
about her
aware
tail
of
light.
the car who was driving when they left?
I did not see that, no.
Now, was that within the same time frame that you were describing before, about a half hour after you hear the initial call?
Yes, from Miss Reed arriving at my house was, yes, half hour or so after the initial call. And it wasn't long after before they proceeded to leave.
Now, at this time that you're looking out from the blinds and you see the defendant's car and the defendant outside, was it light out? Was it dark out? What are we talking about?
It was dark out.
And so they leave and you're home with the 4 children, correct?
That is correct.
And when was the next time that you spoke to your wife?
The next time I spoke to my wife was an hour later. I received a phone call from her. I don't know the exact time, but I'm going to say about an hour or so.
And without reference to much of the content of that, all I'm really asking for is what, if any, indication did she give you as to where she was?
She indicated they found John and at Fairview.
And upon receiving that information, where did you go?
I proceeded to finish getting dressed and drove over to Fairview.
He only had one leg in his
And when
pants.
you got to Fairview, what, if anything, did you see when you arrived?
When I got to Fairview, I had come down through the Chapman Street entrance, and as I proceeded down the hill towards the Albert residence, I noticed all the first responders, fire engine, et cetera, police cars, and I realized I was not going to be able to get to the Albert residence because it was all blocking the street. So I backtracked, turned around, went back up Fairview to the top, to Chapman, took a left down Spring Lane, which is a parallel street to Fairview, and came down Spring Lane to Cedar Crest onto Fairview so I could get to the Albert household.
Now, during your drive from your home over to Fairview and doing all that sort of turning around.
But he didn't arrive
around the other
until
way,
after 7,
what were the
when
roads
everyone
like?
has left. Right?
Yeah.
Because he arrives at the house at the, that's the magic time where Higgins sneaks into the house before he arrives.
Right.
Sorry.
Hey, Farrell.
Hey, Farley.
Yeah, we don't need to know the streets he took. But filibuster.
It was snowing, careful driving.
Hi, Iris.
And the snowing that you observed that morning when you drove from your house to Fairview, what was
Hi,
that like
Iris.
in relation to the snowing that you observed when you were driving home from Fairview hours before?
Much thicker snow, much more snow on the ground, much more snow to wipe off my car. And again, I had to drive slow.
Now, when you come around to sort of the other side, as far as the first responders, you mentioned police cruisers and a fire truck, is that right?
Yeah, there might have been an ambulance there as well, but yes.
Do you recall specifically seeing an ambulance?
And no,
I
they
do recall
still
seeing an
haven't proved
ambulance.
much,
I don't know
Farrell.
if I saw it.
What's that?
I said, she said, has the trial gotten any better? I said, we're still not really seeing much. This is Matt McCabe. So hopefully Jen McCabe's next, and she's the big one that we all want to see. She
Yeah.
has all the deleted messages and these searches and all this craziness. But
I'm
his
kinda-
story sounds ridiculous. is all I'm
It
saying.
does. And I'm curious, do we get Higgins today or next week?
I don't know. I'm just assuming Jen would be after him. It would make sense.
I'm just
In the
wondering
order
if
of
she's
things.
going to take all day.
I guarantee they're probably going to take all day on her. But you never know.
Yeah.
When I came down, or if I saw it when I eventually parked the car, but I do recall seeing an ambulance.
And when you parked the car, where did you go?
I proceeded on to Fairview, and I parked the car along the side of the road because there was another vehicle in front of me. I believe the other vehicle might have been blocking the driveway, but there was another vehicle right on the side of the road as well.
Now, in addition to the other vehicles, as far as cruisers, fire truck, or whatever from first responders, what, if any, other vehicles, or who, if anyone else, did you see outside?
It ended up being Kerry Roberts' vehicle was parked as I was at the driveway. Ford Explorer, I think it was.
And again, without any reference to the content of the conversation, did you have any conversation with Ms. Roberts at that time?
Yes, I did.
Did you know Ms. Roberts at that time?
I knew who she was. Didn't really have a relationship with her, but I knew who she was.
And how did you know who she was?
Friends through the town. She did live in the Ponkapog neighborhood, though I believe she moved in and we moved out shortly after. I don't know the actual time period. Her kids were a couple of years younger. One was 1 year younger than my child, so I knew who her child was through being the grade beneath my youngest child through soccer.
And just to be clear, when you talk about the Ponkapog neighborhood, that's where you used to live on Sutcliffe and where Mr. O'Keefe used to live in the house that was referred to.
Yes, that's correct.
So then, after your conversation with Ms. Roberts, about how long was that conversation?
Oh, that was a brief conversation. She informed me that she was going to pick up the, She informed me Karen was going, she was dropping Karen off back at the house. She was going to the hospital and she was going to pick up John's parents in Braintree. I told her I would come with her to pick up the parents. Like I said, the road conditions were pretty bad. And, just for safety reasons, I thought I would go with her, help her go pick up the parents. She informed me that Jen was in the house. Jen is waiting to be interviewed by the police.
So where did you go from there?
I then proceeded to the front door of 34 Fairview.
And when you got inside, who, if anyone, was inside when you got?
When I got to the front door, it was my wife, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Officer Lank.
And when you came in, can you describe, starting with your wife, Jennifer McCabe, can you describe her demeanor when you first came into the house?
Shocked. Just face was drawn, just kind of in awe. All three of them were just looking like, with a drawn face of, I'm walking and going, what the hell is going on?
And just to be clear, by all three of them, you mean your wife, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert?
Correct.
And just turning back briefly to the phone conversation that you had from your wife, which led you to come over to Fairview in the first place, how would you describe her demeanor on that phone call?
Matt, we found John at Fairview. It was a quick conversation. I didn't get any details.
Now, at some point, while you were at the house, did you speak to, you mentioned Officer Lank was there, is that correct?
That's correct.
Recall if there was any other officers in the house at that time or at any later time?
At that moment, it was just Officer Lank at that moment. Other officers came in the house a little later, but at that moment, it was just Officer Lank.
And at some point, while you were at the house, did you have any conversation, or what, if any, conversation did you have with Officer Lank or any other officer?
Yes, Officer Lank asked me to step outside, and we spoke briefly. He asked me about if I knew what happened to John. Obviously, I told him no. I had no idea. I'm just finding out right now. He asked me when I last saw John. I told him I saw him at the waterfall. We saw him at the bar. We haven't seen him. I believe, again, heat of the moment, I believe I said we saw his vehicle out front, but we never saw John.
Now, at the house on Fairview, about how long were you there that morning?
I'm going to say give her at least 4 hours
From the time that you got there?
from the time I got there, yes.
And where did you go from there?
When I left Fairview, I went back to my house on Jen and I's house, home.
As your children were still there, is that correct?
My children were all there, correct.
And at some point after you arrived home, who, if anyone else, as far as police officers or anybody like that, came to your home that day?
Two Mass State police officers came to my house.
And did you speak with those officers?
Yes, I did.
Troopers from the state police, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And as far as the troopers that you spoke to, do you recall what their names were?
Yes, Trooper Michael Proctor and Trooper Yuri Buchanan, if I said it right.
Probably closer than Now, on that date of January 29th, 2022, had you met either Trooper Proctor or Trooper Buchanan before?
I had never met them.
And where did they speak with you in the house?
Well, they first came in the house and informed me they were going to interview my wife and asked me to leave the room. I went up to my bedroom.
Oh,
And
right.
at some point, did they interview you as well?
Yes, they did.
And where was your
Now
wife
we
when they
do individual interviews.
Mhm.
I'm assuming, I think she wasn't in the room with me. I think she went upstairs. As I said, my kids were home. I don't know if she went in the kids' bedroom to kind of wake them up. And I don't know what she was
in the
doing.
room when they interviewed you, correct?
No, she was not.
And in addition to the troopers that came over to your house, did your brother-in-law, Brian Albert, did he come over at any point in time around this?
Yes, he did.
And if you know, did he speak with those troopers as well?
Yes, he did.
And where were you and your wife when the two troopers were speaking to Mr. Albert?
I was still upstairs in the bedroom.
Your wife, where was she?
She might have come up and seen me, but I think she might have went in the girls' bedroom. I don't recall if we were standing in the same room. I think she might have went in my daughter's bedroom. Again, my kids were starting, it was, I don't know the exact time, 12 o'clock, give or take. So time to wake up.
So the troopers, when they were speaking to Brian Albert Sr., they were in the downstairs area of the home?
Yes, they were.
And both you and your wife were upstairs?
Yes, that's my recollection.
Now, turning your attention to a couple days later, did you speak with any other troopers from the city?
I did. I only remember the first name of one of them. It was a man and a woman. I just remember Connor something. I don't know their names.
And where did that conversation occur?
I was in
Maybe,
my first floor dining room table.
And do you know if those same two troopers that came on
Happy
subsequent
Friday.
days spoke with your wife as well?
Yes, they did.
And sort of same arrangement as far as where you were and where she was at the time that you spoke with those two troopers?
Yes, that's correct.
Bye, Baker.
Bye.
He just disappeared.
I have one moment.
Sure.
Are we done? Thank God.
Please. Wait, that was all he had? I mean, he had like bullet points that he clearly had to hit. That
Yeah.
there was a broken taillight. She was upset and
screaming. She said waterfall. That's the last time she seen him. That broken taillight. I told my wife, don't drive around with that broken taillight.
Right. And, I had to get dressed and, he's like buying time and then they were separated for the interview. No, I'm
That's
sorry,
not
but
what it said.
the trooper already said they weren't separated.
Yeah.
Ugh, I'm annoyed, but
It is.
here comes the fireworks, I hope.
I hope to. Get him.
Oh, wait. There we go. He's got one more.
Just briefly, sir. So,
Just briefly, my ass. Sorry.
describing your
Jeez, oh,
wife's
Pete's.
demeanor, you described her as sort of being in shock. Is that correct?
Yes,
Calm
that's
down.
correct.
Have you seen your wife display that kind of demeanor before, or have you seen your wife in sort of crisis mode over the course of your relationship and your marriage?
Oh my God.
I've seen her in crisis mode. I would call it crisis mode as well in the past.
And sort of typically, how would you describe how she handles situations like that, or what her demeanor is in those types of situations?
She is very calm,
Oh,
very calm.
had to get that in too.
And when, just so it's clear for the jury, so when you're talking about sort of prior incidents in regard to sort of crisis modes, what types of scenarios or what types of incidents are we talking about?
Well,
Oh my God. What is? How is this relevant? She's never. Has
previous
she ever found a?
Just of my parents,
Right.
my brother. She's the one that can get in the room, sit, relax, hold their hand, make them feel comfortable. She's much more. I can't
We
do
did that yesterday.
She's
Wolfie.
much more. So she's done that with my family, and she's also done that with our neighbor.
Nothing further. Thank you, sir.
All right, Ms. Giannetti?
Thank you, Ron.
Woo, woo, woo. Kind of excited about Unetti.
Good morning, Mr. McKay.
Good morning.
I'd like to start by discussing January 22nd, the week prior to January 29th. Do you remember that Saturday?
Yes, I do.
You had been at one of your daughter's hockey games that day?
If it's the Saturday before, we're saying?
Yes.
Yes, I was.
And you wound up going to the hillside in Canton, correct?
That is correct.
You went with your wife, Jennifer McCabe?
Yes.
When you got there, you saw Karen Reed and John O'Keefe there together, correct?
I was there previous to them, but yes,
Okay.
I saw them there, yes.
I
Eventually, I saw them there.
I should have phrased the question that ultimately you ran into John and Karen together, correct?
Yes, I did.
And when you came in contact with them, you and your wife and Brian Albert and his wife, Nicole, who's your sister-in-law, hung out with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes, there was a big group of people hanging out together, correct.
There were other people in addition to the ones that I've just named?
Yes, there were.
So you were with John and Karen for maybe around an hour or so that night of January 22nd?
I'd say, I don't know exactly what time they arrived, but yes, I'd say they were there for at least an hour.
And during that hour span of time, they appeared to be enjoying each other's company?
Yes,
And the two of them had arrived together, correct?
they walked in together, yes.
And there were no problems that night that you could see between John and Karen, correct?
That, yes, I did not see any problems.
Okay. Now, moving on to the waterfall on January 29th. I am not going to go through with you who arrived when and who left when and where people sat at which table. We're going to skip all that.
Thank
I'd like
you.
to streamline the questioning if I can. And I just want to talk to you about 2 or 3 areas. You would agree that at the waterfall, the mood among the people who were there was festive, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Everybody appeared to be happy and enjoying themselves, correct?
Everybody was enjoying each other's company, correct.
Specifically with regard to John O'Keefe and Karen Reed, they appeared to be quite happy that Kaylee had been accepted into Bishop Fian, correct?
John, I recall talking to John about it, and he was happy that Kaylee was at Bishop Fian. I do not recall speaking to Karen about Bishop Fian, but definitely John was happy about Kaylee being in Bishop Fian.
All right. You have previously testified that they were both excited about that, have you not?
If I did, I did. I just know that John mentioned he was out because he was excited about Kaylee being at Bishop Fian. If I looped them both in, then they both were happy. I don't remember what I said when I said it. I didn't put it this way. I didn't see her. She wasn't happy about it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, I'm just going by your words, sir. As far as you could see, they were both excited about her acceptance, correct?
Yes, yes.
And they had just found out the previous day or so, correct?
I don't recall what day they found out, but I know that John had mentioned he had went out for some beers. He was excited because Kaylee got into Bishop Fian, and he mentioned he was out with another one of his friends whose daughter also got into Bishop Fian.
Right. And it appeared to be new news, correct?
Oh, yes. It was news they were waiting on, yes.
Right. You hadn't heard it before. This is the first that you heard it, correct?
I don't know if I heard it, if a kid had already leaked it the day before or that day, but first I heard it from John.
All right.
Yeah. I feel like he's like, crap, this wasn't in my script.
Sorry, I went to get a drink and I accidentally tapped out. What's he's gotten hung up with his red face now?
he started out, well, first he said, I'm not going to go into like who got here first and last. We've heard that. And then now he's asking about the school that the kids got into. Were they happy about it? And it's like, he's like over explaining. Stupid. Yeah, I'm really good at the pause game lately.
But it was clear to you that it was really important to John O'Keefe that Kaylee get into Bishop Fien and go there, correct?
They applied. He was excited for her to go there.
And it was clear that he believed it was an achievement for her, correct?
Yes.
And you could glean also that John O'Keefe felt like it was an achievement for him as well, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Could you glean that from him?
He was happy that she got in. I don't know what if he felt it was his achievement. He was happy for Kaylee.
Of course. And he was doing right by his sister's daughter, correct?
Objection.
I don't know what that means. They can go to any school and do right.
All right. In any case, everything seemed good that night.
Everything was good.
It is
There were no arguments.
doofy smile.
There were no arguments that I saw.
John was drinking beer,
In my recollection, yes.
and you had previously testified that you saw Karen was drinking some type of clear liquid that you assumed was some type of vodka drink, correct?
That is correct.
But you didn't think that they were drinking much, correct?
At the waterfall? No, they were only there for an hour. So
Right. And they got there around 11, correct?
give or take, yep, 11-ish.
And that bar is pretty strict about last call, correct?
That is correct.
And you spoke with both of them during the course of the night, correct?
Yes,
Neither John nor Karen was intoxicated in your view, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
they were drinking. I don't know what I don't know what the guideline of intoxication is, but they were drinking.
Do you recall testifying before the grand jury regarding this matter on April 26th of 2022?
If you have that, then I don't recall my questions, that question specific, but yes.
Right. Well, I didn't ask you about the questions. I just asked if you recall testifying before the grand jury on that date.
I don't remember the date. I recall testifying before the grand jury.
Oh, if I suggested to you that it was April 26th of 2022, would you quarrel with that?
That was, no, did you say would I quarrel?
Yeah.
No, it was definitely around that time.
Okay. And at that grand jury presentation, Mr. Lally was there, correct?
Yes.
None of the defense team was there, correct?
No.
Karen Reed was not there, correct?
No.
And there was no judge there, correct?
No.
And April 26th was approximately 3 months after January 29th of 2022.
Yes.
Is it fair to say that your memory about whether or not John and or Karen was intoxicated would have been better on April 26th of 2022 than it would be today?
May we approach, Your Honor?
All right, I'll see you at 7. Jurors, feel free to stand up.
Oh, man.
Why is that approachable? Of course, his memory is better, and he's asked other people about this as well.
Yeah. Oh, I want to see if Grant's in there. Come on.
No, he has a RO. He can't go to court.
He can if that other chick isn't there.
Just speed it through the breaks.
I am.
Because sometimes they take a long time.
John O'Keefe.
Oh, crap.
Never
far.
do that. Just speed it up. It's way easier. I do that sometimes, and you can never find the spot.
Nope.
That's what she said.
Just
All
speed
one
through
from
it,
Vegas.
right?
Yeah, speed through it, and you can't find the spot.
Oh, my. Oh. Yeah, I'm sure that was what happened.
Yes.
I had just asked you if your memory of your observations of Karen Reed and John O'Keefe from January 29th would have been better on April 26th of 2022 than it would be today.
Yes, I think that's fair to say.
And that's because your memory doesn't get better over time, correct?
I don't know. I would say it's fair to say, yes, my memory would be better that day.
And on that day, you were asked by Mr. Lally, quote, did either of them, strike that. I'm going to go back to the previous sentence just to put it in context.
Yes.
The previous sentence was from Mr. Lally, obviously you've had social occasions with Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed before, correct? And your answer was, oh, yes, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to let that one go.
My answer is yes, I had previous. I don't know if I said, oh, yes, but my answer was yes, of course I had previous
And-
relationships with them.
I'm sorry, I cut you off, sir. I don't.
I'm saying, of course I had previous relationships with them.
And the question that I wanted to direct you to, just to put it in context, was did either of them, speaking about John and Karen, on this particular evening seem sort of overly intoxicated to you? You recall that question?
I don't recall the specific question, but if that's the question.
And your answer was no to that?
Yes, if that's my answer, then it was no.
In terms of whether you can confirm that that was the question and answer, if I showed you the transcript, would that refresh your memory?
Yes, of course it would.
This is
Of course.
2103 lines.
I thought we were
13
banned
to
from
15
saying,
for
of
counsel.
course.
She says that. I strike that from the record.
Oh, sorry.
What?
Who?
Sorry, I have
Thank
a
you.
vacuum in the background. I'm going to mute.
Having reviewed that transcript, did I get the question and answer correct?
Yes, you did.
Okay, just a couple more things about the waterfall. I wanted to ask you about Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, sir.
Yes.
They were both there that night while you were there, correct?
Yes, they both were there.
And they are both pretty big guys, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Yes, they're good sized guys.
Did you see Brian Albert and Brian Higgins practicing fighting at the waterfall?
Practicing fighting?
Right. Did you see them kind of
Practicing fighting?
square up in a fighting stance to each other?
I recall them grabbing each other. I don't recall them squaring up like they were fighting each other. No, they were playing a little grab ass with each other. I did see them grab each other. I don't recall a physical, hey,
Sir,
let's go duke it out. I
This
do
is a
not
good
recall.
Christian channel.
I've
This-
ruined that already. I've ruined it twice today.
Did he just really say, square whoop? No, they played grab ass.
We did.
Is this working for Big Bride's reputation? No, he's not a fighter. He's a grab asser.
Also, is he having trouble keeping his teeth in? Because the way he does his mouth, like, I don't know. Just
I think he's just trying to make it look ridiculous. He's a cop, right?
no, he's an IT guy.
Oh,
Yeah.
So he knows how long to die in the cold. Doesn't do that.
And he knows how to poorly manipulate text messages.
Yeah, I saw those screenshots. They looked funny.
Yeah.
Hey, Raiders from Mo.
Hi, Mo Raiders.
Raiders.
Hey, Mo Raiders.
Okay, so are you saying, taking you literally, that they grabbed each other's asses? Is that it?
No, I'm saying grab ass. It's a figure of speech.
Okay. What they didn't,
Flip
they
that.
didn't grab each other.
Oh my
They
God.
were in a fighting stance, weren't they? Didn't they crouch down low with each other?
I,
The way you
I'm
Betty
telling you,
said
I don't
that.
recall.
I know. He's like, are you trying to say they were grabbing each other's asses?
Like, he's like So seriously.
I forgot how stupid these people are. Oh, I love this song.
It's
I
great
love
to
it.
be back, isn't it?
Yeah.
Seeing them crouching in a fighting stance, I recall someone grabbing somebody. I don't remember who grabbed who. I just recall like a bear hug or something. I thought I recall them doing a bear hug.
All right, so you recall them, one of them getting behind the other one and kind of restraining them or grabbing them?
I think there was a bear hug, yeah. That's what's in my memory. I don't.
And you would agree with me that after closing time, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were two of the people who went back to 34 Fairview Road, the Albert home, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
But before everyone left, before you left, it was announced around the table that everyone was welcome back at Brian Albert and Nicole Albert's house, correct?
Yes.
Karen Reed and John O'Keefe were both there when that invitation was announced, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that it was expected that Karen Reed and John O'Keefe would go to the Albert home that night, correct?
If they wanted to come, they were welcomed, yes.
And that plan would have been for them to go inside the Albert home, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall what time you left the
You laugh?
waterfall?
I left the waterfall after midnight, give or take 12:10, 12:15-ish. I don't know the exact specific time. Well, a little before 12:15, but definitely 12:10-ish, 12:15-ish in there.
And you were one of the last to leave the waterfall?
Yes, as I had mentioned, Nick Kolakikis and I walked out together from the waterfall.
Your wife, Jennifer McCabe, had walked out of the bar physically before you did, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you actually met her in the parking lot?
She was already in the vehicle in the parking lot, correct?
And then you got into the car to drive to the Albert's home, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So I'm going to ask you about the ride back to the Albert's home in a bit, but right now I want to skip to when you got there, okay?
Okay.
When you first got there, your wife parked your vehicle in the driveway, correct?
Yes.
Which side of the driveway did you park your vehicle in?
As I mentioned yesterday, I don't recall if it was immediately on the left, meaning the left towards the lawn, or if she was in the next spot over. She pulled in. I don't remember exactly if it was here or one spot over, but she pulled
How many cars were
in.
in the driveway at that time?
At least two. I don't recall if there was more than two.
So if there was at least two, those two would have been parked abutting the garage area. In other words, would they be? Let me rephrase. So there are two lanes in that driveway, correct?
My recollection is two lanes, but there is more space I know when we go over and we've gone over, there's more space to kind of park three cars.
Right?
To the right, correct.
Okay.
But we weren't to the right. We were either left or middle.
You were behind one vehicle, whichever lane you were in, or were you pulled right up to one of the garage entrances?
I don't recall if we pulled all the way in or not, but I don't remember.
So there were at least two vehicles in the driveway before you got there, correct?
In the driveway?
Yes.
Yes, there were cars in the driveway.
And when you parked in the driveway, fair to say that there was no black SUV at the Albert's home?
Are you referencing Karen's SUV? I don't know what color the Albert's cars were.
Oh, okay.
Are you referencing their SUV?
Put it this way. Yes, I'm referencing Karen's SUV.
That was not at the home.
And that was not in the driveway, correct?
Karen's SUV was not in the driveway.
And it was not adjacent to the property or on the street anywhere that you could see?
Correct. It was not there.
All right.
Hey, Mo, how are you?
Hello. So, are we getting to the hit?
I don't know, but we did discuss grab ass for a little bit, so that was
Yeah.
fun.
Why do I always miss the fun stuff?
It was good because he asked it so like in such a serious lawyer tone. So
Oh,
are you
Lolly.
saying that they were actually grabbing an ass?
Oh God! You know, considering
That was
how like Lolly acts, he probably is like, what is this thing called humor? What is it, this thing called playing? I've never heard of this.
Well,
Yeah.
me and Valhalla will
Surprised he
do a demonstration of the grabbery of the assery tonight.
Woohoo!
Yeah,
Be there
make
or
sure
be
that's
square.
on film.
Grab ass for everyone. So instead of kung fu fighting, it would be grab ass fighting.
Yeah,
We need a song. Someone get on that right
yeah.
now.
Those hand jobs was fast as lightning.
True.
Yeah, it's not my channel. I can say all the stuff.
Oh my goodness.
Uh,
I would just like them to come to a point, because I feel like we know everyone who is in the house, you know, who is playing music, who is charging their phone, and that Colin definitely was not there. Okay, he was, you know, out and he was trying to start fights with other hockey teams, but he definitely doesn't box, and he only boxes with his right hand.
Mhm.
So you go into the ring with him, just, you know, dismantle that right hand and you're good.
To the property or on the street anywhere that you could see.
Correct. It was not there.
All right, but you say that there was a Jeep in the street at that time, correct?
There was a Jeep parked in front of the end of the driveway in front of the mailbox.
And that Jeep belonged to Brian Higgins.
I found out it belonged to Brian Higgins. I didn't know it was his Jeep when I arrived.
And it had a plow on the front of it.
Yes, it did.
It was parked adjacent to the Alberts property on Fairview, facing toward, up the hill toward Chapman Street, correct?
Yes.
And at the time that you arrived, that was the only vehicle that was parked on Fairview Street adjacent to the Albert property, correct?
Yes.
And your testimony is that that Jeep remained parked in front of the Albert house, just to the left of the driveway as you face the house, until Brian Higgins finally left and drove it away at the end of the night, correct?
That's my recollection, was his Jeep was out in front of the mailbox.
With the court's permission, could we display Exhibit 66?
Okay.
So, Mr. McCabe, I'm highlighting with a spotlight the front of the Alberts home. When I get to the point where the Jeep was parked, can you stop me? And you can adjust it right or left if I go too far.
Objection, Your Honor.
Can we have him use the laser pointer first and then?
Sure. Hope you're better than I am.
Yeah,
May I, Coach?
I was hoping I didn't have
Oh,
to
you
do
have the
this.
other laser pointer.
I don't have one.
That's fine.
No.
You could, yeah, please.
The Jeep was right there. From the edge of the driveway, to right there. I believe it was a two-door Jeep.
Okay, it looks like part of the Jeep would have been blocking the driveway.
Nope, where the mailbox is, the Jeep was right there.
Okay.
It was not blocking the driveway.
I'm gonna step a moment.
Sure.
The mailbox that's spotlighted there, would that have been where the back of the Jeep was?
Yeah, the back would have been right in the vicinity of the edge of the driveway in the mailbox.
I see, so it wasn't blocking the driveway at all when you saw it?
No.
And it was facing to the left as we looked at Exhibit 66, correct?
Facing, heading to the left of the house, correct.
We can have the lights back on. And as you testified, that Jeep was there the whole night. Brian Higgins didn't go out to move it at any point, correct?
I never saw Brian Higgins go outside to move his Jeep.
About 5 minutes after you got to the Albert home that night, you saw a black SUV parked outside the home, correct?
Yes, again, I don't know the exact minutes, but give or take, 4 or 5 minutes.
And when you saw that black SUV parked outside the Albert home, Higgins' Jeep was still there, correct?
Yes, to my recollection, the Jeep was still outside in front of the mailbox.
The black SUV was parked in front of Higgins' Jeep with the plow on the front, correct?
That's correct.
How far or close to that Jeep was the black SUV?
I don't recall the exact distance. Again, when I looked outside, I noticed my focus was on the black SUV, which looked outside would have been in front of the front door.
With regard to the distance between the Jeep and the black SUV, was it greater or smaller than the distance between you and me right now?
Oh, it'd be smaller. If I'm the end, if you're the end of the Jeep and I'm the end of the
Let's say that I'm the
Lexus,
rear end of the black SUV and you're the front end of the Jeep.
yeah, I'd say you'd be a little closer to me.
With the court's permission, may I walk closer to the witness so that he could give an estimate?
Sure.
And you can just stop me, sir.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, when I looked outside, I was focused on the SUV. I wasn't focused on the Jeep or the truck. I don't know the exact distance. You could walk 3 more feet or 3 feet that way, but it was out in front of the house. That's all I can tell you.
You will agree with me that you've given conflicting information about where the black SUV was when you first saw it?
If you tell me I gave conflicting information, you can show it to me. I don't recall. I've always said the SUV was in front of the house.
Right. And when you said in front of the house, you meant that as you look out the front door of the Albert residence, which on Exhibit 66 would have been the door to the left, that's the classic front door?
The classic front door looking at the house on the main part of the Colonial.
Looking straight out from there, that's where the black SUV was positioned, correct?
In that vicinity, correct.
Right. It would have been sort of directly in front of you as you look out that front door, correct?
Like I said, in the vicinity of looking out the front door was the black SUV. If it was 3 feet this way or 3 feet this way or 3 feet that way, I don't know. It was just out in front of the house.
Right. And that was where it was when you first spotted it, according to your testimony today, correct?
Yes.
But you spoke to Michael Proctor during the afternoon of January 29th, did you not?
Yes, I did.
That was the very day that these events occurred, correct?
Yes, it was.
You would agree with me that your memory of where that black SUV was when you first spotted it on January 29th would have been better on that very day than it would be today, correct?
Possibly, yes.
It's almost 2.5 years later?
2.5 years that I've lived in my memory, yes.
But your memory does not get better over time, correct?
If he starts
Objection.
crying, I'm out. You're muted, Marissa.
Thank you. Sir, you're Brandon, guess who just showed up? Time to cover your wall in Post-its. Well, he doesn't have his wall. He has a porch.
I'll write down so he can put so he can put his Post-its up.
Thank you, Brandon. All right.
On January 29th of 2022, when you spoke to Michael Proctor, you told him that you saw a black SUV parked to the right of the residence as you look at the property from the street. Did you not?
I did not. Can you elaborate what you mean by to the right of the residence?
Well,
Not the left.
Yeah,
I will
the other
just repeat
hand.
the question. Did you tell Michael Proctor on January 29th of 2022 that you observed a big dark SUV parked to the right of the house?
What right? Looking at the house to the right or looking at the house to the left? When you say right, I don't know what you mean by right.
Is your memory exhausted as to what you
Jesus,
told Michael Proctor?
No, not at all.
So if your memory is not exhausted, would you agree with me that while you were at 34 Fairview, you told Michael Proctor that you observed a big, dark SUV parked to the right of the house?
That could have been the second time I informed him of seeing the SUV.
Okay. If I suggested to you that that was the first time, according to what you told Michael Proctor, would you dispute that?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is your memory exhausted as to whether or not that was the first or second time, according to what you told Michael Proctor?
My memory is not exhausted.
Okay, so if your memory is not
Good.
exhausted,
Because
do
the last
you
guy.
deny telling Michael Proctor that you observed a big, dark SUV parked to the right of the house?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
I don't know if I can answer it. I believe it's the second question.
All
I
right.
told him I saw an SUV and parked in front of the house. Then I saw an SUV move further up the road, which looking out of the house would be to the right of the house. So that would be when I saw the SUV to the right of the house, would be the second time I saw the SUV. I've always stated the SUV was in front of the house if looking out the front door.
Okay, so when
Good for you.
so you deny telling Michael Proctor that when you first saw the SUV, by the way, sir, is this funny? I'm sorry. you
This
were
is
laughing.
not funny, sir. Not at all. It's been 2 years of misery.
That's why you're smiling with your eyes. And your memory
This is
isn't
funny.
exhausted, it's just winded. Try doing some cardio. I do it and I'm crippled.
Did he really ask that? I love Yannetti right now.
Yeah, but he's smirking. If this had genuinely been a terrifying thing, then you would be in there like deuces blazing, ready to tell this guy off, not sort of smirk giggling.
Yeah. I'm going to just do that one again and play through.
He was in front of the house if looking out the front door.
Okay, so when you so you deny telling Michael Proctor that when you first saw the SUV, by the way, sir, is this funny? I'm sorry. you
This
were
is
laughing.
not funny, sir. Not at all. It's been 2 years of misery.
Okay. You're smiling now, that's why I asked.
You keep repeating the same question.
Well, I'm trying to get an answer that you won't give me, sir. When you talked to Michael Proctor on January
Why are you
29th of
laughing, you idiot?
2022, when you first observed the big dark SUV, you said to him it was parked to the right of the house.
Objection.
This is the last time on that question. Is that right?
That is not right. The SUV, the first time
Then
was
show
in
him
front of the
his
house, in front of
testimony and
coming
ask
out the front
about it.
door. The second time was it
What's that, Baker?
Just show him his testimony and say, can you see this? This is the first
Yeah.
time you mention it.
Yeah.
Are you now stating Michael Lang put it down wrong, or your memory have changed since that day? Because you want him and make him laugh more on the stand, because he comes off as a massive douche nozzle.
Yes.
Yeah. But I think that's Yannetti's not showing him because he's like, well, you're acting like an a-hole, so I'm just going to keep poking the bear.
Well, and I think there are some things that witnesses will go to the end of the earth not to say. So like in the Theodore Edgecombe trial, when the widow would not say that her husband probably cursed. Look, you and I know that he probably said the F word, but she is never going to admit that. So move on. If it's not that important.
front of the house, in front of coming out the front door. The second time was it was to the right of the house.
All right.
We have to move on.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. So you did not say that. But you did say that you were making those observations from the front door, correct?
As I stated yesterday, I recall.
That's a yes or no question. I'm sorry.
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer it yes or no?
It is a yes or no
I
answer.
can't. I said yesterday, it's either I was out, looked out the window and I looked out the front door. I don't remember which order.
Well, you told Michael Proctor that the first time you looked out, it was out the front door. Did you not?
I don't recall what I told Michael Proctor on
Great.
April.
You don't recall. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Now your memory sucks.
Page 2 of Proctor's
Baker,
report.
your advice is being
Next time,
heard
just
through
show
the
it to us.
Of course, I'm
universe.
sorry.
Yeah,
You'd
but
read the first.
he says the two stars and say, well, he must have, I could, maybe.
Yeah. Exactly.
You'd read the first few sentences of that second paragraph.
Second paragraph.
See, I would have assumed that he moves his mouth when he reads.
Yeah, I agree. He was kind of talking to himself. When he was counting, he had to count out loud yesterday.
No, I mean,
May I approach?
up to 20 without shoes that are open-toed, it's hard.
You had said that you don't remember what you told Michael Proctor. Did that report refresh your memory?
I'm not saying I don't remember what I told Michael Proctor.
Well, hold
I'm
on.
stating what I
Hold
remember.
on a second, sir. You just told this jury that you don't remember what you told Michael Proctor. Those were your words.
Yes, at the point I'm reading, I don't remember the exact wording, but I know what I told Michael Proctor.
All right. And you told Michael Proctor that you observed a big dark SUV parked to the right of the house. Did you not?
At some point in the conversation, yes, I told Michael Proctor that a big dark SUV moved to the right of the house.
Moved to the right of the house? Is that what you just said?
All right, let me rephrase. At some point, there was a big dark SUV parked in front of the right of the house. I physically didn't see it move, so I need to rephrase. I can't say move.
Right, but what I'm concentrating on now, sir, is not what your memory is today or what you testified to the jury today. I'm concentrating on what you told Michael Proctor that very day on January 29th, of 2022. Okay? And you initially told him that it was parked to the right of the house, the big dark SUV, and that you made those observations from the front door. And then you stated you looked out the front window and
Objection, Your Honor.
observed the same big dark SUV had moved to the other side of the property.
Get him, Unetti.
Correct?
The objection sustained, you have to break that down, and I thought we moved on from this, Mr. Kennedy.
No, we haven't gotten to the second part of the.
So bring the document, I'll see you at Saga.
Oh,
She needs to cut it out. Let him
Yeah.
question the witness.
yeah.
This is starting to
You
look
let Lally
very
go on and
prejudicial.
on and on and on.
I mean,
Yep.
how many times have we heard it was snowing or not snowing? We
How
haven't
many
moved
times
on
have we
from
heard
that.
who sat next to who and who was standing where and where their foot was placed? And like, come on.
Yeah.
These are important facts.
I love that he's getting all, I love it. We needed this.
Yeah, I do feel like he's definitely getting him to rattled, and I think he knows how to rattle this guy, and he's
Mhm.
going to start, making some mistakes.
Yeah. He's going to slip up for sure. I hope.
And he also looks like a douche canoe. I mean, you're allegedly here for your friend who was unalived suddenly by his crazy girlfriend, and you're laughing, about your testimony. That just looks really bad to me.
I mean, it does to me too. I mean, I obviously have a huge bias in this because I cannot stand these people, but from what I've seen and heard. But he doesn't look good.
Oh, thank you very much.
One last question on this, Mr. Kennedy.
Yes. With
Shut
regard
up,
to
Bev.
Trooper Proctor's report that you have in front of you, right? It's II for identification.
Yes, I'm reading the report.
Will agree with me that he reported your conversation as saying that the vehicle was first to the right and then moved to the other side of the property, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You testified before the grand jury regarding this issue on April 26th of 2022, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And you talked about the vehicle moving from point A to point B, correct?
Yes, at some point.
And you estimated that it was 15 to 20 feet or so that the SUV moved along the property line, correct?
Yes, again, I don't know the exact distance, but estimates.
And you, at that point in time, you were asked to clarify what you had meant when you said that the vehicle was first on the right side of the property. Do you recall that testimony?
I do not.
Do you recall that Mr. Lally asked you, to the right would have been toward the driveway side of the property, and that you answered that's correct?
I don't remember the conversation. And again, to the right, looking at the house, or to the right, looking out of the house?
Well, that's what I'm talking about. To the right, looking at the house would be toward the driveway, correct?
To the right, looking at the house would be toward the driveway, correct?
Right. And that's your testimony where the vehicle started out, correct? And then moved toward the flagpole the second time?
The vehicle started in front of the house and moved towards the flagpole, correct? So looking out of the house, it moved towards the right.
Now, excuse me.
Mine too.
You told Michael Proctor that initially it was parked closer to the driveway or the mailbox when you first saw it, correct?
Objection.
Objection sustained. We're moving off of this, Mr.
Okay, yes, you are. Wherever it was when you first saw it, where was the Jeep in relation to that black SUV when you first laid eyes on the black SUV?
Again, I was focused on the black SUV. My recollection, the Jeep was still in the same spot, which we had pointed out earlier on the exhibit.
Correct? In terms of where it was facing, the black SUV was behind, I'm sorry, the Jeep was behind the black SUV.
Jeep would have been behind the black SUV, correct?
And wherever it was along that property line, you would agree with me that before the black SUV arrived outside the Albert home, you didn't notice any tire tracks in the snow on the street in front of the house, correct?
Before, yes, that's correct,
Before the black SUV arrived.
correct.
And at all times that you saw the black SUV, first or second, it was always facing toward Chapman Street, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it was always facing in the same direction that you say that Higgins' Jeep was facing, correct?
Yes,
And that would mean that the passenger side of the black SUV was the closest side to the Albert home, correct?
yes,
And it was the closest side to you when you were first looking at it, correct?
yes.
And now your testimony today is you don't recall if the first time you looked at that black SUV, it was through the front door or if it was through a front window, correct?
Correct. I don't recall which one I looked out first. I know I looked out both of them at some point. I just don't recall which one was first.
Whichever one it was, when you first laid eyes on that black SUV, you did not see John O'Keefe in the passenger seat, correct?
That is correct.
How long a span of time was it between the first time you looked out and saw the black SUV and the second time?
Again, I don't have the exact time. I'm going to guess 3, 4, 5 minutes at most.
And what you did in between those 3, 4, 5 minutes was you went back to the table or near the table in the kitchen dining room area where everybody was congregated?
That's correct.
And you went back there to talk to people and socialize, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then you came back to the front of the house and either went to the front window or the front door, and that's when you noticed that the black SUV had moved to the other side of the property, correct?
Yes, at that moment, it had moved to the right of the property.
It had driven forward, correct?
I did not see it drive, but it had moved, yes.
It had moved
So it had to
forward.
get there somehow, yes.
All right. It was now closer to the flagpole than it was the first time, correct?
That is correct.
And the flagpole, as you look at the property, not from your vantage point looking out, but as you look at the property from the street, that would have been to the left, correct?
Yes,
And again, it was still facing toward Chapman Street.
yes,
In terms of how many times you saw the black SUV having moved outside the house, you would agree with me that you have contradicted yourself about how many times that it moved, correct?
no,
No.
Yesterday and today, you testified that it had been in 3 different spots and then it was gone, correct?
yes. Three times I looked out and saw the SUV.
Right, and, again, in May of 2024, yesterday and today, all 3 times it moved, it was moving further or farther up Fairview toward Chapman Street, correct?
Yes,
And in fact, you've testified now in May of 2024 that the 3rd time that you saw it, the black SUV was even past the fire hydrant, just about to the neighbor's property, correct?
yes,
But again, your memory of where it was the last time that you saw it, or how many times you saw it, I should say, would have been better on January 29th than today, correct?
again, assumption, yes, I guess it should be.
And in fact, when you were talking to Michael Proctor, you had just observed the black SUV just hours before speaking to him, correct?
Yes,
Not 2.5 years before. Right?
oh, yes,
And when you spoke to Michael Proctor, you told him that you only saw the black SUV in 2 different spots, correct?
that's what it says on this paper. My recollection is always been, I saw the black SUV in 3 different spots.
And you just called it a paper. It's a police report, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained, Mr. Yannetti.
Now, since you talked to Michael Proctor on January 29th of 2022,
Shut up, lady.
it's fair to say that you've had multiple conversations about this case with
stand
your
her.
family, correct?
Of course, I've talked about this case
That includes in-person conversations, correct?
with my family.
Yes.
Yes,
As well as phone calls and texts?
yes,
You've also, since you talked to Michael Proctor, have had multiple conversations about this case with your in-laws, correct?
yes,
That also includes in-person conversations as well as phone calls and texts, correct?
that is correct.
And since you gave that statement to Michael Proctor, you've had multiple conversations specifically with Brian Albert, correct?
Yes, I've talked to Brian Albert.
That includes in-person phone calls and texts, correct?
That is correct.
Funny, Colin didn't.
Would you agree with me that in terms of the changes in your version of events from what you've testified during this trial to what is in Michael Proctor's report, you put the SUV farther down Fairview toward Chapman Street now, correct?
Objection.
Hey, Standing Stones.
Your testimony during this trial puts the SUV past the fire hydrant, almost toward the neighbor's house, correct?
That is correct.
But however many times you saw that black SUV, you'd agree with me, you never observed any damage to the rear of that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Never saw any damage to the rear right taillight, correct?
Correct.
You'll also agree with me that every time you saw that black SUV, the vehicle had its headlights on, correct?
I was looking, as we talked about it moving up the property, I was looking at the back. I could see the back of the SUV. The assumption is the headlights were on, but I wasn't looking at the headlights.
All right, well, that would have meant that the area in front of the vehicle was lit up, correct?
Yes, but like I said, it was further up the road.
Now, sometime after that black SUV first arrived, you noticed that there were tire tracks, I should say, in a V shape on the street in front of the Albert home, correct?
That's correct.
And those tire tracks were from the curb in front of 34 Fairview toward the neighbor's property across the street and then back toward the curb, correct?
Yes, it came out, waved out towards across the street and came back in.
All right. And the pattern of those tire tracks that you observed were consistent with the vehicle making a 3-point turn, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
I don't know if the vehicle made a 3-point turn. It could be consistent with, because it was a wavy pattern. I've never looked at a tire tracks after I've done a 3-point turn to determine what they actually look like, but in and back out.
There was nothing about those tire tracks that ruled out a 3-point turn to you, correct?
No?
All right. You didn't see those tire tracks again until the black SUV arrived at the home, correct?
Yes, I didn't see them previous to the black SUV.
And Higgins' Jeep was already there before the black SUV arrived, correct?
Yes,
So Higgins' Jeep was already parked and stationary when there were no tire tracks in that area, correct?
I didn't notice what, I parked my car, we parked in the driveway and I walked in the house, so I wasn't looking at the tire tracks. So,
You didn't
but
see-
Higgins' Jeep was already parked.
Right. You didn't see tire tracks at that point, is my point.
Yeah, well, I didn't see any.
And at the point that you saw those tire tracks, there were no other vehicles in the area along the Albert family property line on Fairview other than Higgins' Jeep and the black SUV, correct?
That's my recollection, yes.
Okay, so now we're going to go back to where I had left off with regard to meeting your wife, Jennifer McCabe, in the car after leaving the waterfall. You recall that we sort of left off with you getting in the car and starting the drive home.
Yes.
Once you got inside the car, your wife ultimately called John O'Keefe along the ride home, correct?
John O'Keefe had texted my wife and my wife had called him. He was asking where to, we think he was asking for the where to, where's the address. So she called him to tell him.
And you knew that he was asking that because the Bluetooth of the car was connected to her phone, correct?
I believe the Bluetooth was on. Again, I could hear his conversation.
Yeah.
My assumption is the Bluetooth was on.
Right, you could hear both sides of the conversation, correct?
I could hear John as well, yes.
Yeah, your wife and John, correct?
Well, yes, I was sitting next to my wife. I could hear her.
And you heard John tell your wife that he was planning to go to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes,
He had told your wife in your presence that he and Karen would meet your wife and you there, correct?
he said we're on our way.
Right. And you knew, again, the plan was to go inside 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes, that was the plan.
You heard your wife tell John that 34 Fairview's off Chapman Street, correct?
Either I was also talking, so I don't know if my wife was repeating, but yes, we did say off of Chapman Street.
It could have been you, could have been your wife, but he was
Yes.
told it was off Chapman Street, right?
That's correct, yes.
And then your wife hung up with John, at least temporarily, but then John called back, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
He indicated he needed more specific directions to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes,
And then you heard your wife, or maybe you participated in the conversation, I won't rule that out, but between the two of you, you did give him more specific directions, correct?
yes, we did.
And either you or your wife, and you can correct me if you know if it's one or the other, but one of you told him to go down Chapman and take Fairview as if they were going to Bella's house, correct?
Yes, we had mentioned go down Chapman to Fairview, to, you know where Bella lives, drive past Bella's street, the house will come up on your left.
Right, and I believe you previously explained that Bella was a friend of John's niece Kaylee and also your daughter Olivia, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So that was a good way to orient him as to where to go, correct?
Yes,
And once you did that, John O'Keefe never called back for any clarification, correct?
yes, not to my recollection.
All right, and with regard to your state of mind, based on that conversation and the instructions that either you or your wife or both of you gave John, you certainly assumed that John and Karen would be arriving at Fairview coming from the Chapman Street direction, correct?
That was my assumption.
Okay.
As I had stated yesterday, there's multiple ways to go, but that was my assumption.
And it was an educated assumption based on the conversation that you had, correct?
Don't be
Yes.
nice to him.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
It was an educated assumption.
Ooh, hot mic.
I know. I hear the whispers.
I mean, in the
Thank you.
document. I have handed you something, if you could take a look and tell the jury whether you recognize what that depicts.
Yes, this is a map showing Cedar Crest Road intersecting with Fairview Road. On the opposite side shows Chapman Street intersecting with Fairview, as well as other streets in the, it's called the Cedar Crest neighborhood, in the Cedar Crest neighborhood.
And realizing that you don't have a compass or a ruler, does it appear to be generally to scale in terms of where the roads are?
Yes,
And it appears to be a fair and accurate depiction of the layouts of particularly Cedar Crest, Fairview, and Chapman Street?
yes.
Okay, I would offer that, Your Honor.
Is there any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Exhibit 86. And Mr. McCabe, why don't you hand over the other one?
Welcome, Raiders.
Okay, are they doing this trial in a Sally port?
Seems like it, right?
I think somebody said there's a hospital down the street.
Yeah, they're like right in the center of town, so there's the fire trucks and everything right there.
Oh, thank you.
We got a
What is
map,
displayed
finally.
on the screen, Mr. McCabe, does that appear to be what I just showed you in Exhibit 88?
Yes.
You see that there's a red bubble there. Does that have any meaning to you as you look at the map?
Yes, it'd be the location of 34 Fairview.
Okay. And as we look at the map, Cedar Crest is up the top and Chapman is down the bottom.
That is correct.
With regard to the directions that you gave, or you or your wife gave John O'Keefe, if they were coming as you directed them on Chapman Street, would they be taking a right onto Fairview or a left?
If they went the way that we mentioned, they'd be taking a left.
Okay, so in terms of looking at this map, they'd be traveling on Chapman Street really from the left to the right as you look at Exhibit 88, correct?
Yes, left to right, correct.
All right, and that would allow them to take a left down Fairview, heading towards Cedar Crest, correct?
That is correct.
And you would agree with me that that would put the driver's side closest to the Albert property if they just kept going straight all the way to Cedar Crest, correct?
Yes, the driver's side would have been closest to the property.
Okay, we can turn the lights back on. That would mean, well, strike that. So you agree with me that your state of mind was that was the direction that they would go?
That's what I thought they would have, that's how I thought they would have come into the neighborhood, correct?
But you never saw the black SUV traveling in that direction or parked in that direction, correct?
That's correct.
That would mean that in order for the SUV to be facing in the other direction, one way would be for it to make a three-point turn, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
So we're saying if they came down from Chapman and then spun around and facing back up towards Chapman, is what you're asking? Yes, at some point she would have had to turn around.
Or do a three-point turn, correct?
She could do a three-point turn, or she could just loop around at Cedar Crest and come back up. Either one.
Right. And a three-point turn would be consistent with what the V-shaped tire tracks that you saw when you looked out the front of Brian Albert's house, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
When you were interviewed by Michael Proctor on January 29th of 2022, you had not spoken with Ryan Nagel, correct?
No.
So it's fair to say you did not know what, if anything, Ryan Nagel had seen in terms of how or what direction the black SUV arrived in, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
When you spoke to Michael Proctor on January 29th of 2022, the phone conversation that your wife had with John O'Keefe that you were either participating in or listening to, that was regarding the directions. That was fresh in your mind on January 29th, correct?
Yeah.
Those directions had just been given to John, the night before or really hours before, correct?
Yes.
So on January 29th, when you're talking to Michael Proctor, believing that John had driven down Chapman Street, you were trying to square in your own mind how the vehicle wound up in the other direction when you looked out the house, correct?
Objection.
Were you?
Can you just repeat that again?
Yeah,
I think I heard you. I just want to make
It
sure.
wasn't a great question. I'll see if I can make it any better. You're talking with Michael Proctor on January 29th in the afternoon, correct?
Yes.
And he's asking you about the positioning of the black SUV, among other things, correct?
Yes.
Again, I'm just getting to your state of mind. Your state of mind was that you gave the direction, you or your wife gave the directions to John, and you're thinking he came down Chapman, but you never saw the vehicle in that direction. It was only in the other direction facing toward Chapman. Is that fair?
Yes.
And so you're naturally trying to square in your own mind, trying to make it make sense as to how that happened, correct?
Objection.
You can answer that. Were you trying to square that in your own mind?
I wasn't trying to, I don't know if I was trying to square it. I just knew that for some reason her vehicle was facing up Chapman. Are you asking?
All right.
I didn't know what she did. I just know her vehicle was facing up Chapman.
And to you, that was the significance of the V-shaped tire tracks when you're talking to Proctor, right?
Objection.
Was it?
If I recall, I said there was a V-shaped tire tracks, and I believe the question was, could it be consistent with a three-point turn? I said it could be. I didn't know if it was a three-point turn. It could be because it was weird tracks. Again, I did not see the vehicle. I don't know if she pulled in the driveway and turned. I don't know if she went to Cedar Crest and turned. I don't know if she did a three-point turn and turn. I have no idea.
All right, but just one last question on this three-point turn. You offered the V-shaped tire tracks as an explanation for what could have happened, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that one.
I had stated there was a V-shaped tire tracks. I didn't say it was a three-point turn.
All right, well, you'd agree with me in any case that if John and Karen entered from Cedar Crest and you saw them where you saw them, there'd be no need for a three-point turn, correct?
So you're saying if she didn't come from Chapman, she came from the other side, Cedar Crest, there would be no need for a three-point turn or any type of turn because she was already facing that way.
That's right. If she came from Cedar Crest, she's already in the very direction that you saw the black SUV when you looked out, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, your testimony during this trial is that you were looking straight out from the house to the street. And, again, I understand your qualification. It could have been 3 feet this way or 3 feet that way. But your memory is that the car was essentially right in front of you, give or take, the first time you saw it.
My memory is the car was right in front of the front door.
Yes, okay. And
Not
you were
much,
looking
Brandon.
straight at it, correct?
As I had stated earlier, the first time I looked out, I don't recall if I was looking straight out from the front door or if I was peeking out through the window, but it was, my sight would had it lined up in front of the front door. So if I looked out from the front door, then it would have been, yes, straight in front of me.
And you would agree with me that when you were looking at the vehicle from wherever you were looking at it, you were looking straight over the front lawn, correct?
I would have been looking over the lawn, correct?
And
Again,
the
I was focused on the
V-shaped
vehicle.
tire tracks were
Hold on, Mr.
Sorry.
Unetti.
I said I was focused on the vehicle. I was focused.
I didn't know that he was not done with his answer.
My fault.
We only can have one person speaking at a time. The court reporter can't be expected to have two different people at the same time. So please be cautious. The lawyer needs to be cautious of that.
I will try, Your Honor. Did you get your full answer out, sir?
I did.
Okay. You would agree with me that the V-shaped tire tracks were farther away from you than the front lawn?
Yes, they were on the road.
And if you were able to clearly see those V-shaped tire tracks, you certainly were able to clearly see the Albert's front lawn, correct?
As I mentioned, I was
Oh,
looking
of course not,
over
right?
the lawn, but
Right.
You were
I'm assuming the lawn was somehow in my visibility. I wasn't
come
focusing on the
on,
lawn.
guy.
I'm going to try that question again.
So your eyesight goes up and down? So
If you
the
were
lawn's
able
just
to
He's like a
non-existent.
see the
T-Rex.
V-shaped tire tracks,
If there isn't movement, he doesn't see it.
That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. Am I just being ridiculous? Because well, I wasn't looking I was looking over the lawn. What? That's not how eyesight works.
It has his part.
Yeah, does he not have peripheral vision?
Again, he's a T-Rex. If it doesn't move, he
I
doesn't
mean, it's
see
good
it.
good enough for him to see directly to the road all the way from the house. He could see tire tracks really well in the dark,
Yeah.
but he can't see a grown man lying on the lawn.
Yeah.
Missing on the lawn.
okay. I'm going to try that question again and see if I can get a yes or no answer. If you were able to clearly see the V-shaped tire tracks, you were certainly able to clearly see the Albert's front lawn, correct?
If I looked at it, it's a confusing question. As
The
I said, I was
road
focused
is
on the road.
Past the
I
lawn,
wasn't
sir.
looking at the lawn.
But let me
It's
be
confusing
clear. I'm
if you
not
don't
asking
have
you if you looked
brain
at it.
cells.
I asked if you were
Marion
able
Joseph.
to clearly see it.
I would be able to, yes.
And when you looked out at that black SUV, and saw the V-shaped tire tracks, you did not see a 6'2" man lying on the front lawn, correct?
No, I did not.
Thank you, Welsh lady.
And at no point in time, whenever you looked at that black SUV, did you see John O'Keefe inside the vehicle, correct?
No, I did not see John in the vehicle.
At no point in time did you hear any yelling outside 34 Fairview, correct?
No, I did not.
At no point in time did you hear any scream of pain outside 34 Fairview, correct?
No, I didn't.
At no point in time did you ever hear any crash noises outside 34 Fairview.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No.
Why are you objecting
And
to that?
last question on this.
Claim he was hit by a car.
Did you hear any noises at all outside 34 Fairview that attracted your attention?
No, there's music playing in the house, so I didn't hear anything.
I didn't hear anything.
We were
Yeah.
listening to Tay Tay, and no one pays attention when she's on.
Dude, you woke up from a dead sleep to somebody yelling on the phone. Maybe on speaker, maybe not, but I don't know. I'm just saying. Brandon, thank you for the super chat. Toasters will fly on the Ides of March. Streamers beware. The Ides of March was like 2 days ago, right?
Well, it'd be the Ides of May.
Yeah, May.
We have a whole year to get. We have a whole year to get ready for the Ides of March.
All right,
Everyone
well.
start assembling your shields to beware of the toasters.
Thank you, Brandon. All right.
Okay. Now, after being at the Albert home for a period of time early that morning, you left the home approximately 1:40 a.m. or so,
Yeah, give or take 1:40, 1:45. I don't know the exact time.
and you walked out with your wife, Jennifer McCabe, and two of Brian Jr.'s friends, correct?
Yes, Brian's two friends were joining Jennifer and I. We were driving them home.
And whether you knew their names or not that night, you subsequently learned their names to be Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel.
That's correct.
And you all came out of the house together, correct?
Yeah, I don't recall who was where when we walked to the car, but we all left the house at the same time.
And directly in front of all of you was the front lawn, correct?
If I was to walk straight out the front door, yes, the front lawn's in front of me.
And when you were walking out, the black SUV was gone, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And when you first came out of the house facing that front lawn, you didn't see a black baseball cap, correct?
That's correct.
Or a black sneaker, correct?
That's correct.
Or 45 pieces of red plastic taillight, correct?
That's correct.
Or even one, correct?
That's correct.
And once again, you didn't see a 6'2" man lying on the front lawn, correct?
No, I wish I did, but I didn't.
As you were walking out with your wife and these two other women, none of them yelled that they saw anything like that, correct?
Correct.
And then you all piled into the vehicle, which was in the driveway, correct?
Yes.
you and your wife got into the front, the driver's seat and the passenger seat, correct?
Yes, I sat in the driver's seat. My wife was in the passenger seat. I had to brush off the car, but that's where we sat.
And the other two women who were friends with Brian Jr. got into the second row passenger seat, correct?
Yes,
And I believe your testimony is you don't know who was where within that, but they did get in there.
yes, they were behind us. I don't know who sat in what seat.
Once you got inside the vehicle, is that when you realized that you had left something back into the house?
I don't recall leaving something in the house.
So these two poor young girls are getting into this car with this guy in a blizzard, supposedly, and he can barely see right in front of him.
Yeah.
Like,
Well,
this dude with vision problems, clearly.
not only vision, but he's soused to the gills, or maybe
Right.
that's just tactically drunk. I don't know, to go with his
With his-
tactical vision.
Maybe his crystal light splash was a little fermented. I don't know, but
What in
Oh.
the actual?
I know.
I'm sorry?
I don't recall leaving something in the house. If I did, I did. I don't recall leaving something in the house.
You don't recall going back into the house?
No, I don't
the dead
recall going
body.
back in the house.
If you went back into the house, the front lawn would have been directly in front of you from the driveway, correct?
The lawn would have been to my left, and I would have went up the walkway to
Right.
the house.
Okay, well, that's my next question. When you went up the walkway, the front lawn would have been to your left, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And then coming out, you would have had the same view that you'd had the first time, correct?
Yes, I would have come back out the same way down the steps to the left.
And without going through all the various items that I asked you about in terms of not seeing on the front lawn, the speaker, the cap, the tail light, et cetera, you didn't see any of that stuff at any point the second time, correct?
Correct. I did not see anything.
Okay, so now you're finally back in your vehicle and you are backing out of the driveway, correct?
Yes,
Is it fair to say that to get to strike that. Is it fair to say that to drop the women off, your plan was to head toward Chapman Street?
yes, that's what we did.
Which would mean that as you back out of the driveway, the rear end of your car would have been facing towards Cedar Crest.
Correct.
And then you would straighten out, and now you've got a straight shot up toward Chapman Street, correct?
Yes,
And it would also mean that you drove the length of the Alberts property, correct?
yes.
While you did that, sir, Julie Nagel never said, "What was that?" Did she?
I did not hear Julie say that.
She never said she had
Shocker.
seen a black object, correct?
I did not hear her say that.
She never said that she saw a black blob, correct?
I did not hear her say that.
And she didn't say that the black blob that she supposedly saw was 5 or 6 feet in length, correct?
Again, I did not hear her say it.
And she never said that she might have seen a person, correct?
I did not hear her. You talk about in the car?
Correct.
Yeah, I did not hear her say it in the car.
And you were right there driving, correct?
I was driving, obviously focused on the road. The windshield wipers, it was snowing pretty heavily.
You
No,
didn't have earplugs.
so you can't hear anything.
I didn't, but they were all talking
You're
in the
from
car.
Massachusetts. I've heard it snows there.
No, I didn't.
Right. Now he's Helen
I mean,
Keller.
if you-
See?
if-
Here?
if you-
Yeah,
were
I
like
swear to God, he's Helen Keller now.
He is.
He has selective vision.
All we
and
need is
selective
that
hearing,
water scene, and this will be hilarious.
so- Shut up. Get out of here.
Well, he does. I mean, look at this face. You could already do it. Someone, if you have AI help, have this face next to a water spigot with the nurse, the Irish nurse from Helen Keller, the movie.
Somebody
I
do
would
that,
laugh
please.
my boobs off.
Okay. Make Mo laugh her boobs off, everybody. Please.
Brandon has a super chat that I didn't pre-read, so God help me if it says something bad. Marissa, should I go first cut or more towards the 6 to 8 bones for a low and slow cook? I'm thinking the latter, but I'll trust your expert opinion.
Oh my God.
What Are you making a roast, sir?
Or are you Chandler Haldersing it up? I mean, we will be alibis, but we just kind of need to know in advance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you need a NutriBullet? I have one.
Oh, ew.
Sorry for that callback, y'all.
Too soon. No, I'm kidding.
I thought it passed long enough. But
The windshield wipers, it was snowing pretty heavily.
You didn't
Was
have
it?
earplugs in.
I didn't, but they were all talking in the car.
You didn't have AirPods in.
No, I didn't.
Certainly not the noise cancellation AirPods, correct?
Correct. I did not have
So-
earplugs.
And you never stopped the car because you never heard Julie Nagel say anything about anybody being in trouble, correct?
I did not hear her say it.
Okay. You woke up the next morning, as you said, to screaming, correct?
Yes.
The screaming was so loud that you thought that the person screaming was actually in your bedroom, correct?
That is correct.
That was, and it startled you, fair to say?
Yes, it did.
And then ultimately, you learned that Karen Reed ended up in your driveway, correct?
Yes.
You could hear her screaming outside, correct?
I could hear her outside, correct.
She was hysterical
She was screaming, Jen. She just kept repeating Jen.
in a hysterical manner.
Yeah, Jen, Jen. Yes.
And she was screaming so loud that she was in danger of waking up the whole neighborhood, correct?
She was loud, correct.
And other than
Like on the
screaming
phone?
Jen in that hysterical tone, you really couldn't make out her words a lot of the time, correct?
Not when she was outside my house, no.
yeah, this is when she got there.
Skipping
Okay.
ahead to when you went back to Fairview that morning, it's fair to say that when you went, did you say that you went inside Fairview at maybe around 7 a.m.? Is that a good estimate?
Yeah, I don't know the exact time, but it would say give or take, could be a little before, a little after, but somewhere in that vicinity.
And I believe you testified that the only people inside that you saw there were your wife, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert. In addition to Officer.
Officer, at that moment, that's who I recall seeing there.
Okay, so there were, and you didn't know where Brian Jr. was, whether he was sleeping, but you didn't see him.
I don't recall seeing him at that moment, no.
And Officer Lank was the only police official that you saw inside, correct?
At that moment, correct.
Okay. Now, in the days after January 29th, you participated in a group text exchange with 3 other people. Do you recall that?
Could you name the 3 people?
Sure. You had a group text chat going with your wife, Jennifer McCabe, your brother-in-law, Brian Albert, and your sister-in-law, Nicole Albert, correct?
Oh, yes.
Bring this in.
I'd like to ask you some questions about that group text chat, if I might.
Sure.
You would agree
Did you
with
feel
me
assaulted when
that
it was a butt
on
dial
February 1st of
or a
2022,
peen dial?
that was 3 days after John O'Keefe passed away, correct?
Yes.
And at some point on February 1st of 2022, you were physically either at or near the Albert home at 34 Fairview in Canton, correct?
I could have been. I don't recall if I was there.
You recall watching what investigators were doing in the neighborhood on February 1st?
I do not. If you could show it to me, I could maybe reflect my memory. I do not recall that specific day.
You don't recall monitoring what troopers were doing? In
I
the
was not
neighborhood?
monitoring anything that the troopers were doing. If I had driven down the street, dropping someone off, picking somebody up, and saw the troopers, then I saw the troopers. I was not monitoring anything.
Directing your attention to 1:34 p.m. and 27 seconds. You texted your wife, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, quote, "Troopers back out front, but in front of Asian house." Did you not?
What house?
If I texted that, you could show it to me.
Do you say Asian house?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I heard, but I could
Hold
be
on.
wrong.
Show it to me.
Did you not front, but in front of Asian house? Did
Yeah.
you not?
If I texted that,
Wait a minute. Do they call their neighbors the Asian house? I sense a hate crime.
Oh, man.
2150.
No, show it to
I
him.
hope it was a restaurant.
attach it.
Oh, you show it to.
Show it to
Oh, I'm
Mr. Miller
sorry.
and don't reference what it is.
You think this is my first try?
Oh, yeah, buddy.
Do you think he watches? He's got to watch at night, right? Like,
Thank you.
what are these
I'm
people
showing you
thinking?
documents,
I
sir.
don't know why they wouldn't.
Or look at it by yourself and look up at me when you're done.
I don't use glasses, but I can't see this. So maybe I need
my-
glasses.
Okay, sir, you can see tire tracks 17 miles
I'm-
away, but you can't read a piece of paper in front of your face.
Well,
Oh.
I guess we solved that mystery.
Come on.
So basically, what?
First of all, his vision goes over yards and onto roads specifically. And then he has a piece of paper in front of his beady little eyes and he can't see anything.
It is like
What is going on?
34 in Comic Sans. I am confused.
My favorite thought. Everyone hates it, but I love it.
And if you look up or look at it by yourself and look up at me when you're done.
I don't use glasses, but I can't see this. So maybe I need glasses.
Oh my Lord.
I'm making it out. I got it.
I do have
Is that a light?
No, he says he doesn't.
No, it's
wear-
not. It's just dark, but I got it.
Oh,
Ah.
fuck. Well, then how did you even see the Jeep if you can't see?
Yeah,
when it's
how
dark?
can you see anything? How are you driving?
How
do you
are you
drive,
supposed to see the car if you can't even see in the dock? Jesus, Mary, and Joseph.
What the hell?
Oh, is he really?
Oh my
Is he
God.
really complaining about this?
I'm reading mine, right? The middle one?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You take
yeah.
a picture
God.
of it, it's on
Yep,
you.
I got it.
This guy is a
I see it.
D-bag.
Let me just grab
Yes.
that.
Thank you.
It's not
Oh,
like they
brother.
wrote it in wingdings, for God's sake.
Having reviewed that document, is your memory refreshed?
Look at him. Stupid.
I
I can't
see
with
that
this
I
guy.
texted what you said I texted. The
Okay.
troopers were outside of the house. Yes.
Right, that's my question. This is a page that contains the group text that you had with Jen McCabe, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, correct?
Yes.
And in terms of the question that I asked you, you now acknowledge that you testified troopers back out front, but in front of Asian house, correct?
That's correct.
Mr. McCabe, what is an Asian house?
The next door neighbors to the Alberts were Asian.
Oh my God, I was right. This is flipping awful.
Serious?
Well, at
right
least
now?
didn't say cat killers or something.
Oh,
I
Lord.
mean,
No.
it could have been worse.
What a. I mean, sure.
To be
Well,
fair, I'd probably name it that
That's so
thing too.
funny. I know. I mean, no.
No, come on, no.
It's just funny. Oh, you had to say it, and then they're like, "What is an Asian house?"
Those people are different. We're gonna go like, did they have a name? Did you meet them or no?
Oh
Because-
my God,
Probably
that's funny.
But to be fair, if they had given me their name, I probably would have misspelled it. To be very honest with you, I'd be like, how do you phonetic that? In Mandarin, I'm
to
just
be
asking.
fair, it could be young, like Y-U-N-G, like 4
Right?
letters. Oh my gosh, I was really hoping it was a restaurant, but I was wrong.
No, it's just funny.
That a family of Asian origin lived next door?
Yes.
They were the
He
next
just
door
wants
neighbors to your
make
brother-in-law
him
and
look-
sister-in-law?
Like a D-bag.
Correct. They lived, if you come out of Fairview, they lived to the right of the Alberts.
And did you know their last name was the Chungs?
I had no idea that. I've never met them. I don't know their last names. I just knew it was an Asian family next door.
And you didn't feel the need to ask their names or try to call them by their names?
I've never met them. Sorry.
Objections?
I don't know why.
Objection. This soft racism is just a part and parcel of life in Canton.
He's just trying to make him look bad, and I think it's so funny.
Brandon, thank you for
Lolly is like,
super chat.
isn't it all the hell? Can I get one witness that isn't a douchebag?
Oh my God.
You didn't give a crap about even knowing their name, did you, sir?
I was going to say this, but I didn't want to say it out loud because it's not my channel. But I mean, come on.
Sir, you knew your phone was going to be searched.
I mean,
I would have
this,
changed it to
this
the house
goes to
across the street.
character, right? Like,
I mean, to be honest and real though, I mean, I might have put the same thing because I don't people. So if new neighbors came in and I didn't see them, they'd be like, that house on the end of the street. Look, I put people in as like redheaded chick's mom because my daughter has two friends with the same name. So I'm like, blonde or redhead?
It's just funny when it comes out in like a court setting. It's just funnier.
oh, brother.
I mean, I can't say if I didn't know the name of a neighbor, but I
When
knew it was a
you did
family
tell-
of Asians. I'd be like, the Asian family down there, you know?
I mean, yeah, but I don't know if I would refer to it like that in a text. Oh, now I'm going to go through my phone, I think, and cleanse just in case.
We're all like, bleach bit. How do we work this, Hillary?
Oh
I
my
hear
gosh,
you say.
Oh, okay.
It
Wait a
just
minute.
Too soon. Too
It's
soon.
just
When
so
you
stupid.
did tell the
Oh,
group
we
chat
needed that.
about the troopers being at that house, nobody asked you to clarify which house you were talking about, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Did anyone ask you to clarify?
Nobody asked me to clarify that I
Oh.
recall.
In fact, Brian Albert responded with just a question right now. Do you recall that?
Yes, I think that was on the screen you just showed me.
And you responded yes, correct?
Mhm.
Did I get to see all the text or no?
Say. Let's assume, like, unlike you, when he asks a
And with the court's
question,
permission,
he knows
Yes.
what he's talking about.
And with the court's permission,
Yes.
I'm going to give you the previous page in case you need
Just,
it.
just give it to him.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Oh my
Oh,
God. Bev,
And hand him the readers.
calm down.
Mine are
He can't
fake,
see
so I
anything.
can't.
He sees everything, but he also
I'll
can't
just
see
give you
anything.
one, and if you need the other, just let me know.
No problem.
You just
Thank
gotta
you.
believe him. You gotta believe how
And again,
much he
just
saw that
Look at
night.
it silently.
Even though he can't read a paper in front of his face.
Or in the dark.
Yeah.
So am I to assume where you said Brian Albert said right now?
Yeah, would you like to see that?
So would that be the last one and then this is the next one?
What you,
I'm just making sure.
I understand, I appreciate that. You tell me.
Okay.
If with the court's permission.
Thank you. Yep. That's what I was just looking for.
I may collect the document.
I didn't read the rest of it.
No, take your time, please.
It's 2 pages, sir. Of text.
Okay. Thank you.
Not like Dante's Inferno.
You're welcome.
You would agree with me that after you told the group, in this group text, that the troopers were back out front, in front of that house, Brian Albert's response was, right now?
Yes,
And then you said yes, correct?
yes.
And then Brian Albert replied, okay, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. As of the reading.
Okay. Is that how he replied?
That's what it just said, yes.
All right. Now, at that point, you texted the
Lally.
group that you were trying to get a picture of what you were seeing, correct?
I didn't see that on the text.
And you don't deny that you said that in the text,
Can you
correct?
show me the text, please?
Oh, sure.
For the
Oh,
love of
you
all
said
that
you
is
didn't
holy.
see it in the
I didn't
text?
see
I
that,
know.
no.
I'm sorry. That's probably because I didn't give it to you.
All right, we need to work on this water thing real quick because this is pissing me off.
May I put-
Yes. Have you shown those both to Mr. Lally?
That's the next page after this one. I'm showing you 2 pages.
Okay.
Again, read it to yourself and look up at me when you're done.
Oh my.
Do you have a phone with a flashlight on you?
I don't have a phone on me. If
For
you have a
God's
flashlight, I'll be
sake.
able to see it.
Do you mind?
Oh my God.
Oh, brother.
Nancy, Madam Court Reporter, Mr. Clerk.
Okay,
Oh, okay.
Let's get the sparkle phone.
he's not still a practicing officer, is he? Because
He's an
not an
IT guy. He's an IT guy.
oh well,
Very
it's not like
much.
he needed that
All
for
right, much
computers.
better.
I'm sure.
Oh yeah. He doesn't need to.
It's not that dark. There's light literally everywhere around him.
Okay, the only thing I'm thinking now that it just came to me, if he is colorblind, then the grays are not going to be distinct enough.
Fair.
I feel like he would have said that though.
But
I'm also
then why is
colorblind.
he a cop? Because then he can't tell if people are running red lights.
He's not a cop. He's an IT guy.
Okay, then he can't make code
I got it now.
in red. I don't know.
How did he see
Grab
anything?
that from you.
How does he know if the code red Dr. Pepper or Mountain Dew he has is code red?
Are you even allowed to drive, sir?
Having reviewed that, do you acknowledge that you texted the group that you were trying to get a picture of what you were seeing?
Yes, I said I was going to try to take a photo.
You would agree with me that you were watching what was going on, correct, on February 1st?
No, I just happened to be driving through the neighborhood at that moment.
So you happen to be driving through, and then you texted the group to tell them what you saw, correct?
Yes,
And then you didn't just keep driving up the road and leave the area, did you?
I think I did.
Well,
I don't, unless you tell me I went back, I think I did. I said I was going to try to take a picture.
right, well, that's my point.
Yeah.
You weren't, just having seen the troopers back out there at that house, in your mind, you still weren't done, correct?
I was going to take a picture to show them, oh, the troopers are outside your house.
Right, so in answer to my question, you weren't done with that scene, correct?
I think I was, because I don't know if I took a picture.
Well,
I think I went through. I mentioned I was going to try to take a picture.
That's
I don't know if I took a picture or not.
you didn't intend to be done at that point, correct?
I didn't intend to be done.
Right, because you wanted to take a picture of what was going on.
I was going to take a picture to show them that troopers were outside in front of the
Right,
house.
you wanted
Correct.
to continue to monitor what was going on, did you not?
I was not monitoring what was going on. I just happened to drive by at that moment.
Maybe you seen the sidebar?
Okay. Brandon,
Mm-hmm.
I am not reading that. Give me a break.
Cartman from City Walk, if you want to. I am hearing that in his voice.
Everybody read Brandon's super chat silently to yourself,
Yes.
and we will acknowledge him. Thank you, Brandon.
Thank you
Class,
so much,
look
Brandon.
up when you're done reading, so we know
Yeah.
that you're done.
Correct. I will have Baker read this one when he comes back. How about that?
Yeah,
That is a
let
great
that be
idea.
special.
Oh gosh, what are we doing now?
Well, I'm going to get done with this cross stitch is what's going to happen. And this, we're still going to be on, was it snowing or not?
Ugh.
He's still going to be fighting on the stand going, I can't see anything.
Are we sending
He's
the
just
jury
going
out?
to, first of all, if he just would, if he says, I'm just Helen Keller right now. Just
Look, I didn't want to tell you
pull
all
the
this, but
Helen
I'm
Keller
doing it.
card already. Just do it.
Is there any objection from counsel if Mr. McKay brings his own phone back in? Should he need a flashlight again?
Oh my God.
Willing to do that. Okay. Yeah.
Really? Ugh.
All right. Thank you.
All rise for the court, please.
No,
we
don't take
taking
a
a
break.
break?
I promised myself I would do laundry
Oh.
on the break.
Maybe this is their midday break. Yeah.
Well, the good news is we are behind.
Yeah, cool. You can get right through the break.
And
Is
I
this
think-
the lunch break or is this the morning break?
They
This
go
is
to
the
the
morning.
lunch at 1 usually.
Oh, okay. I
we
wasn't
are now
quite sure.
live.
But
Yeah.
my whiteboard is on its way, trekking closer and closer to me, so I can start finally making sense of
Hey,
this.
What
And
happened
how are
to
you
your
though?
did you
How
get
you
to
doing?
keep the pew pew safe?
I did. They gave me a 20% refund because by the time I looked at shipping, I would have paid more to ship it back to them. I still want to, if I could get a picture of the look on the guy's face that ordered the pew pew case when he got a giant whiteboard, I would like to see that.
Yeah.
Is this?
Yeah, I'm going to take this opportunity to find a different feed that has closed captions.
Oh, yeah.
Ew.
Probably either what Law and Crime or the Boston 25 or whatever it is.
Yeah. Oh, Brandon, I'm not reading that. I can already tell what it says, and I'm not reading it. I don't want to read it.
I would read it for a price, but this is Baker's channel, and I don't want to get his channel nuked. He
Everybody
is
read.
too awesome, and he's doing such a great job. I can't.
He said being more racist than the guy on the stand is quite a job. I
Yeah.
will read that. I thought it was funny.
We love you long time.
Yes.
Goodness. You know what's funny? I'm not even like subscribed to Law and whatever. So
I always get, there's two channels. So there's one for like trial and one for like commentary. And I always get those confused.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
think
I
he's
do them
back.
both so that I can see all the cases that come out.
Oh, I know. Jamie's great at that. She's like, the verdict is in. And I'm like, where did you look at? She's like, it's on the TikTok or it's on the Twitter.
It's on the Twitters. You just
On the
follow everything.
Twitters.
They'll tell you.
All right. 1 second. They are back. At the stage. Okay. Let me get Brandon's BS down Thank you again, Brandon. We love you.
Thank you, Brandon, and for supporting Baker and always giving us fun chat.
Always,
Yeah.
giving us a good laugh.
Yes.
I'm just going to boost.
Oh,
All right, Ms. Giannetti.
Thank you, Ron. Mr. McKay, I'm going to approach this in a little bit of a different way to hopefully make it easier on you and me and the jury. I'd like to hand you, with the court's permission, the 4 pages that you've already reviewed, just to have you identify them. If I may, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
oh,
And I'd just like you to take a look at them and just confirm that's what you've already seen before we took the break.
oh, Brandon.
Yes, these are the ones you showed me earlier.
Thank you, sir. May I approach?
Yes.
Having reviewed those, sir, does this appear to be an accurate transcription of the sequence and the content of the group text chat within that time frame?
Yes.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
All right, the only concern I have is I don't want to give the jury something they need a flashlight to read.
Well, my next...
So can I see it?
Of course.
His
Why don't I
like
see-
smile.
Oh, whatever. She's gonna
Ugh.
probably sit there and be like, "Yeah, it does need a flashlight to read. He's so right."
You're
When
like-
everybody else
she's
can
gonna
see
be
it just fine.
You are trying to trick us with, contrasting colors. How dare you?
Yeah.
Gross, this tie. I've seen better looking balloon knots than his tie knot. Well, I don't know what you're looking at day to day. But-
Yeah, haven't ever tied a tie, so
And I don't really frequently look at balloon knots, so.
We have to proofread your messages, Brandon. Marissa is literally proofreading all my messages. This is America. Home of the brave, land of the free, allegedly.
Listen, I learn from my mistakes, unlike some people, but yes,
Oh.
I'm aware with Stephen. But thank you for defining for us.
well, I had no idea, so I learned I was today years old when I learned that.
Wait, what?
Well, balloon knot. Look at. I know Valhalla.
Lord.
Jamie on the screen. So,
Is that real? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I didn't know that. But are we shocked?
unfortunately, never mind. I'm not even going to say it because it'll get clipped. I don't want to be clipped again.
Well, at least you're actively thinking about it because I just go on a tirade and they're like, that's clippable. I'm like, what did I just say?
Yeah, like I don't even know what I just said.
Oh man, I wish we weren't caught up.
I mean, I guess, Danny. I haven't really thought of it that way. Okay.
Guess I've never sat and thought about that.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you.
Did someone say donkey? Nope.
So, Mr. Bates, if you would display the first page,
I have a
21.
headache. Ooh. Shit, watch me not be able to read it.
Sir.
How is your
I could
distance?
pretty much read that from
You
here.
able to read what's on the screen?
I don't know why it's on blue. This is. Can I have them in front of me
Can
while
I
you're
have that? Thank
displaying
you.
them?
Yes.
Please. Thank you very much.
And feel free to use the flashlight there.
Yes, thank you.
There we go.
Oh yeah, that's much better.
Okay,
Yes.
now we can all see it.
They're not
With
even
regard
bad.
to your initial
Oh my God, it's clear as day.
that, we talked
Jamie,
about,
get out your mad buddy.
what you texted.
Guys, I'm blind AF, so, and I can see this. I'm not wearing glasses either.
Oh,
Oh yeah, that's much better.
Much better. Okay,
Yes.
now we can all see it. With regard to your initial text exchange that we talked about, can you confirm what you texted at 1:34 and 27 seconds in the afternoon of February 1st, 2022?
Yes. Do you want me?
Yes.
Oh, troopers back out front, but in front of Agent House. Looks like more has been dug up there for at least looks like it.
Oh, and, Mr. Bates,
Ooh, look at when he makes it green, it's even better.
to see the responses. And who was it that responded to your notification that the troopers were back out front?
That would be Brian Albert.
Right
Me
now,
too,
see it.
Yamaha.
Yeah, yep, senior.
And his response was,
Right now.
and that was at 1:34 PM and 45 seconds?
Yes, it was.
And you took that to be a question, correct?
Yeah, asking right now, yes.
And we can move to the next. Yes, 2151, please. Ed, walking this way. Yes, please. All right. And you responded to Brian by saying what to his question about right now?
I responded, yes,
And that was at 1:34 PM and 56 seconds?
yes.
You would have still been on scene at that time?
I'm not sure if I was still on scene, but I was obviously, if it was in the area, I must have been in the area, correct?
And the next exchange, and who responded to you?
Brian Albert again,
And his response was?
okay.
You have a memory as to whether or not Brian Albert was on scene at that time or if he was somewhere else?
I don't have a memory of where Brian was at that time.
Given the fact that you're saying troopers are out front and he's asking right now,
I'd assume he's not, I'd assume he's somewhere else, yeah.
Brandon, thank you for the super chat. God, just pull up the message in chat. Do you mean the super chats? I'm pulling them up.
I think he wants his chats pulled up too. He's so special, isn't he?
Thank you.
Well,
and your response to him, or your response to the group, I should say, was what?
I had to pick up a car, so I drove through.
Right, so this is a little further than we talked about.
Oh, I know, we're getting to the
It's
next.
Friday, Mo. You do whatever you want.
So take this one down, please.
me just a moment here, I'm sorry.
He's in a stolen car. I mean, what are we trying to do here?
I mean,
Just let
other
him put
than
up the freaking things.
oh, hire me as an expert to read to him.
Yes, the second bubble, please, Mr. Bates, on 2152.
Because he was trying to get him about like this monitoring, like they were monitoring all the investigation
Right.
and stuff like that. And
Okay.
trying to pull up all
Now
these
we're
group
at
messages they were making.
1:35 p.m. and 16 seconds, Mr. McKay.
Yes, that's correct.
And your text to the group of you, your wife, Brian, and Nicole Albert is what?
Trying to get pictures.
All right. And at this point, I've asked the next bubble be displayed, and then I'm going to skip to the bubble after that once you see it. The next bubble comes from Brian Albert.
Can't even type.
Yes, Brian Albert.
Okay.
All right, and that's at 1:35 and 30.
Ms. Giannetti, let him,
Okay,
the screen speaks for itself.
What-
If it
what-
doesn't, then the witness.
of course. What time is that at?
The witness says he can't see, so how is he going to
Yeah.
35, 32.
Get him a speaking spell.
And his response, does that appear to be a typo?
PK, I'm assuming.
All right, the next bubble after that? It would be,
Friday.
21:53, it's off.
Mads, I think that's all we've proven yet.
And that is from whom?
Brian Albert.
All right, and the time there, are you able to make that out?
Does that say 1:35, 34 or 1:38, 34?
Whatever it says. If you can't see it, you can't see it. Next.
Sure, and his response
Why
was,
is she so?
Okay,
does that appear to be correct in the PK?
She hasn't had a smoke.
I'd have to go back and,
Well, the previous one, you tested.
Next question.
Sure. All right, we can take that off for a minute. I'd like to just go over two more areas of these group chats with you. You would agree with me that later that same day on February 4th, the four of you, your wife, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, discussed in that group chat the fact that Michael Proctor was talking to Kerry Roberts over the phone, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
At 3:01 and 48 seconds, you commented on the interview of Michael Proctor with Kerry Roberts, did you not?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we be seen?
Okay. Jersey.
Jesus Christ, Brandon.
Do I really have to read that?
Yes, please.
Oh my God.
So I'm at this bar in Kalamazoo. I go to the bathroom, and as I'm eating my shrimp scampi, I notice a hole in the stall. And all I hear from Val is, "Come on in, brother. The five of us have a 30 rack of Bud Light." Thank you so much.
Oh.
Jesus Christ.
Say what you want, but I'm hitting dingers today. I mean,
You're making this at least more enjoyable because this
Yeah.
guy pretending to not know how to read is. or what-
Brandon's
It's
got
like
that Friday energy. Right
he said, "What it depends on what the word is means, Mr. Clinton."
PK, because I can't spell. Ooh, I'm not pulling up Puddle Towns, but that's funny. It's you eating shrimp and yeah, that's a good question. Why are we eating shrimp in the bathroom?
Because
Yeah.
Red Lobster's about to go out of business. We're getting all the shrimp we can eat right now. Right, meow.
Oh yeah, if it's all you can eat shrimp. Then you got to take your plate to the bathroom so you don't waste any time.
I
You
know.
don't waste any time. That's the point.
I do tend to shine on Fridays. Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, I think they're working together, but they're not working well together. Like, whoever came up with this cockamamie plan didn't do a very good job.
They
Or
just don't look good. This family looks so shady, and they're just like
they
doing
needed
shady
charts and
things.
whiteboards, and they didn't have them.
Yeah. but Bev
Cheese
said,
shrimp.
"Oh, I'm be confused." So,
Ugh.
Oh,
Why?
the sidebar.
What is she yelling about?
she's probably upset because the font is in Comic Sans.
We're hating on Comic Sans, Bev.
Well, that or she seems to just be upset when they show any exhibit,
She
And-
really does.
and it's odd.
I think there's something. It's more than something. There's some things wrong with this trial. It's all of it. It's hard to pay attention to the real story and then the one that they came up with.
Mm-hmm. Well, here's the thing: is what I think is funny is the state is trying so hard to just whatever the defense is coming at these people, right? They're just defending these people. The state isn't even really trying to prove that Karen did it or John's even passed away. Like, we barely heard about any of it. His injuries, how she did it, when she did it, like laying out a exact timeline. He's just chasing the defense around saying, "Nuh-uh, they didn't do anything, nuh-uh." So when the defense comes to their case, I guarantee they're going to blow them away because you're going to waste so much time trying to fight all these allegations the defense is saying. And the defense witnesses are going to prove their entire case, and they're not even going to care about the Alberts at that point. And it's gonna be crazy because Lally is wasting so much time with this, like just trying to prove that these people had nothing to do with it when you should be proving that Karen Reed is guilty.
Or he doesn't have Jack. All right, what are we doing, guys? Bev's hungry.
So I'd like you to not leave the witness in the dark if there's something that he can have.
What I'm going to do now, sir,
Literally in front of windows, sunlight.
to hand you 3 more pages and ask if you can identify those.
Thank you.
It is, right? That's what I feel like they're doing right now. I feel like the defense is on the rebuttal case
It does feel like that.
versus their primary. Yeah, like the primary case. So
They're saying she did it on purpose. But,
yeah, they're saying she intentionally ran him down.
But she didn't even do it on accident, or we don't think she did. I don't know what the heck happened at this
second degree. So it's in.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're saying it was intentional.
Thank you, Brandon.
God.
Someone said that we have a pervert that needs a talking to. I'm just here to fix the cable, but I can take care of this other issue as well. Thank you.
Mo needs a strong talking to, Brandon.
Yeah.
Yes.
Peter.
Jesus, he looks like a dog doing algebra.
It's comical.
Or
How
if you
he's-
asked me a trigonometry question, I'd be like, oh, I stopped liking math when we added letters to it.
Oh my God. Look at the. He looks like my grandpa.
This man saw tire tracks on a road 17 miles away.
Jesus,
But
Mary and Joseph.
he
It's
can't
not
read.
the zodiac letter.
But he's
Oh
having
my
trouble
God.
reading this paper.
He is the worst actor in the history of the world.
Yeah. Like I said before, the real John Travolta was a better actor.
Can we just,
Mr. McCabe, generally, do you recognize those,
Yeah.
sir? All right, so
I'm
go
just
ahead.
marching up. Yep.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Yannetti.
The pages that I've handed to you and that you now have in your possession, those are from the same group chat that you identified earlier, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it appears to have the same sequence and content of the group chat as well?
Yes.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
Over the Commonwealth's objection, again, I'm not sending anything to the jury that they can't read. So let's mark this for identification.
can we just drive those right into the courthouse? I mean, good God.
Is
Substance
that
of
a burn unit because he's acting so quiet? His brain is smoking?
What?
I said, are those sirens for the burn unit because his brain is smoking? It's working so hard.
I,
Like, for the burn unit, we need it.
yeah.
substance of those, each individual one.
Yeah, he needs to go see an eye doctor after this.
Understood. So, Mr. Bates, with regard to page 2160, I'm looking for the second bubble.
Do you have an extra copy for me to follow along? No? Or Jim, was it, Mr. Yannetti, was this in the,
Whistling?
what was marked for, you're using that? All right,
I believe we have extra copies here.
Thank you.
all right. And if it's a question by question objection, just,
May that be displayed on?
may what be displayed?
Well, I just offered that as an exhibit, and I'm asking.
And I did not take it in. I said the content on a question by question, so it's each bubble.
All right. You saw that at 3:01 p.m. and 48 seconds on February 1st that you texted, quote, very weird that she's been barely interviewed. The whole dead comment was just told. I was supposed to have them talk last night and forgot to tell Proctor to call her. Do you recall that?
I recall it, correct.
Those were your words, correct?
Yes, they are.
May that be displayed? Please?
No, it's in. We may display it later, but I'd like to move this testimony along, so that's in evidence.
And then in that discussion, at 3:03 p.m. and 15 seconds, it was Brian Albert who texted, quote, hope they don't think she's making it up after the fact for some reason, end quote, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
What's your objection?
Can you read the timestamp again?
It's the second
It's on
page.
page 02161.
Oh, I found it.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's in the middle. I got that timestamp correct.
You're
Correct?
in Dedham.
3:03:15.
Correct. And I read that accurately. Hope they don't think she's making it up after the fact.
Yes, that's correct.
And then less than a minute later at 3:05 and 32 seconds, you replied, yes, she was hardly interviewed, and I think just answered what was asked. Oh, I'm sorry, strike that whole question. I skipped his next response, which was at 3:05 and 2 seconds, where he said, but if they barely interviewed her, that's on them, correct?
That's from Brian. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, with regard to that exchange, you would agree with me that you were talking about Kerry Roberts being interviewed by Michael Proctor, correct?
I don't want to make an assumption. Do you have the text previous to this that shows that we're referencing Kerry?
I do, and I'll show you that only to refresh your memory.
Yeah, I don't want to assume something.
I understand. I'm going to show you one page and ask you to look at it silently to yourself.
Okay.
And I've opened the packet for the page.
Okay.
You
That's
can look
all it
at me
is.
when you're done.
I agree, Valhalla. Like,
Yeah.
oh my God, all these people look like idiots.
Cut him some
Well.
slack, as Marissa knows he's been through a lot of Mike.
Mm.
Okay. Thank you, Brandon.
Yeah. Again, my assumption it's Kerry based.
Oh. Thank you.
Can I go back another page?
Feel free.
Okay. That's what I was looking for.
Yes.
Did those previous pages refresh your memory about the context of your group chat conversation?
Yes, it did.
And certainly it was talking about Kerry Roberts being interviewed, correct?
Yes, it was.
And you were passing along information about that interview to Brian Albert, were you not?
Yes, I was letting him know that Kerry was being interviewed.
And you were telling him things that she was saying, correct? Remember you said the whole dead comment was just told?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
All right, in any case, we're going to move on to the very last discussion that I'd like to ask you about.
What with the faces?
Earlier that day, February 1st, 2022, at 12:50 p.m. and 37 seconds, Brian Albert texted the group, which would have again been his wife Nicole, your wife Jennifer, and you. And that text was...
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, so I can't, which bubble on which page?
02148.
Right, on which page?
That's the page, 02148.
Okay, so I don't have
And
it.
the bubble is the second of the three bubbles.
So I don't have it.
I don't have it.
I don't know what the objection's pertaining to. Jurors, I apologize that this is taking so long.
You're making it worse, Beth.
You know what,
So
Ms.
is
Giannetti,
the
why
witness.
don't you?
That's for the court, Your Honor. And
Oh my
for the-
So you're objecting to it, so I'm not going to let you say what it is. You can show it to the witness.
Yes, well,
Which one is this?
second
You're not
bubble
allowed
on
to.
02148. Then the third bubble on 02148. And then the first bubble on 02149. That's all I'll be asking him about.
Thank you.
All right, so I won't allow, based on the objection from the Commonwealth, the second bubble on 02148.
But we won't.
I will allow the author of the third bubble on page 02148.
No. The second bubble on 02148.
Is not allowed into evidence.
Why?
I need to be heard on that then.
No, all right, I'll hear you at sidebar.
Oh gosh, Bev.
Bev.
Wow.
Yeah, he's in the group texting. He's part of it. So why are we picking and choosing, Bev? I want to know. I like to know these things too. I hate that they don't argue it like on record. I wish they did.
Yeah. I don't know, but it sounds like she doesn't really care what they say.
But like, you're not gonna
at the
let
end.
one, but not the. You're gonna let one, but not the other. Like, what was the difference then?
I heard this was a free speech safe part of the internet. Is that true? Oh, look at, he went over to the other side. Look at you. Was she literally going to say he can't be correct? Yeah. I don't know. This is, you know what? I hope that the jury is just as frustrated because now they're like, I want to see what the thing is that we're not allowed to see.
No.
Mo, are you muted, Mo?
Oh, I said, this is what you get when you don't make these rulings beforehand. You're pissing off the jury.
Yeah.
I know. She was very adamant, like, I'll take it as it comes, the kind of thing. So,
yeah.
As a lady that seems to be time anal, she's not being efficient.
No.
Yeah, it is.
I kind of
terrible.
want to legendary every time. I'm gonna take those hoops out and kick her ass.
I think I was watching Tom CPU this morning, and what is it, Rita or Dina? Who's the person that like helps him?
Christy?
Maybe. She was talking about. She's like, I'm going to take my hoops out. I was dying just with the accent and stuff. Well, too much.
Love.
Oh my gosh, half of these I can't bring up.
Oh, Dina.
Dina, I thought so. Let's go. I got nothing with this. Fugazi spitting nonsense. I gotcha. You're censoring. Thank you. But have a beer on me, and if you want shots, I'll cash app you. Just saying. Shots. Every time I hear shots, like I think of that
song.
That song, yeah. Thank you, Brandon.
Oh, thank you, Danny. I haven't looked yet.
Yes, please.
Have the jury back, please.
Oh.
Let's see. It kind of looks like a belly button, though.
Or a cat's butthole.
Or like a baby butthole.
Yeah, she's terrible. And once they get to the defense side and all their witnesses, she's going to be like, we've already taken 20 weeks here, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, you have one day.
Would these be I've heard about there's like text or searches that someone in this camp looked up, like how long till hyperthermia. Is this that kind of stuff?
Yeah, his wife, Jen, has a deleted search of how long to die in cold.
Way before they even knew he was missing.
At like
Karen
2:27 in the morning, yeah.
And Mr. Jackson, if you are planning on doing this with the next witness, I'd like you to let Mr. Lally know which ones of these you intend to use so that we can avoid all of this.
Okay, Mr. Lally doesn't know anything.
For objections.
That is true. In a universe where two things can be true at the same time.
Lally seems to not even know where he's at right now.
Look at him sit there like a petulant child.
Court, all rise to the jury.
It's like he sits like a child, right? Like that just got admonished.
Yeah, and he acts like he hasn't seen any of the evidence in his own case.
Yeah, he's sitting there like that, and he looks like he probably won the objection.
Yes, I know, Peter. It was Haas long to dying cold, but we know what she meant.
Court is back in session. Please be seated.
Giannetti.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. McCabe, when we broke, I was just about to ask you about the last exchange here. You will agree with me that on February 1st of 2022 at 12:51 and 49 seconds, you texted the group chat to say, ask Chris to ask some questions, correct?
Yep, I'm reading it right now. Yes, that's correct.
And who was the Chris you were referring to?
That would be Chris Albert.
Brian's brother, correct?
That is correct.
And then you texted your wife, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, quote, tell them the guy never went in the house, correct?
Yeah, that's part of the same text. Yes.
The guy?
Mr. McCabe, who was the guy that you were referring to? Does he have a name?
That would be John O'Keefe.
The guy.
The guy, the Asian house. This man is
Tell them
descriptor.
the guy never went in the house. That was you talking about how you should all get your stories straight, correct?
No.
You would agree with me that your stories are all straight in terms of the guy never went in the house, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
John never went in the house. It's not a story, it's a fact.
Well, when you said,
Ooh,
tell them the guy never went in the
the
house,
fascinator.
Brian Albert was on that exchange still, was he not? He was still part of the group text?
Yes, Brian is on the exchange.
And Brian
know
Albert was the one to respond, wasn't he?
Let me switch pages here.
And why would you have to tell people
He
to tell him he
responded,
wasn't
did
coming
he
to the house
not?
if everybody knew that?
Yes, he.
Yeah, right? I
How many times is this dude blinking?
What did Brian say?
51.
He responded, did he not?
Yes, he did.
And then at that point, you knew Brian Albert was the oldest brother of the Albert family, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The oldest sibling in that family, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And in his response to your instructions that his younger brother, Chris, should say that John O'Keefe never went in the house, or the guy never went in the house, you would agree with me that he responded with one word, correct?
Yes, he did.
And in response to you saying the guy never went in the house, Brian Albert's response was,
What?
exactly, correct?
Yes, that's his response.
I love how he said that.
All right. Commonwealth, any redirect?
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Yeah, that is just hilarious.
Mr. McCabe, John O'Keefe never went in the house that night, is that correct?
That's correct.
And from this text communication, as far as Chris Albert was concerned, was Chris Albert ever at the house on that night?
No, he was not.
And this is something that you, obviously, death of John O'Keefe occurring, how it did, where it did, and why it did. That was something that you discussed.
Can you keep your voice up?
Yes, I'm sorry. This tragic occurrence as far as what happened to John O'Keefe, his death, where, why, how, that was something that you discussed within your family, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Why?
I didn't hear that
Why
one.
was it a discussion in your family?
You're talking about the immediately after? No one knew what happened. John never showed it, never came in the house, so we had no idea what happened to John.
And John was someone you were friends with, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, did you ever tell anybody what to say at any point in time to the state police, to any investigator whatsoever?
No.
Did anyone in your family or in your presence ever tell anyone that in front of you?
No.
Now, you asked some questions about when you were looking out and you saw the SUV, correct?
Yes.
And your focus, as you indicated in your testimony, was on the SUV, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, during the time that you were looking out, did you ever see a pickup truck outside?
I knew the pickup truck was out there, but again, I didn't look at the pickup. I kind of saw it, but was focusing on the SUV.
And
I saw a vehicle out there. Let's say that.
my question is more so, as far as the tire marks that you were talking about in the road, was that before or after the pickup truck was in?
It was after.
Now, you were asked some questions about directionality and things of that nature as far as coming down Chapman or Cedar Crest, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so if someone had driven by the house, missed the house, and then went on Cedar Crest, turned around, presumably then they would be taking a left or a right from Cedar Crest onto Fairview, is that right?
Yes, if they passed the house, they would have come to Cedar Crest and turned around and come back onto Fairview.
And you were asked some questions about whether or not you saw Mr. O'Keefe from your vantage point in the SUV, is that correct?
Yes, I was.
You didn't see him, correct?
I did not see him.
Could you see anyone inside from where you were?
I could not see anybody in the vehicle.
Did you see anything about the windows as far as their tint or anything like that?
Wait a minute, who was
I don't
driving
recall the
then?
tint. I
It's a
couldn't
ghost.
see inside though.
As far as any statements that Ms. Nagel made on the way home, is it your testimony that you, Ms. Nagel didn't say those statements or that you didn't hear those statements?
I did not hear those statements.
Now, turning to February 1st, do you recall what you were doing on that day when you drove by Fairview?
I don't recall what I was doing. I don't recall exactly what I did that day.
And were you going specifically by Fairview or where were you?
Based off of reading these text messages, I was doing something, picking up a car or something, it says. I don't recall where. And I cut down Fairview.
Now, as far as your statement in those text messages where you said, looks like more has been dug up, you recall that?
I don't recall it. I read it in the text message.
You recall what that was in regard to? As far as what were they digging?
Remember what I told you.
Oh, sorry. I do recall. They dug out the snow. It looked like the snow banks. It looked like there was more snow dug out in the around the around the scene.
And by the scene, you mean around where the flagpole fire hydrant that was?
Correct. Yes.
Did you recall any sort of change in the
Who
weather
did?
between the 29th and February 1st?
I believe the temperature rose. Snow was starting to melt, if I recall.
Now, when you and your wife your wife was talking to Mr. O'Keefe and you were given directions, there was some reference to Bella's house, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that was sort of used as a directionality as far as Mr. O'Keefe would be familiar with where Bella's house was.
Yes, that's correct.
What, if any, relationship in the past were you aware of between Mr. O'Keefe and Bella and Bella's mother?
At some point, Bella's parents were separated, since divorced. At some point, Mr. O'Keefe had a relationship with Bella's mother.
And after that conversation in which that was referenced as far as Bella's house, did you ever hear from John O'Keefe again?
Never heard from him again.
Anything?
Just very briefly.
Okay.
You were just asked if you ever told anyone, if you told anyone what to tell the state police or investigators, and your answer was no, correct?
Yeah, I don't recall telling anyone to tell anybody anything.
So with regard to your statement, tell them the guy never went in the house, who's the them?
Do you mind if I go back and read?
Take your time.
I think I know. I just want to read it.
Yeah, who are you gonna tell? If everybody knows this, then it's a
The them
fact.
was Channel 4 went into D&E.
Griffin.
Why does, yeah.
Yeah, you just asked me who them was.
And the answer
What?
Oh, sorry. I thought I muted.
No, he's just stupid. Like them, like you're arguing that this is facts and everybody knew it, and you don't have to keep
Right.
reiterating what do they need to tell. You don't need to tell anybody anything. They know.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Brandon. I just sent Val enough money for 4 1.5 ounce drinks or 1 milliliter Bud Lights.
Awesome.
1 million Bud Lights. So we better see some action pictures tonight. Expert has to pay his own way.
Oh boy.
I like how they don't let you type shots in super chats. That's funny.
That's really stupid. Yeah.
You done with your answer?
Yeah, you just asked me who them was.
And the answer is, you were instructing people on the group chat to tell Channel 4 that the guy never went in the house, correct?
Yes, this was on February
February 1st.
1st. As I said, none of us in the house had any idea what happened to John O'Keefe. So we instructed, I was saying, we don't know what happened. He never came in the house.
All right, so
That's what was my
You used the
statement
word
was.
instructed.
I didn't ask you for any of that just now, did I?
You just asked me
No.
why I said
I
that.
asked you who the them was.
Objection, Your Honor.
You didn't. You look like you asked me to elaborate.
Okay, so your answer to my question is, the them was you were saying that Channel 4 should be told that the guy.
What's that?
First of all, how do you look at a question? Was it a visual question? And also, if it's a visual question, you can't see.
You can't see.
Stick to the script, sir. Don't try to ad lib.
I know.
Although again, here's another perfect stop for a Helen Keller picture.
Mm-hmm.
Or Forrest Gump.
Oh my god.
Okay,
Mom was
so your answer to my question is, the them was you were saying that Channel 4 should be told that the guy never went in the house. Yes or no?
Channel 4 was who I was referencing. Yes.
No further.
All right, you are all set, Mr. McCabe. I will take those documents.
Thank you very much. Yes. Okay.
Well, they've never had to be cross-examined, so they look like fools.
Your next witness, please, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. The call will call Jennifer McCabe to the stand.
Jimmy.
Oh, I need to refill my drink. This is going to be good, I think.
Oh, I wish I wasn't wearing
Jamie, just tell them you're sick.
I have the black lung, Tim.
Yeah, I hear you.
I'm so excited. Baker, sorry, not sorry.
Oh, no,
You're not
Baker.
here.
But he gets to meet Nellie Parton, so.
You solemnly swear the evidence given in court during the case now and hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. You may take this.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure. Jennifer McCabe, McCabe.
And where do you live, ma'am?
Canton.
And how long have you lived in?
Is your husband
Approximately
blind,
20, well, my whole life, I lived in Canton, except for when I first got married, I lived in Stoughton for a year or two.
And where do you live currently in Canton? How long have you lived there?
I live at 12 Country Lane, and I've lived there about 10 years.
Did she play hockey?
And prior to that, where did you live in Canton before Country Lane?
15 Sutcliffe Ave in Canton.
And how long did you live on Sutcliffe?
Approximately 10 years.
And with regard to both addresses, who, if anyone, do you live there with?
I live there with my husband, Matt, and my 4 daughters.
And how old are your 4 daughters?
15, 16, 18, and 20.
Now, if I could turn your attention to January 28th and to January 29th, 2022. Do you recall what days?
I do, yes.
And do you recall what days of the week they were?
Friday and a Saturday.
So starting with Friday, January 28th in the evening. Do you recall what was going on that night or where you went? What were you?
Well, first I set up at my house for a team dinner for my daughter's hockey team. Then I met up with some parents for my daughter played for the Canton High basketball team. So we met up with some parents before. We had a drink, appetizers. My younger two were with us. We fed them dinner. And then we went on to Canton High School to the basketball game.
Oh, there.
Now, starting back, the oldest daughter with the hockey dinner at your house, that was your daughter Allie, is that correct?
Yes.
She's your oldest?
Yes.
The daughter who had the basketball game, is that your second oldest?
Yes.
And with regard to her, she was on varsity team, is that right?
Yes.
For Canton High School?
Yes.
And with respect to just basketball in general, when the kids were younger, what, if any, role did you have in regard to that?
But then you'll move on quickly.
Sure.
I was a basketball coach for the rec, or the town program.
For how many years?
Move on.
I believe with Emily, I started approximately when she was in 5th grade, and then I was also a coach for my daughter Olivia, I think starting when she was in 6th grade. And with my youngest, I think I coached from 1st grade on, up until 8th grade.
Now, as far as the high school game was concerned, is there sort of a typical start time for high school basketball game?
Yeah. Move on. We know the time. Move on.
After the basketball game, what did you do?
My husband and I dropped my youngest daughter home, and then we proceeded to meet my sister at the waterfall.
And which sister is that?
My sister, Nicole.
How many sisters do you?
3.
And do you recall about what time it was that you got to the waterfall?
Approximately 9 o'clock.
And when you say we, who do you mean?
My husband, Matt, and myself.
And do you recall which vehicle that you were in going around Canton that night?
I believe it was my car, yes.
And what kind of car was that?
Denali, Yukon, I think. Denali, yeah.
So
Yeah,
bigger type vehicles?
Yes, big SUV.
Now, with respect to, you got a cell phone around that time, is that correct?
Yes.
Your cell phone, what, if any, connection did that have between cell phone and vehicle?
At that point, I don't think mine was connected. I'm not sure.
Now, when you arrived to the waterfall, did you go right in, or what, if anything, did you do?
I waited a few minutes because my husband was on a phone call.
And at some point, did you and your husband man go in?
Yes.
And when you arrived in the waterfall, where within the waterfall did you go?
We walked in, and I believe we sat at the 3rd table.
And at the time that you arrived, who, if anyone, was there that you were familiar with at that table?
Chris and Julie Albert, Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, Tristan Morris.
And at some point shortly after that, or at some point after that, who, if anyone else, came and joined the group that you were with?
Nick Kolikitis did, and then his wife did a little bit after. And then Brian Albert and Brian Higgins arrived. And then Karen and John arrived.
And prior to Karen and John arriving, who, if anyone from the group, had left?
I believe Tristan left, maybe to go to sleep because he had to plow, I think.
Now, with reference to Karen and John, we're talking about John O'Keefe and Karen, correct?
Yes.
And how long had you known John O'Keefe?
Approximately 10 years.
And how was it that you first came to know John?
John's sister and her husband lived in the neighborhood, and my daughter became friends with John's niece when they were in kindergarten. And during that kindergarten year, John's sister and then brother-in-law passed away, and John moved in and took care of the kids.
And just for clarity purposes, this would have been when you were living at the home on Sutcliffe?
Yes.
And then after John moved in with his niece and nephew, what, if any, role or what, if any, relationship did you have with either John or his niece specifically?
So my daughter was very good friends with his niece. And And so, she would be over all the time. And JJ would come over with Patrick and pick her up. And he would come in and talk to us and hang out.
And how would you describe your relationship with John O'Keefe?
He was my friend. I love John. He was an amazing guy.
Now, with reference to Karen Reed, and just for clarity purposes, do you see Karen Reed in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
You identify just as to where she's seated or not?
She's seated between her attorneys.
John, just as a record of fact identification
Yes.
by the witness. Now, with respect to the defendant, Ms. Reed, when was it that you met her?
John had reached out to me saying that he was dating a new girl and that she had MS and I also have MS. So he said that he would like for me to meet her.
And how long have you had MS?
I believe it will be 10 years this October.
And do you recall specifically when around that was, what year, what month, anything like that?
That I met Miss Reed? Yes, they came over in July of 2020.
And came over to your house, is that correct?
Yes, they came over to the house. They brought the kids, swam. I have a pool.
Now, over the course of, you were familiar, obviously, that Ms. Reed was dating Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Over the course of time.
Yes. Sorry.
Over the course of time from July of 2020, when you met her, to January of 2022, how often would you see Ms. Reed?
It would vary. There were times that we would bump into them, or depending on their sports, or, for my daughter's birthday party, when it was time to pick up, they'd come over and hang out, or Halloween. It just varied. We have 4 kids, so we're always kind of in all different directions. Sometimes it depends on what sport month it is and what team we're with.
And how would you describe your relationship with Ms. Reed?
I enjoyed Miss Reed. I really liked her. I thought we connected from the beginning. She was very easy to talk to. She had MS, I had MS, and there's not a lot of people our age that I personally know that have it. So it was nice to have someone who understood like what I was going through. So we had that in common.
Now, with respect, to either, starting with Mr. O'Keefe, was your friendship the type where you would have any sort of discussions about his relationship with Ms. Reed, or any girls that he dated at any point in time that you were friends with?
At different points, yes.
And what, if anything, specific do you recall him telling you about his relationship with Ms. Reed specifically?
Objection. I'm going to allow that. I'd like to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Yeah. I don't know. Ooh, my pause game again.
I don't know. I actually like her better when she's not looking at me with those Manson lamps.
Yeah. Yeah. What are we objecting to?
I think it would be hearsay, honestly, because okay, so MLS, if she is giving information that according to them labeled the dead guy, said to her about his relationship. So she's giving testimony to what he allegedly said to her. So wouldn't that be hearsay?
Not if they're talking about one of the parties, like the
But
unalive.
she could make up
person.
every single piece of things that John supposedly said.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I have to remember this for my trials. Have a dead person that I can puppet.
Well, the declarant is unalive, so, and I think they can speak of it if it's like the defendant, right? Mm. All right, I'm going to speed through this.
And
Maybe.
thank you, Jess Rubery and MLS Law for the lawful law education. We appreciate it.
We do. I don't know if she's going to have information. I think she's going to make up information. Well, I mean, you can come in. I can give you a link.
So, Ms. McCabe, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe and his relationship with Ms. Reed, is that something that you spend any real time talking about with Mr. O'Keefe?
No, occasionally, hey, how are things going? How's she feeling? How's she doing? Very general.
And same sort of question with regards to Ms. Reed, is that a conversation that you had as far as her relationship with Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, similar.
Now, on that evening, if I could turn you back to the waterfall. You arrive about 9. About what time was it that you left?
Approximately midnight, a little give or take.
And so during the 3 hours or so that you were there, how would you describe sort of the mood or demeanor of the group that you were with during the time you were there?
Fine, friendly, normal, typical night, just out having a drink, listening to music.
And you mentioned about 11 o'clock or so it was that Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed came into the bar?
Correct.
And when they came into the bar, where did they go in relation to where you were?
They came right over and talked to the group that we were with.
And when Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant came over, what, if anything, did you observe the defendant do or have with her when she came?
Oh, she had brought a glass with her and kind of took it out of her coat and just kind of chuckled about it.
What, if anything, did you observe about the glass?
Does it really matter?
I believe it had ridges on it.
What, if anything, did you observe as far as what was in the glass?
It was clear.
Was there any other kind of like a straw or a lime or anything like that?
I don't remember.
Ribbed?
As far as you
Was it
knew,
ribbed?
at some point did you become aware of where Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed had been prior to coming over to the waterfall?
Yes.
And where were
CF McCarthy's.
they? Where is that in location to the waterfall?
Just right up the street.
Now, over the course of the evening, you were at a bar. Fair to say you were drinking, is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall specifically what you were drinking?
I think beer.
And same question with regard to Mr. O'Keefe. Do you recall him drinking? And if so, what, if anything, was he?
I can't be certain. Possibly a beer, but I can't be certain.
And with respect to Ms. Reed, same question as far as you recall her drinking, and if so, what, if anything, do you recall her?
Again, I remember just a clear glass with clear liquid in it.
Any different glass beyond the one that you've already testified about, or no?
I don't remember, sorry.
Now, when you left the waterfall sometime around midnight, is that correct?
Yes.
And let me ask you this first. I'm sorry. So with respect to the time that you were at the waterfall, did you speak with Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, briefly at the bar.
And do you recall just generally what it was that you talked about?
Yes, his niece had just gotten into Bishop Fian, so he was very excited.
And with respect to Ms. Reed, did you speak to her at the bar?
Yes.
And do you recall what, if anything, the two of you spoke about?
Yes.
And what was it?
Karen had shared a little bit of frustration that morning, or one morning she had taken Kaylee to Dunkin' Donuts, and John, was frustrated, didn't, saying, don't take her. She's going to, make a habit of it, meaning like she's going to come to expect it every day. And then we just talked about how, challenging it is with kids. And, she mentioned that that's kind of all they ever fight about. And I said, yeah, well, welcome to parenthood, and, she just was a little bit frustrated, felt like the family needed to be doing more to help. And she just wished she had, more time, just her and John. But again, it was just, girlfriend to girlfriend kind of venting.
Doesn't sound out of the ordinary.
No.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, what, if any, observations did you make as to how he was dressed?
Baseball hat, jeans. That's what I remember.
Do you recall any sort of winter coat or heavier coat or anything like that?
No. God.
Now, over the course of the evening at the waterfall, what, if any, discussion was there amongst the group as far as going somewhere next or what to do after the waterfall?
Karen had asked Chris if we could go up to D&E. She wanted to go up to D&E and have him cook some food.
And was that something that was brought up by the defendant once or more than once or something?
Many times.
And what was sort of the response from the group in regard to going to D&E and making food?
So Brian, Chris, and Matt do this annual weight loss challenge every year, and it was in the midst of that. So they were like, no, we can't go up there. We're not going to eat. We'll do it another time.
Now, following that conversation, what, if any, other, let me ask you this, why did you go to the waterfall in the first place?
So I went to meet my sister, Nicole.
What was that?
I said, but they went to go drink a bunch of beer and eat bar food.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, there's no calories in
If you're at yeah, booze doesn't have calories.
well,
Now the hot wings you want when booze is around is just
right.
So I went to meet my sister, Nicole. She was heading there because she was going to go have a drink with her. Her son was going to have some friends and then meet out. So I was going to meet them for a drink for my nephew's birthday.
There, that nephew was Brian Albert Jr., is that right?
Yes.
And did Brian Albert Jr. ever show up at the waterfall that evening?
He did not, no.
You know why not?
Brian suffers from anxiety, and during that time period, he was really struggling.
So he decided to stay home?
He just decided to stay home, yes.
And so after the discussion about going over to D&E and then the communication of not going over, what, if any, other discussion was had as to where people were going or what was happening after leaving the waterfall?
Brian Albert Sr. Just made a general, hey, I'm going to go home, have a drink with Brian if anyone would like to come.
And was that something that was just to certain people, or was it expressed at the table, or how was that?
Brian Jr.
It was expressed to everyone, like, hey, we're going to go back home, have a beer with Brian if anyone would like to come.
What was that?
the one that's in the Marines has social
no.
anxiety.
No.
No,
There's
he's
like a bunch of
an
them.
IT guy, and he's
Wait.
he's Brian Jr. They have like 5 kids, so
For the God bless it. So he's the one that was turning what, 16? So they all drank.
what was he turning, like 23 or something? Yeah.
Oh,
He's the one with the
All right.
mustache.
He has
I know,
like
I
a
can
barely
mustache. Yeah.
I can barely keep a hold of my own 6 kids, let alone their 5 and 20.
It's expressed to everyone, like, hey, we're going to go back home, have a beer with Brian if anyone would like to come.
Now, after that was sort of put out to the table, what, if any, discussion did you have in regard to that with either Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, or both?
Both of them. I said, oh, you guys should come. Do you want to come?
So it's your fault.
And did they indicate that that was something that they wanted to do, or did they indicate that they would come?
They both wanted to come. and they said they were coming, yes.
When you left the waterfall, who, if anyone, left with you or left at the same time?
I believe I walked out with Karen. I know I walked out with Karen, and I believe Miss Kolakidis as well.
Prior to you leaving, your sister Nicole and her husband Brian, had they left prior to you leaving?
Yes.
And so you're walking out with the defendant and Ms. Kolakidis, is that right?
Yes.
And when you were walking out with them, what, if anything, was the sort of conversation or the discussion that you were walking out?
Well, Matt and John were still inside. So at one point I said, oh, Karen, why don't you just come with me? Figuring, because, you know, Matt can talk to anyone, and God knows how long he was going to stay in there. So I was just like, hey, do you want to drive with me, and they can meet us?
Your husband's a talker, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, as far as the car that you had parked there before, where was that parked in relation to what?
I believe I had to kind of walk straight out.
In the parking lot?
In the parking lot, yes.
And after you had exited from the waterfall, at some point did you observe Mr. O'Keefe come out as well?
Yes, he did.
And did you have a conversation with him in the parking lot while you were out there?
I believe briefly, Karen, him, and I all spoke, yes.
Do you recall briefly what you spoke about?
Them coming back to Fairview.
And after sort of the two of you parted ways, did you observe where Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant went?
I just saw them they walked left, I walked straight.
And if one were to walk left in the direction they were walking, where would that bring them to?
Washington Street, the main street.
So you went over then to your car in the parking lot?
Yes.
And while you were in your car in the parking lot, well, let me ask you this question. When you walked out of the waterfall, what, if anything, was different about the weather from when you had walked?
It had started to snow.
And as far as the snow was concerned, what was that initial point when you walked out of the waterfall? Had it accumulating or anything like that?
Yes, I would say, you know, it was starting to cover the car, so you'd have to put your windshield wipers on to clear it.
So you didn't have to get the scraper out or anything like that, just clip on the windshield?
Clip on the windshield wipers. I probably was lazy and just rolled the windows down to get it off the windows.
And so you're in the car for some period of time waiting for your husband, correct?
Yes.
And about how long is it that you're waiting for your husband before he comes in?
Actually, it wasn't long. I think I turned the car on and then I saw him walking and I pulled up.
And while you're waiting for your husband or shortly after he gets to the car, what if any communication did you receive at that point?
I received a text from John saying where to.
And with respect to that, did you respond in kind via text, or how did you respond, if at all, to Mr. O'Keefe?
I was driving, so I called him.
And when you called him, if you know, was that something that was done through Bluetooth with regard to the car, or?
Yes, it would have been, because it was my phone and I was driving, so I would have had it over the car.
So your phone would have been paired up with your phone?
Yes, I plugged it in when I got it. I always plug my phone in when I get in, if I'm driving.
And so with your husband in the car, fair to say that he could hear both sides of the conversation as far as you and Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And so that initial call that you placed to Mr. O'Keefe, is that done while you're driving?
Yes.
And what, if anything, were you telling him as far as that initial call was?
He had asked for he said where to. I gave him the address, and then I believe I, just started giving him directions. And I actually think Matt spoke over me and was saying, "Go this way, go this way." And then I said, "Yeah, you just go down to Fairview. It's at the bottom."
And so, as far as the directions, do you recall anything specifically about what you told Mr. O'Keefe as far as where the directions were?
Well, he actually called back a second time. And when he called back a second time, I instructed him that it was by a friend's house, one of his niece and my daughter's friend. And I said, "Oh, it's right, go past Bella's street. It's at the bottom of the hill."
And before we get to that, just as far as that initial phone call, essentially Fairview Road, you're familiar with?
Yes,
And it's where your sister lives with her family, correct?
yes.
And if I could just ask, with regards to your sister's husband, Ron, how long have you known him?
Since I was in kindergarten, very long time.
I think I know he said he drove from Fairview home, but I
Yeah.
don't remember if they talked about him driving.
Yeah, I don't remember either.
I don't know.
So they had dated for some period of time before they got married, and they've been married for some significant period.
Yeah, she had a crush on him for years. Then they dated, I think, for 10 years and before they got married. So yeah, they've been together most of my life.
So you're familiar with Fairview in the sense that there's on one end of it is Chapman and one end of it is Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct.
And just in that initial phone call that you had with Mr. O'Keefe and you and your husband are giving directions, you recall if you were indicating to him to go to Cedar Crest or to go to Chapman in order to get on the Fairview?
Go to Chapman.
And is that the way that you went as far as going from Washington Street downtown to Fairview?
Yes.
Now, how long a drive is that going from the waterfall to Fairview Road?
Approximately 5+ minutes, depending on if you hit lights.
Now, if you're indicating you're indicating to someone to come down Chapman, and you said it was, I'm sorry, your testimony is it's sort of towards the end from that direction?
The end of Fairview, the bottom of Fairview.
And that's to my point as far as the bottom. Any kind of incline or decline, or how does the road sort of situated as you come from the Chapman side down to where your sister lives, 34 Fairview?
Is this
It's a
relevant?
hill.
And the hill goes down, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that somewhat of a precipitous? How would you describe sort of the hill?
Well, the first hill is a bit steep, and then it flattens a little, and then there's another hill. But the second hill is more long.
So there's actually two hills as you're going down, correct?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned the second call, Mr. O'Keefe then called you.
Yes.
And about how much time elapsed between when you first talked to Mr. O'Keefe and the second?
Approximately 4 or 5 minutes tops.
During either call that you had with Mr. O'Keefe, could you hear anything? You had it on Bluetooth, correct?
Yes.
Could you tell whether or not he was connected to a Bluetooth? Could you hear anything in the background?
I couldn't know.
And as far as when you were speaking to Mr. O'Keefe, did he express an intent that he was going to the house at Fairview?
Yes, he was driving there and he was trying to find it.
And when he indicated that he was trying to find it, was he expressing that in singular or plural or something else?
No, more general, like where is it type.
Did he make any reference during the time that you were talking to him to anyone he was with?
No.
And now, as far as this second call, you indicated, what did you use exactly as sort of a geographic locator?
My daughter and his niece's very close friend lives on a side street off of Fairview. So I just said, go past Bella Street, and that's at the bottom.
And Bella is someone that's through his niece, John O'Keefe would have known, correct?
Correct.
Now, at this time, what if any relationship were you aware of between Bella's mother and John O'Keefe?
They had dated
I'm going to allow it.
They had dated briefly years before.
Who cares?
Now, was that sort of the substance of the conversation that you had with Mr. O'Keefe? And that second phone call?
Yes.
Now, after that second phone call, did you speak to Mr. O'Keefe on the phone at any point in time after that?
No.
Now, you arrived at the house on Fairview. Do you recall where you parked when you got there?
Yes, pulled into the driveway.
And the driveway, at the house of Fairview essentially has 2 garage doors, is that correct?
Yes,
Sort of widens out as you get to the top closer to the house.
yes.
Do you recall where in relation to the driveway was parked when you got there?
We have.
I just remember pulling in, there was definitely a car in front of me. There possibly could have been a car to the left.
You exit the vehicle, go into the house, correct?
Correct.
When you get to the house, who, if anyone, you observe?
When I walk in, Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert, Julie Nagel, and Sarah Levinson are all sitting at the kitchen table. My sister Nicole was in the kitchen wiping the counters because she's always cleaning. And Brian
mentioned it.
Albert and Brian Higgins were in the, I guess you'd call it the TV room area, just standing and talking.
And
Not
ma'am, I'm
playing
sorry, I'm
grab
just
ass?
having a little trouble hearing you. So
Oh, okay.
that microphone,
What?
I said not playing grab ass. I mean,
Right.
seems like
But-
what they do when they get together.
I mean, they've all mentioned that Nicole is always cleaning. All of them.
Can she
I-
come over to my house? I mean, I'm just asking for a friend.
Yeah. Yeah, that like some of the details that they choose to include are way too convenient.
I mean, yes or no. When people are at my house, I'm always moving and cleaning. But the problem is that she could be telling the entire truth. Everything that she believes is true. The problem is that as soon as she gets too cross, she is going to act like she's never heard the word "the" and doesn't really know English.
Yeah, that's the problem. Because this
So
is the
either-
stuff she memorized.
Yeah, either look dumb all the way through or don't dumb your defense.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. She did say she had a migraine.
Oh, wait.
No.
yeah.
That was Julie. That was Julie.
Oh, Lord.
The other sister, the blonde.
and ma'am, I'm sorry, I'm just having a little trouble hearing you. So
Oh, okay.
that microphone, you can adjust that any way you want. So anywhere you want to put that.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. And so when you come into the house, where were, mentioned a table, where were people situated?
In the kitchen.
Now, with respect to what was going on at the house throughout the course of the evening,
I sat at the table and I just spoke to Brian and Katie and the 2 girls most of the night.
and just so we're clear, when you're talking about Brian, that's Brian Albert Jr. or Little Brian?
Yeah, little Brian. Yeah, little Brian.
Now, as far as at any point in time when you were at the house, you familiar with a gentleman named, someone named Colin Albert?
I am, yes.
How do you know?
He is my friend's son and my sister's nephew.
Your friend Julie's son, correct?
Yeah, so my friend Julie's son.
And your oldest daughter, Allie, was Colin friends, or is Colin friends with your oldest daughter, Allie?
Yes, they're born a week or 2 apart, and we've kind of they've done everything together. They're very good friends.
Now, at any point in time that you were there on that early morning, did you see Colin Albert at all?
No,
And when you arrived at the house, obviously you're familiar with your daughter and the car that she drives around that time. Did you see your daughter there, Allie, at any point in time?
no,
Were you aware at any point in time in that early morning hour that you were there that your daughter had been there at any point in time prior?
Sustained.
Now, with reference to the home, at any point in time, did John O'Keefe ever come inside the house?
no.
During the time that you were there, let me ask more specifically about how long a period of time was it that you were there? About what time did you leave?
I believe I left approximately around 1:30, 1:45, approximately.
And do you know about what time it was that you arrived there?
I'd say approximately somewhere between 12:20, 12:30. Well, 12:20, I believe, 12:20-ish, because the last call from John, when I went back and looked, was 12:18.
Now, similar to what I asked about the waterfall, as far as the sort of mood, leaner inside the house, what, if anything, do you recall with respect to that?
Good. Everybody was in a good mood. There was no, Brian and Brian were talking. My sister was cleaning. I was talking with the kids. Just a normal night.
Now, while you were in the kitchen dining room area for the time that you were there, did you see anybody or observe anybody from the group that you just described go anywhere else in the house as far as away from that area?
Julie Nagel went outside.
So beyond Julie Nagel going outside, did you see anybody else go upstairs, downstairs, to the basement area, or anywhere else in the house?
No.
Now, given that you, when you were in the car and you were driving, you hooked your phone up to the charger, is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall charging your phone at any point in time when you were at your sister's house on Fairview that night?
I don't recall.
You mentioned Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson. Were those people that you knew prior to that night of the 28th?
I was familiar with who Sarah Levinson was, maybe had run into her at different points. Julie Nagel was closer to Brian, so I would see her. I think she's dog sat for me when I've been away. Like, Brian will do it, but then if he's not available, Julie will do it. I don't know if she had dog sat for me before then or right after then, but I was definitely familiar with Julie, and she possibly could have dog sat for me prior to that.
And now, with reference, there was also someone there by the name of Brian Higgins, is that correct?
Correct.
And that is also someone who was there prior to you getting there, is that right?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you know about Mr. Higgins, or did you know him prior to that?
I had met him a few times. He's Brian Albert's friend.
So other than being your brother-in-law's friend and meeting him a couple times, you didn't really know him that well, fair to say?
Good, yes.
Now, you mentioned at some points that Julie went outside, right?
Yes.
Nagel went outside?
Yes.
And do you know what she was going outside for?
Yes, her brother had come to pick her up. And so she was going to go tell him, try to get him to come in.
And what, if any, conversations did you have with Ms. Nagel or Ms. Levinson in regard to their going home prior to Ms. Nagel going out and talking to her brother? Objection.
I'll sustain it in that form.
What, if anything, had you said to Ms. Nagel prior to her going out prior to her going outside? Objection.
Sustained.
Now, if you know, about how long was Ms. Nagel outside?
I believe it was just a few minutes.
And at any point in time while Ms. Nagel was outside, what, if anything,
Excuse me?
so when Ms. Nagel went outside, what were you?
I was sitting at the table, and then my nephew had said another car was out there.
And after your nephew said that, what, if anything, did you do?
I went to the front door.
And front door of the home leads sort of, you walk in there, there's a foyer and a staircase in front of you.
Yes.
And as far as the front door was concerned, is there any sort of other door that's, is it just sort of the wooden front door, or is there another door in front of it?
The door was open, so it was just a storm door.
And the storm door is made out of glass, is that correct?
Yes.
So when you went over to the storm door and looked out, what, if anything, did you see?
I saw a vehicle.
And can you describe the vehicle that you saw?
I saw a dark SUV.
And as far as Ms. Nagel, did you make any observations of where she was when you looked outside?
I kind of just looked at the vehicle, and then I saw lights kind of over to this side. But then once I saw the vehicle, I took out my phone and I texted John.
And just so we're clear, as far as when you say this side, so you're standing at the storm door, see the vehicle, and where's the vehicle in relation to you and where you're standing at the front?
It was straight ahead.
Now, the headlights that you were saying is sort of off to the side. From your perspective, looking out at the street, is that to the left, to the right, or something else?
Left.
And as far as this dark SUV that you saw, you Could you tell anything else about it as far as the make, the model, or recognize it at all?
No.
Now, at this
Just
time
one
on
question.
January 29th, 2022, were you familiar with,
Is this the chick that hides donuts in people's car like the Easter Bunny?
That was the blonde one that had a migraine that night.
Yeah, Julie Albert was the
So
donut
she had a
lady.
migraine, but she got up early enough to get fresh donuts and sneak
Yeah.
them in someone's car.
Yippers. And coffee.
I mean, some people must
She
be
took
lucky
some
because if I have a
medicine
migraine,
to go away, so she was fine. That's
Oh.
what she said.
I mean,
That's
alcohol alcohol and prescriptions you're not supposed to drive with. We're doing awesome for safety.
we really are.
Yeah, this is
Can
the
we
one.
get Fire Marshal Bill?
This is the one who Googles how to die in the cold.
Yeah.
For how long?
Well, I mean, hey, if you saw some of the things I Googled because of news stories, I mean, corn on the cob has a different meaning since that.
Well, she doesn't
since
even
that
try
story.
to like make it out to be like some. Well, I'm really into true crime and da 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 da. You know, I can't wait to hear like the actual.
I know. I wonder if
explanation.
if Lally will address it. And he knows it's coming.
And well, he knows it's a huge thing. So yeah, he better try to get ahead of it. But who knows?
I mean,
Yeah, this
he's done
Aunt JJ.
stellar so far, keeping me engaged and negating my fears that this is a nothing burger case.
know anything else about it as far as the make, the model, or recognize it at all?
No.
Now, at this time on January 29th, 2022, were you familiar with any sort of vehicles that Mr. O'Keefe had?
Yes.
What kind of vehicles?
Gosh, I don't know the brand. It's, it was a small SUV type.
Do you recall like what color it was?
His might have been grayish. I'm not 100% sure.
And any other vehicles that he may have had?
Yes, he had this old-fashioned car that he loved, but Kaylee is so embarrassed of it. But yeah, he had that as well.
Now, as far as Ms. Reed was concerned, were you familiar with what kind of vehicle she had at that time?
Yes.
And what kind of vehicle were you generally aware of her driving?
She had a Lexus.
Was that a sedan or an SUV or what kind of vehicle?
I think it was like a small SUV.
Now, the vehicle that you saw outside of the residence of Fairview when you looked out the storm door, was that consistent with what you knew Ms. Reed to be driving at that time?
Yes.
Now, as far as that vehicle was concerned, at any point in time over the course of the evening, did you see anyone exit that vehicle or come out of that vehicle at all?
No.
Certainly never saw anybody exit that vehicle and walk over and come inside the house.
Sustained.
As far as that vehicle, when you first saw it, could you tell whether or not it was running or anything like that?
It was running. Yes, I could. I could tell it was running. It had the taillights. I could see the red.
Oh, really?
I'm going to actually keep your voice up, okay?
Okay, sorry.
Now, in addition to the taillights that you saw, did you see the headlights or anything like that?
Yes, the headlights were on.
And as far as the interior of the vehicle, were there any lights on inside the vehicle that you saw at any point in time?
No.
And as far as the windows of the vehicle, what, if anything, did you observe as far as their coloration? Was it tint or anything like that you saw?
Didn't observe, no.
Now, you see the vehicle for straight ahead of the front door, and then you pull out your phone to text Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall what you texted to him at that point?
I think I said here, question mark.
Hey, Nick. Nick, thanks for the super chat. A small SUV. Whoa, it might have been a smart car then.
It was a purple PT Cruiser. And, I want a PT Cruiser. I wanted one very badly, which is why I should never be near cars. Because between a Pinto I also liked and the PT Cruiser, I have negative car sense.
Is that the car like ZZ Top had?
Well, I mean, I would have been okay with a Corvair or an El Camino, but those were expensive.
Yeah, she does
I got
drive.
a Chrysler and a Yukon.
She does have a Yukon, which is huge. So her frame of
How
reference
is that a
little off.
baby?
What's
I-
that?
Oh, okay. So compared to her giant tank.
Well, yeah.
Ugh.
I don't know.
So is the state going on because Bella was mentioned? Karen went all Hulk smash and was like, I'll take care of this cheating bastard. And
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what their theory is these days. It changes a
Oh.
lot.
well, he seems to keep mentioning Bella's house and how they used to have a relationship.
Mhm.
So
Yeah,
Yeah,
but they
that's true.
glaze over it so fast. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But they want to
Yeah.
sprinkle that stuff in there to be like, John was cheating on her. She's a jealous bee. She couldn't wait to run him down that night.
On with it, Lally.
You think you said here, is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes. Show Mr. Jackson. Okay.
Oh, yes. Jackson up now. Or uncross when he comes up.
okay, but do we think that Lolly's gonna make it till the end of the day? So it's Monday.
Probably. I mean, he has a long time to drag it out.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm showing you a 3-page document, just ask you to look at it.
And Bev won't
Okay.
tell him to move it along.
Just generally speaking, that 3-page document, do you recognize the contents of that?
I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
It's my text messaging with John.
So from sort of the early part of the 28th and around midnight through, I'm sorry, the 29th through the entirety of the 29th.
Yes.
May I approach you, Your Honor?
Yes.
Almost.
Is there any objection, Mr. Jackson? Okay.
Yeah, the ones you deleted. Yeah. She's such a crap something. I can't say the words I want to say. Oh,
Well, you're after 4 hours.
they're really not appropriate.
Oh, I was gonna say Larry, our Fed that had us to watch this. I'm sure he's bored by now.
Right. Yeah, that's true. Well, I think they used robots at first, right?
Yeah,
Oh,
I don't
look
know.
at-
I say enough things that I'm sure I have my own dedicated guy. I call him Larry.
Watch the brothers' leg bounce in this fast speed. It's funny. Now chat is talking about cars. Because that's where we are today. This every time Lally gets on, it's like we either talk about food, cars, or something completely degen.
Hair. I mean,
Yeah. There's somebody mowing their lawn outside my window too,
This-
which is great.
someone is blowing leaves, and we just got rain 2 seconds ago. So a leaf blower is not going to work.
You have leaves?
Well,
Or is it for grass?
like the flowering plants, I think the maples just flowered and all the little dead flowery bits raining down from heaven.
Yeah.
It's in the
Yeah.
19 inches of, pollen because the trees are, well, the trees are degenerates. We're not the ones that are having, sexy time out in public.
Oop, now we're slow. I think they're going to go to
Goodbye.
lunch.
we're going to.
Laura. Hold on, doors. Laura.
I don't know if she's saying anything.
Okay, so we're still in session?
Just so the court has it, I have an extra copy for.
That's what I was hoping for. Thank you. Yes. All right. Thank you. And then, Mr. Lally, you'll be able to make those redactions that are necessary over the luncheon break?
Yes, Your Honor, I think what we can, and by we, I mean Ms. Gilman, because she's the one who can actually do these things. But no, I think we will be able to sort of take the whole numbers off of it and be able to print new copies without the numbers so that they can be
So
used.
the same version?
Exact same thing.
Therefore,
Just with,
authentication, redacted for purposes of admission and publication.
yes.
All right. Great. I appreciate that. We'll see you at 2:00.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right. Fun stuff. I wonder if that court reporter chick, like holding that thing up to her face, if she gets like breakouts, that would make me break out.
Well, she's got to do everything, and gets me to help her.
I know,
What are the 18 other people sitting there behind computers doing?
I know, because she's got to mark all the exhibits by hand.
Right.
Do her little, mark them down, and then she's got to talk into that thing all day long.
Oh my gosh. Get a black Sharpie. So she has like a, it's like a Little Rascals moment. Like when they put the grease on the, what is that thing called? The kaleidoscope. Oh. Reader full address for the record. What do you?
Oh my God.
Jackson isn't going to eat now because he's having Jen for lunch later. Oh my God.
Oh boy, Danny.
I don't even know if we're going to get to see that. That's the problem. Like, once we get back, it'll be 2, and then we only have 2 hours left. Lally can totally bore us to tears for 2 hours.
But also, she's not letting him, good thing she's not letting him drone on and on. But he obviously doesn't, he's got to get ahead of some stuff, but he's not going to want to talk about a lot of other stuff, because obviously stuff he doesn't bring up, they can't cross on. So wouldn't his God, she's such a kid.
Other than her being at the party, doesn't Lally not have a lot to do unless he's trying to get ahead of these, searches and chats and everything?
I mean, that's the only thing he's really got to get ahead of, I think.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, Wilfred will be 3.5 in cat years by the time he's done.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Exactly. Oh, yeah, I'm sure she's been on. Lally hasn't told anybody to sequester, so. Or according to them.
Word on the street. I like that.
The general scuttlebutt is?
Word on the street is she's not doing what she's supposed to be doing. Of course she wants to see what everybody's saying.
Mo, did you get the cat?
I'll pick him up tomorrow.
Ooh.
Aww.
Yes. So no legal shenanigans theater, but I will probably have a cat shenanigans stream later. We'll have to figure it out because it's about a 2-hour drive.
Mm.
Of course. How fun.
Yeah, that is fun. All right. Well, I'm hungry, so I'm going to pop on a game.
Sounds.
Yeah,
I think it's only like 20 minutes, so I'll pop in after that. But that's it. We'll see. I think they're back at 2, but I'll probably be in a little bit before that.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I'm gonna pop off. Bye, guys. See you later.
Bye.
Now, of course, I have to get the right thing on. That's not the right one. There we go. Gonna remove myself and have fun, guys. Oh, wait. Before I start it, I'm gonna take the banner off so it doesn't block anything. This is just for funsies. But hopefully you enjoy. Hey, everybody. Thank you for playing along, and apologies. Some of those went by pretty quick. I was working on them while listening, so I needed to lengthen them a bit. So it happens. If there were any that you missed the answers of, let me know in chat and I'll go back. But looking forward to hearing what I think Jackson's doing the cross. Looking forward to hearing that. Could be interesting, could be spicy, but we'll see if we even get to it today. The chances of Lally kind of drawing things out are pretty high. And yeah, I think he's going to drag it out. And I think Bev is just going to let him because that's what she does. I'm going to just get my court back here so I can have it in my ear. Yeah, I definitely... Ugh, that's... I don't know. I don't know if he's going to get to it. Yeah. Excuse me. I suspect that we are not going to see much on Frost today. If anything, I'm not quitting. What would I do quitting? I'm going to sit here and talk to myself for a while. I don't think so. That's gross. I don't want to think about that. Don't make me gag. I am not living a dream life. I have decided that this has been fun while it lasted, but Baker can have his channel back next week when he gets back. It's all his. I need to get... There we go. Got court in my ear just in case they come back and I don't see it. I mean, I feel like we haven't really learned anything with Jen yet. With Matt, I feel like he was just lying and lying and lying and lying. Like a lot of people have been doing. And I think so far the highlight of the day for me was the ass grab. Or the grab ass. Was it grab ass? Yeah. It's always a highlight. Went bones 6 to 8, and the woman accepting this order didn't even know what I was talking about and had to get the owner. Embarrassing. Oh. So you were ordering the actual ribs. Gotcha. Yeah. Did you actually say bones 6 to 8? The guy was devastating. Yeah, did I miss it? Oh yeah, when he said he called John the guy. Why? He couldn't say John didn't make it in the house. He had to say the guy didn't even make it in the house. I mean, I guess you could be saying that, like, being incredulous, you could have said, what more do they want from us? The guy didn't even make it in the house. If you're saying it like that. But yeah, I agree. It's still, it's not a good look. No. What other, oh yeah, you're right. But still, what I said stands. Like, I think if he's saying, if that's like kind of how he spoke it in his head as he was texting it, but still, ugh. Yeah. That was, I didn't even think about that. That's kind of cringe. Yeah, somebody had noticed that, and May was shaking like a leaf. I did know that they docked some phone numbers, but they all got new phones, so maybe they got new phone numbers too. I have no idea. Yeah, the tire marks. I found him annoying, but sounded credible when he was talking to Lally, but as soon as Yannetti got up there, he lost all credibility to me. Like, he just seemed like a jerk and that he didn't want to be there. I mean, clearly he probably doesn't want to be there, but my God, just be cooperative. If you have nothing to hide. Yeah, I think she was like, this is our story and we're sticking to it. I can tell that they're probably tried to keep their messaging, like their PR straight, bringing Mo back in.
Oh, hello.
Hello. Yeah.
So I just did
Go ahead.
the terrorized cleaning when your daughter says she's bringing friends over after school. I'm like,
Yeah, I can imagine. Thanks, Brandon. No, I'm really not overwhelmed. I'm just used to having somebody to talk to rather than sitting here talking to myself.
This trial is kind of a tease. We waited so long. I mean, Baker and Jamie did all of the hearings and everything. So you think you're going to start learning new stuff. And this trial's been a bit of a letdown as far as learning new stuff, or it's just, it's not as. And hello, Chris.
Yeah, it was. I just feel like it's just dragging on. Like, can we just get on with it? I feel like they should have had like time limit or something.
It feels like a lot of this could have been stipulated too. Like, both parties agree that so and so was here. So if I'm gathering correctly, on the contention is on Colin. So you could stipulate to nearly everyone else, and then just bring Colin on.
Yeah,
I don't know.
It could be. I don't know. I don't even know what I think they're still trying to put the doubt on. Like, I'm just curious what Higgins is going to say, because Colin he was just uncooperative, and I think that kind of hopefully came across to the jury.
He did come across, both him and the man that had the glasses or kept looking at the flashlight. I mean, they both came off as deliberately feigning ignorance.
Mm-hmm.
And, whatever part you want to play in this trial, you need people to believe your witnesses. And if your witnesses look like they're D-bags, then it's a confidence thing.
Yeah, no, it totally is. And if you don't have anything to hide, you should be able to answer questions and not just say, I don't remember, I don't remember, I don't remember.
And I don't like that they threw in that text conversation that's just a screenshot. I mean, that doesn't seem like they laid the foundation or anything. But I mean,
yeah,
it just seems like they didn't authenticate it with metadata or anything like that. So we're basically, I mean, putting in something that could have been manipulated.
Yeah, and I think if that was something that the defense brought in, I think the judge wouldn't have allowed it.
Well, and I don't like how this judge, I mean, again, she should be telling the witness, like, please answer the question. say yes, no, or you don't know, but let's stop with this, because we start drilling down into stuff and then she's like, oh, that's enough time for that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Proctor is going to be the big star too, but also I think he's going to say, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know. We're asking jurors to keep a lot of separate facts and information, miscellanea kind of all together. I mean, we've talked about peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and possible blobs and not blobs, and who was, charging their iPhone and what was playing. Yeah. And it's just, it beggars belief when Colin's like, I have never boxed before. And then he says, oh, well, I only box with my right hand, or it's just like,
right.
It just,
or you don't tape your, I mean, I've seen it a billion times in movies. I've never actually boxed myself before.
I need a heavy bag, but I mean,
yeah, I've never like really watched somebody do it, but I've seen people, they tape their knuckles so they and their hands so they don't tear themselves up. But maybe, I mean, benefit of the doubt here, or devil's advocate, whatever you want to call it, maybe he wanted to look badass.
He does seem like the typical dude bro, I'm gonna kick your ass, and then but I didn't even really know them, so really I was so scared that they were gonna kick my ass. I mean,
yeah, I think I will be interested to see some forensic experts on the defense side, even on the prosecution side. I mean, a lot of it's going to be nothing burgers, but
hell, I want a computerized CGI display of how you fall directly on your knuckles, and you don't break your wrist, you don't, have any sort of tendon issues. It's just your entire body weight on your knuckle.
Yeah, can we get micro dots on that? Like, can we get a reenactment of what that would look like and how ridiculous they would look, and like how many other broken body parts would exist if you fell on your knuckles? Like, wouldn't you have like, I don't know, if I fell on my knuckles, I'd probably have a big gash in my chin or my face or something. There's no way my hand would stop like that.
I mean, you can even think about it if even you start to kind of wibble, if you're like standing on a desk, usually your hands flail out because you're wanting to grab onto something. So he has successfully negated either 6,000 or 100,000 years of evolution to fall directly on his hands.
Well, I'm not sure evolution may have been very kind to this young gentleman, so
yeah, it's just, I mean, thank God I don't have to go anywhere and I can open this, spritzer, which is, the lady booze I have when we get back, because her lip smack, first of all, how do you lip smack when you have no lips? This is a talent. I need explanations, but also the state of Massachusetts, I regret to inform you, when I become president, lip smacking is a felony, a capital felony. So if you need to go back to like Sullivan Institute or things, we just need to get this squared away.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd really like to know, like, do they pick that up from each other?
It
seems like hereditary? Like,
they might have modeled after their parents and their moms do that. It might be part of like, so it's just like the Midwest where we add S's and the to everything.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, Philly says use guys. So all of yous.
We say Ewans.
Yeah. There's part of Pennsylvania that says yuns.
Oh.
And I think it means like you. I don't know. Not Massachusetts as a whole. It's like a Canton thing. Yeah, I'm
okay. Fine. Canton, you're quarantined until you can all figure this out.
Yeah, because it's really annoying to the rest of us.
I mean, yeah.
Wonder if the defense is going to bring up resurfacing of the basement floor. I mean, they already have. but I think it was objected to when
Well,
Brian Albert was on the stand.
that's the other thing. So the state's objecting, and I can't see any reason as to why they're objecting. Now, I didn't watch all the hearings, but they seem like fairly innocuous questions that are getting objections to. And I don't know if that's a defense, kind of strategy. Like we are going to ask everything in a reasonable kind of investigative way, and the state's going to be hyper objective, and it's going to look like they're hiding something, which could be a strategy.
Yeah. It
But
could be.
I'll get all of my cross stitch done. That'll be great.
Aaron, I thought you were joking because you felt for science. I'm sorry. I hope you're okay.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, I've heard of this. So in North Carolina. So also in northeastern Pennsylvania where I grew up, people say like Jeet yet? No, Jew? Yantu? It's like what did you all just say? I have no idea.
It's hilarious. And then and the different Creoles that different families get. It's so funny because, like in the Midwest, us adding the and S's really bothers some people that aren't from there. Are like, fixin' to.
Fixin' to.
It means any time between now and next millennia.
Yeah. I've tried to use like Southern twang at times and everybody's like, no, it doesn't work. It doesn't work for you. I say y'all in chat, but like me ever saying that out loud, no, it's not.
No. So I got the Karen, I don't think her name was Karen, but the DA up in New York, for some reason, it seemed hysterical for me to do it in kind of a David Attenborough voice. And someone was like, I hate your accent. You're terrible. And I was like, well, to be fair, I made it up in my head. And secondly, look, it just seemed funny to me at the time. You are free to not watch.
Yeah, exactly. I've purposefully not gone in and watched any comments or looked at comments on these. I was like, I'll wait until this is all done and said for. Done and said and done. What am I talking?
I will say your first mean or kind of negative one hurts, but then the rest you're like, you're a person on the internet. You don't pay my bills. Okay. And
yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't think I actually really care that much. But I'd be afraid I'd say something snarky in return, and I want people to come back.
Yeah.
Buys one of those bubble suits for Aaron. Yeah, really. I think I need a bubble suit.
I know. I offered my services on Twitter as an awkward fall expert. And, I'd be willing to go there, but I'd need protection from all the lip smacking.
Yeah. Oh, I just did it.
See, that's why I don't want to listen to this too much because I'm going to start.
Yeah. It's really, it's terrible. I'm not going to do that. So this is a funny one, Danny T, because my son, who's 4, and there's certain words that he can't say very well. Mitsubishi is one of them. And if you're wondering why my 4-year-old is even saying Mitsubishi, he is very car obsessed. He knows every logo, and he'll be like, oh, I just saw a Tesla. Oh, a Honda. Look, that's a CRV. And I'm like, okay, kid, like, you know more about cars than I do. It may be a Hot Wheels
more
and
about them
Matchbox
than I do.
He may have a slight Matchbox car obsession, but he can't say Mitsubishi. He calls it like Mitsubishi. And I'm like, I'm never correcting that. Like, I'm just going to let that one ride out until he gets to kindergarten, and maybe I'll correct it then. But for now, it's adorable.
It is. It's so interesting how kids think of the world. It's interesting because they're like, they'll ask questions that make you want to crawl under a rock, but then they also ask good questions. And I'm like,
he's in a stage right now where he asked me to define everything. Like, he'll be like, what's a race? Like, as in like a race, like running. And I'll be like, oh, well, I guess it's like when you race each other. And I'm like, crap, I can't use the word in the definition. I'm like, let me Google that for you. Like, I feel so dumb, like trying to give definitions to things. I'm like, I'm clearly not a dictionary.
oh no, wait till you get homework and you're like, what the flip is a diphthong? Has anyone, what are they teaching in classes now? We are talking the thong song. What is going on here? Or dangling participles?
That goes over a letter.
I don't know. I think it's but I'm just like, my daughter's like, how do you do in algebra? And I was like, I will direct you to Mr. Moe.
Yeah, let me tell you a little secret. The amount of times you'll use algebra is 0.
I know. Teach kids how to, balance their checkbook, set up a budget. Let's get rid of some of these not useful things.
Yeah. Hey there. Good US citizen. That dog is very cute.
Oh, yes.
I've become like more of a little dog fan. I've not usually, but my neighbor now has this little thing that kind of looks like Shizzy's dog. I don't know what that is. But it barks and yaps, but then my lab goes out, who's like 100 pounds, and this little dog's out, and he just like runs in between his legs. It's kind of cute, but I'm waiting for him to actually bite my lab's ankles. Little
dogs have attitude. Little dogs are like, I will tear you up. I'm a rat terrier. And the great is like, is that little thing up near the ground talking to me?
Mm-hmm. That's pretty much like my lab and my corgi. The corgi's like trying to boss him around, and he's just like, every now and then he just lets out like a big deep wolf, like, get the frick out of my face, and she like cowers.
Oh, well,
because she's younger, so he's kind of like, all right, enough of you in your place, child. Courtney's back in 2 minutes, but it's Bev time, so I've got it in my ear.
I wonder how Lolly is either going to strategize, keep her on for the rest of 2 hours, kind of filibuster, or try to break up the defense, so get it to where they can start, but it might throw him off his rhythm.
Yeah. I think the defense lawyers are still some I think they're really good at kind of trying to throw people off the game, but then Bev interrupts.
Yeah. This is why I disagree wholeheartedly with we'll figure it out during trial, because you have pissed off.
I think, Dave, are you typing with your fist again?
We weren't talking about hair, but I mean, we can start.
Okay. Did you? Now I think he's doing speech to text because there's a period at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, corgis are
let's
herders.
see.
Yep.
Legal questions. Yeah. What would be your strategy as a judge? Would you do this, take it as it comes up, fighting if it's going to be allowed?
And then rush everybody along and say they're taking too long, but
because you've taken so long with the sidebar.
I give up. I'm done. I mean, I wasn't gonna say nothing, but this happens to me when I'm driving. I'm always like, I'll listen to the end of Baker's day or stream on when I'm picking up my son, and I'm like, I've got something to say, so I'll like do the speech to text, and it always comes out horrible, and I just delete it. Yeah, I don't know. Somebody had asked what Baker's up to. I don't know. He was on earlier. I'm sure he's getting ready for FNL.
Yeah.
Which that reminds me, everybody, make sure you go to Expert tonight. What time do they start? Like
9-ish,
9, I think.
But I think like actual time management 9:15-ish is what I vaguely remember, but don't quote me.
Yeah. Well, make sure you like and subscribe Expert and put on the notifications.
Oh, 7 Eastern.
7 Eastern. Okay. Thank you.
I was terribly wrong. Never mind.
I was too. I mean, it's really late, but I think the place closes at like 10 or something. So yes, go to Expert at 7 tonight.
Yes.
And you will get to see him eat cheesecake. Thank you, Brandon. Where is Baker? Do I need to find him? I don't know. Aren't you in Tennessee? I thought you were going.
That's what I thought, but
Baker's little pooch is the same as mine. Oh yeah, it's his brother's dog. I don't remember what kind it was. White is all I know.
Yeah,
I'm usually good with dog breeds, but little ones, they all look like fuzzy white things. In 5 hours.
Woohoo.
Baker's at Walmart. Oh yeah, he had to go buy t-shirts because guess what? He discovered that it's hot in Tennessee in May.
Oh, why did he check the yeah, but we're in that weird part of the season where it could be boiling and 80 degrees and then 40 degrees the next day. So
yeah, it's it's kind of weird. Like well, I also have the problem like Pennsylvania is like 50 degrees in the morning, then it's 80 degrees at like noon, and then you go to like 30 at 7 o'clock. And for whatever reason, you still have mosquitoes.
I was hoping that this weather would kill the cicadas, but apparently we're still on track to have just a crap ton of them.
Yeah. We get them every now and then here, and like we like get the warning and whatever, and we go to the basement and it turns out to be a nothing burger, but then there's that one that like will come through and just destroy everything. So I'm like,
oh yeah.
But trying to get like, if it usually happens in the middle of the night and you got to get like everybody up. It's like, is it worth like bothering all the dogs, all the cats, the kid?
I generally check the weather thing, and if it's like purple and white around me, then I get everyone up. But if it's just like red-ish, I'll stay up and
Yeah. Maybe Baker had a trouble with the conversion from Celsius to Fahrenheit. Or he doesn't realize the humidity is very different here.
Oh, yes. Oh, Lord.
Like, humid doesn't mean necessarily damp. It means, like, maple syrup.
Moist. You sweat, but nothing happens because there's so much moisture in the air. So you're just drippy. Everyone is drippy. It's gross.
Yeah.
And I will outlaw it when I'm president, so vote for me.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm a woman of the people, just like that.
Back in session, please be seated.
No hearings in the afternoon.
Thank you.
They're only 5 minutes late. That's not terrible.
All right, so Mr. Lally, just before you begin, folks, I neglected to tell you before or during the testimony of Mr. McCabe, and I don't want to keep repeating instructions, but I do want to remind you, when it comes to electronic communications, before you can consider them in your deliberations, you must first find that it's more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent the communication was in fact the person identified as doing so. If you do not find it more likely true than not that the person identified as sending the message was the one who sent it, then you may not consider that electronic communication in your deliberations. All right, thank you. Mr. Lally, go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry, may I approach?
Yes.
Carol, come up with seats and do, well, let me. Those pages that I've just placed before you, do you recognize the content of those?
I do.
What do you recognize those?
They are text messages between myself and John.
And from sort of specifically that time period of the early morning of January 29th through the morning of January 29th?
Yes.
And what's contained in those, is that an accurate portrayal of the content of those text communications?
Yes.
Now, with reference to Mr. O'Keefe, this is someone that you knew and you had his information put into your phone as far as a contact?
Yes.
And on prior occasions when you had contacted, or specifically that morning when you had left the waterfall and you talked to him on the phone, you called him and who answered? You called the contact that you had as John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Okay, who answered the phone?
John.
Okay. And then the contacts that you had put in as John O'Keefe called you and you answered, and who was on the other line?
John.
Now, may I approach?
Yes.
I want to seek to introduce in a minute.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. And this is subject to what we talked about in saga?
Yes, understood.
Thank you. That's exhibit 89. All right, thank you.
John, with respect to what's now been marked as exhibit 89, if I could, with the court's permission, publish that. Sure.
Yes.
Okay, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as that exhibit?
Yes.
And this is a text communication between yourself and Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, I'm sorry to do this. May we approach?
Sure, why don't you take that down, Ms. Gilman? And, thank you.
Didn't they talk about this already? Or cheese and
Yes. Why are you being so dumb? Just get it. How?
I don't know. This is annoying though. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. Mute. Then it went away.
What in the actual hell are they babbling about now?
I
Did
probably
he not get all of the things redacted? Good God.
Oh yeah, that wasn't redacted. It was an email of a picture of the chats from Jen's little investigation she had.
Yeah, why are we getting like evidenceception? We aren't ever getting the single piece of information. It's a chat from someone else's phone for Life 360. It's just
yeah. Oh, Lally's got to get them to fix it. Go away, cat.
No one has a Sharpie. Seriously, no one.
Well, then they have to send it.
So, Ms. McKay, with what's for you and what's up on the screen as the exhibits, there are sort of green bubbles and blue bubbles, correct?
Correct.
Can you tell the jury as far as who's communicating which direction, as far as the green bubbles are who and the blue bubbles?
Green is John and blue is myself.
Do we need to say
So the
this?
first text from this
Just
particular
read
date, if you could just read the jury as far as from whom the message is
shocked
sent,
she
what
can
the
read it.
content is, and then what the time.
So John sent to me where to at 12:14.
And if it assists you, if you have that in front of you.
Okay.
you can look at that. So the next bubble down is a blue bubble, is that correct?
Correct.
Similar to the one before, can you just read as far as that? Well, before I get to that, I'm sorry. So you receive that message from Mr. O'Keefe. You call him, have a conversation, he calls you back for the conversation.
Correct.
And then subsequent to that, could you read the next blue bubble down as far as from whom, what the content is, and what time it is?
So this one is from myself to John, and it says here at 12:27. So at that point, I see a car out front, and I text him here.
Testified to as far as looking out the front storm door, seeing the car, and then you sent the text. That's the text.
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down to that. And ma'am, similar, if you could just, who sent it, what's the content, and what is that time?
I sent to John, pull behind me at 12:31.
And what were you referring to when you said pull behind?
So at this point, the car had moved from the prior spot where I originally saw it. So I thought, what is he doing? Why don't they just pull behind me in the, in the driveway?
You just scroll down. And again, with this bubble, if you could read out.
From me to John saying hello, and it was at 12:40.
And at this point in time, as far as, let me ask you this way. When you're sending these text messages over these periodic time periods, what, if anything, are you doing sort of in between?
So I originally went to the front door, saw the car, texted them, then texted John. Then I went back, kind of sat at the table, just either threw my phone probably in my back pocket. And then a couple minutes later, I got up again and saw that the car had moved. So I had sent the pull behind me. And then a few minutes later, I went back to the front door, I'm sorry.
And when you went back to the front door, what, if anything, did you see about?
So at this specific point at 12:40, when I say hello, I cannot be certain whether they were still out front or if they had left.
And from any of these text messages that you sent, what kind of response did you receive from Mr. O'Keefe after the alerts?
None.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, to the next level. And similar to the prior one.
Sure. Jen to John, where are you? And that was at 12:42.
Next level.
Myself to John, hello, at 12:45.
Now this is later in the morning, and we'll get to that a little bit more in the morning, but at some point you left the residence of Fairview, you went home, and you were woken by something, and then at some point you texted John later on that morning, 29th.
Yes.
You know, the next couple of those text messages that you sent at that point.
Correct.
You could just, similar to the other ones.
Myself to John, please answer at 4:59.
Okay, so someone
Myself to
was
John,
right behind
Karen
you.
is worried.
Go
We need to
out there.
find you at 4:59.
What's that?
So a person that you are instructing where they should park and everything, and you also haven't gotten a, response back on your text message. Do you look outside?
Well, I think they did. They were all looking outside at various different times, saw them and then didn't see them. So,
but with real eyes.
Yeah, like not from the window.
Yeah.
I guess not, because it was snowing. I don't know.
59. Myself to John. Karen is worried. We need to find you at 4:59. Myself to John. Please answer so I know you're okay. 5:04.
May I approach this retreat? Now, Ms. McCabe, I can take you back to at the house on Fairview. Again, you're sending these text messages and going back to the table and then going back to the window at various times.
To the front door.
To the front door.
Yes.
And at any point in time, do you see anybody exit from the dark SUV or the black SUV you see in front of the house?
No.
And at any point in time, did John O'Keefe come into the house?
No.
And at any point in time, did John O'Keefe respond to your text messages?
No.
At any point in time, did John O'Keefe call?
No.
Now, at some point subsequent to this, have you had occasion to look at your phone or at your call history?
Yes.
And through review of that, were you able to see phone calls that your phone made to John O'Keefe's phone around that same time frame that you were texting him and going to school?
Yes.
May I approach Ron?
Yes.
Does anybody hear my cat purring? It's really loud.
No, I always get worried when Thor's up because he's so loud and he wants to touch the mic.
Yeah, he's in my lap right now and he keeps reaching up. You can see like his little white paw coming up to get my hair. Oh. Now are we going through her cell phone like calls?
And I'm showing you a 4-page document. Look at that and look up when you finish. And if I could suggest, I think it starts in reverse order from page 4, timing-wise, up through page 1.
Oh my goodness. Holly, come on now.
Just generally speaking, ma'am, do you recognize what's contained in that 4-page document?
I do.
And what do you recognize?
The calls between myself and John O'Keefe.
And am I correct that it starts in sort of a sending order as far as the earliest calls are on page 4 and then the most recent are on the first page?
Yes.
And the phone calls that you were testifying to about before, as far as talking to him on the way from the waterfall to residents at Fairview, did they appear in those?
They do.
Maybe we push these.
Okay. May I have that?
Oh, what are we objecting to? Fake evidence?
I honest to God don't know.
I mean, was she... Like, does this prove anything? Like, we know that Karen reached out to Jen.
I mean, I don't know. Not to me, but I'm not them, so I don't know.
I mean, I guess they have to show the jury that she tried to reach out to him, so she's not a heartless B-word.
Well, yeah.
Oh, there are missing texts.
Oh.
Well, yeah, I know she deleted some.
Well, I think maybe that's the issue. They're just showing the ones that weren't deleted. And maybe the defense is like, no, show all of them. This is kind of
Yeah, you don't get to,
shenanigans.
you don't get to nitpick because they have all of them. And she deleted calls too. But the whole thing, she didn't, like, a lot of people were using the excuse that, like, oh, I delete calls because I don't like having all of them, or deleting texts, I don't like all that clutter and stuff, or whatever, for whatever reason. That's great, but she didn't delete all of them. She deleted like one here, one there, and like, why? I don't
Yeah.
know. Hey, Jamie.
Hi.
Cat.
Oh, Lordy.
Okay.
That question was about all communications, and that isn't all. Yeah, you're right.
So,
Okay.
Ms. McCabe, as far as the first calls you were testifying about, as far as when you spoke to Mr. O'Keefe on the way from the waterfall to the residence of Fairview, were those contained within those calls?
Yes.
As far as, is there a time that's associated with those calls that you observe in those 4-page documents?
Yes.
And what are
12:14 and 12:18.
And turning your attention to page 1, that would be sort of the last in line there. What time is the last call between yourself and Mr. O'Keefe, and who's calling?
I'm calling him at 5:25.
May I approach him?
Yes.
I won't see you for some minutes. The next exhibit.
Is there any objection?
There's not, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I think I missed this one. Hey, y'all. You want to use a gardening tool? Yeah, you're funny. Thank you, Brandon.
Yeah.
A little birdie just told me Backer, which I'm assuming is Baker, is getting hammered tonight. Let's go. And that Marissa's joining virtually and going drink for drink. Yeah, no, that's not happening. Thank you again.
Now, Ms. McCabe, you had mentioned that during the course of the evening, shortly after you arrived at the residence of Fairview, you observed a vehicle outside of your sister's house, correct?
Yes.
And Your Honor, with court's permission, I would ask to publish with this witness exhibits 71, 72, and 73.
Okay.
And Ms. McCabe, first and foremost, what's up on the screen is exhibit 71. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Okay, I think you can just go right to what you want her to identify, please, Mr. Lally.
So, Ms. McCabe, in front of you on the desk, there should be a laser pointer. Just click on the button and point to the screen. And if I could ask if you could direct, well, first and foremost, with respect to this photograph, do you observe in this photograph where you first saw the black SUV in front of the house?
It was directly if I was staring out the front door. So this angle is kind of unique to see it. But if you go from the front door directly straight out, so maybe the edge, you understand what I'm saying?
Using that just right there.
No.
So if there's the front door and I look straight out, but the perception is almost like a side view. It's not straight on, so it could have been a little over here.
So, Ellie, why don't you show another picture if this one isn't helpful?
Is it visible in this photograph?
Yes, so just follow this and then come straight.
And you didn't go, hey, there's my friend John. Let me go see if he's okay.
Wait.
Mr. Cade testified that at another point you come to the front door and you observe the vehicle in a different spot, correct?
Correct.
If you could, again, using the laser pointer, just bring your attention to where in this photograph, if at all, you observe with the vehicle in a second.
It was right about, right near the flagpole.
Okay. This gentleman, you can take that.
Brandon, I just assumed.
I know. I'm not even.
Now, turning our attention to back in the home, at some point you indicated you looked out and didn't see the black SUV there anymore.
Correct.
And what was your thought as far as where John was or where John had gone at that point?
At that point, I thought maybe they decided not to come in. Maybe they got into an argument, or maybe Kaylee had called.
Did you think much of it at that point?
No.
Now, you leave the home around what time?
Approximately 1:30, roughly 1:30, 1:45.
And when you leave, who, if anyone, goes with you?
So it's myself, my husband, Matt, and I had offered, when Julie Nagel's brother had come to the house earlier, I had offered Julie and Sarah Levinson a ride home because we had just gotten there and they had wanted to stay later. So I also drove home Julie and Sarah. Well, my husband drove them home.
And so you exit the house, go out to the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And your husband, Matt, was driving?
Yes.
Where are you seated?
And the front seat.
And do you recall where Miss Levinson and Miss Nagel were seated in the car?
They were in the back seat.
Do you recall which one was on which side?
I do not.
And when you come out of the house and you're starting to go home, what, if anything, had changed as far as the weather from when you had gone in to when you had?
The snow had, accumulated more.
And when you get into the vehicle and as the vehicle is pulling away, what, if any, conversation do you recall having with anyone in the car?
When I got in the car, I kind of turned around to Julie.
I'm going to allow the subject to move in strength. There's a portion that's relevant. Go ahead.
I turned around and was facing them and talking to them. And I believe Sarah Levinson had laughed or made a joke because I had bread or something in my car. And we made a joke about that. I had my niece earlier that week for the week. And so I had brought stuff in the car because I was dragging her from one of my kids' sporting events to the next.
And as, do you recall which direction, or did you observe which direction your husband, Matt, exited from residence in Fairview? And by that, I mean, did he head towards Chapman or did he head towards
Chapman?
And so as far as, I may not have asked this before, but as far as the black SUV that you observed in front of the house, which direction was that vehicle facing?
Chapman.
Each of the times that you saw it?
Yes.
And so as with that vehicle, as with the one that your husband was driving, which side of the vehicle would have been closest to the house in Fairview?
Passenger.
Now, as you're driving past the house, heading to how were you positioned within the car?
I'm turned chatting to the girls.
So, and when you're turned, are you turned towards the window or are you turned towards the console? Which way are you?
Turn the console towards the back seat. So my back is to the window.
And either of these girls, did you know where they lived?
No.
Do you recall whether or not you found their homes by way of sort of
Oh my
yes, or
God.
was it just a verbal direction?
Stupid question.
I'm assuming they just gave Matt directions to where they lived.
Did
you
you
drop each of them
find
off?
their
Do you
homes?
recall which order they were dropped off in?
Julie,
just
then Sarah.
Chucked them out of the car.
And then
Yeah, did you
dropped
just
them
say,
off
"Get
in
out"?
your house.
Home.
This is where I'm
And
leaving you.
this whole trip sort of from Fairview to dropping off Miss Nagel, Miss Levinson, and then going home, about how long a period of time is that?
It could be 20, 30 minutes, maybe about approximately 20 minutes. Not exactly sure.
You arrived home sometime after 2 a.m., is that correct?
Yes.
And when you and your husband, Matt, got home, went inside the house, and where did you go?
I went upstairs to bed.
And at some point, did your husband come up as well?
He did.
Was it a long period of time between when you arrived home and when your husband came up?
I don't think too long. I think he had like some cheese or something because he was on a crazy diet, and then he came upstairs.
Now, did you go
Cheese.
right to sleep, or what, if anything, did you do?
I mean, I love cheese, so
He was on the
I love
Wisconsin
cheese.
diet.
I
do
love cheese too, and if there's a cheese diet, I'll go on it. What is that
Yes, please.
one?
Well, it's basically, well, cheese would be basically like no carb. You just ate cheese all the time? No carbs.
I mean, did all your systems work after that?
I mean, I don't know.
I asked him to watch a show. He said no, he was going to fall asleep, which he does usually immediately. And I went on my phone.
And what, if anything, do you recall doing on your phone as far as going on?
Oh, here she's going to tell the story.
I had
Hypothermia.
What's that?
I said
Yeah.
searching for hyperthermia.
Yeah.
I mean, no reason.
I know. I want to hear what she's got to say.
Going on.
I was researching, my husband and I did briefly talk. My daughter had gotten an offer to play on a club back.
Just tell us what you mean, please.
Sure. I was researching a basketball team, and I believe I also texted my sisters, and I texted in a group chat with my husband and another individual.
Now,
Sure you were, lady.
if I could just turn your attention back to when you were at the house on Fairview that evening, and I believe this is the last time, so I apologize for the back and forth, but when you were there, what if any videos or any music or anything that you pull up on your phone to share with the group that you were?
So one of my sisters loves the song Raining Men. And she always, well, not always, maybe every once in a while, she's a little too much to drink and takes out an umbrella and sings and dances. And it's like a big family joke.
Wait a minute, pause
And
this,
my
Marissa.
other nephew had previously been over and showed me the video from whenever, I don't know if it's the 1970s, of It's Raining Men. So I just was playing it, showing my other nieces and nephews, and we were just like laughing because they all have umbrellas, and it's just something, it's like an inside family joke. So I played that, I think, a couple of times.
Funny. So funny.
Okay, so wait, this entire case is going to be broken by It's Raining Men. I call it, they're going to find it on Spotify that she never downloaded the song, and it is going to be the dumbest thing that derails this trial.
Oh my gosh. That was like the dumbest qualifier I've ever heard in my entire life. Oh, this is a quote. I like to dissect girls. Did you know I'm utterly insane? What do I like about M&A? Are you talking about the unaliving or the unalivings? Thank you. I like to dissect women. That's a
Oh, Brandon.
pretty sure that's Brandon.
It sure is.
You know, this trial is going to help me get this done really quick. So there you go. I mean the cross stitch, not
right.
And so after you get home and you're looking at the basketball program and things of that nature, what, if anything, else did you do before you went to bed or went to sleep?
Nothing. I possibly could have gotten up to go to the bathroom. I do that almost every night.
Now, at this time, you
Very
had an
regular.
iPhone, is that correct?
Yes,
no Mary
Did you
time,
also
or is
have
that
an
only on
Apple Watch?
Wednesdays?
I did, yes.
Do you recall whether or not you were wearing the Apple Watch that evening or when you went to bed or anything like that?
I do not recall.
I put it on the dog. That's what she's going to say. I put it on the dog.
You put it on the dog.
I was a little drunk and I decided that the dog needed to lose some weight.
As far as the Apple Watch is concerned, is that something that you routinely or always take off before you go to bed?
Mostly, but not always. I mean, there are times I go to bed with it on.
It's the point
More
of it.
often
It
than not, I
distracts
take
your
it off.
sleep.
There are times that I do sleep with it.
And with respect to this particular evening, do you recall whether you had it on or whether you took it off or even had it on at all?
I don't recall if I had it on that night.
Now, turning back to that last exhibit, as far as the phone calls were concerned, were there certain phone calls that you made to Mr. O'Keefe's phone around the time that you were observing the vehicle outside?
Yes.
Do you recall making any phone calls to Mr. O'Keefe at that time?
I don't.
Fair to say that at no point while you saw the vehicle outside did you have any conversation with Mr. O'Keefe?
I didn't.
Now you go to sleep, and at some point later on in the morning, you wake up, correct?
Correct.
And what is it that wakes you up and went about with it?
You know I died.
I
Oh, I
woke up
died.
to my phone ringing.
And do you know what time it was?
4:53.
And according to your phone, who was calling you at 4:53?
John's niece.
And so that would be John's niece, Kaylee, is that correct?
Correct.
And how old was she at this time?
I believe she was 14.
And she had just gotten into Bishop Thean, correct?
Correct.
She was in 8th grade going in, finishing up her 8th grade year of middle school, correct?
Yes.
Is that a normal thing, that Kaylee would be calling you at 4:53 in the morning on a Saturday?
No.
So you answer the call, is that correct?
Yes.
When you answer the call, who, if anyone, is initially on the other?
Initially, it's Kaylee.
And what, if anything, did Kaylee say to you?
That John didn't come home and Karen wanted to talk to me.
And even in that initial call, when you're speaking to Kaylee, what, if anything, do you hear sort of in the background when you're talking?
Karen screaming.
And could you hear what she was screaming?
She was just screaming, Jen, Jen, Jen.
Fairly loudly, is that correct?
Extremely.
Why would she be yelling?
Now, at some point, does the defendant get on the phone with you?
She does.
And what, if any, conversation do you have with her at that?
She proceeds to scream my name multiple times, and she tells me that John didn't come home, they got into a fight, and that she left him at the waterfall.
What?
And how do you respond?
I had just woken up.
Wait,
I was confused.
I need to backnate. What did she just say?
She said that Karen said that she left John at the waterfall.
Yeah.
Times, and she tells me that John didn't come home, they got into a fight, and that she left him at the waterfall.
And how do you respond?
I had just woken up. I was confused. I didn't know what she was talking about. I was like, what are you talking about? And then she, told me that they had gotten into a fight and she left him there. And now where is he? And she was just kept screaming my name over and over. And so then I remembered that Chris Albert had still been at the bar. So I thought, well, maybe John walked home with Chris because Chris lives close to the waterfall.
And so at some point that conversation ended and you recall how that ended?
I told her that I was going to call Julie and see if John had ended up with Chris.
And so you hang up with her, and then what did you do then?
I called Julie Albert.
And did Julie pick up the phone?
She did not.
And as you were calling Julie, did you have any conversation with your husband, Matt, around that time?
Yes. He, had kind of shot up out of bed when Karen had called. When Kaylee had called, because Karen was screaming. And then he was, what's going on? And I said, well, I'm calling Julie because Karen, they got into a fight, and I was trying to explain it to him. And he said, what are you talking about? We saw them outside of your sister's house. And at that point, I hung up.
And when you hung up, Julie had not answered yet, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as Miss Reed, is that someone who had your phone number? Did you have her plugged into your phone as a contact before that date of January 29th?
No.
So never had any kind of conversation with her over the phone as far as a text or a phone call or anything. You didn't even have her information.
Correct.
And so after hanging up while calling Julie, what, if anything, did you do then?
And then I'm not sure if I
I thought
called
they were MS
Kaylee back or.
What's that?
I thought they were MS buddies, like, they both have MS, so they would be bestest friends.
Yeah. Well, she's making it she's making it seem like she had no reason to frame Karen.
True.
Or anything, you didn't even have her information.
Correct.
And so after hanging up while calling Julie, what, if anything, did you do then?
And then I'm not sure if I called Kaylee back or if Kaylee called me back.
But at some point, you get back in touch with Kaylee, or at least the phone, correct?
Yes, I get Karen. I get in touch with Karen again, and I say, Karen, we saw you outside of my sister's.
And what was her response to that?
She told me that she didn't remember going there, and then she started yelling, Jen, and then she was saying, did I hit him? Could I have hit him?
No, she
And then she proceeded to say that she had a cracked taillight.
Uh-huh. Wait, so if she was blackout drunk, she's not paying attention to a taillight.
Right.
Also, doesn't the, backinating video at O'Keefe's house or close to it show that the taillight wasn't broken?
Right.
Oh, please
And
can
this
you
is
get to your cross today?
while you're still in
Yeah,
your
I will.
home and you're in your bedroom, correct?
Correct.
And what was your response to that?
I thought she was honestly like just talking crazy. And then she said, oh my God, I left him there. Like she was extremely irrational. She said that it told me again that they had gotten into a fight. So now she was just kind of all over the place, just screaming. She was very hard to understand. So my brain started going, okay, well, if she left him there, where could he be? Who could he be with?
As you're going through that sort of process, what did you do next?
So then earlier in the night, there was another individual who we had been in contact with, or my husband had been talking to, and he had mentioned that he was gonna meet up with John at Waterfall as well, but he never ended up coming. I knew he was at a house close to Fairview, so I thought, well, maybe if they got into a fight, like John might have texted this individual, and maybe he just ended up on his couch.
Who was that individual?
Tom Beatty.
And who is Tom Beatty in relation to, how did you know?
He has two daughters that are the same age as my daughters.
One of those daughters, at least around the same age as Kaylee.
Yes.
And so, based on sort of that process, or thought process, and what you're doing, what did you do?
So then I start calling Tom.
And at any point in time that you call Tom, did Tom pick up the phone? Did you speak with him?
He did not.
And so, following that, what did you do?
So I know at some point I was starting to call John. My husband was as well. At that point, I get up and I'm like, okay, well, got to go out and look for him. And in my head, I was thinking I'll drive over to Tom's and maybe he's there. I then go downstairs. Matt gets up. He's starting to get dressed. I go downstairs. I make a coffee. And I'm not sure how much time passed. Then all of a sudden, I hear screaming out front.
Now, if I could just take it back for a second, as far as a decade or so that you had known and been friends with John O'Keefe, with his either his niece or his nephew or both home, is him not coming home? Is that something that had ever happened before? You were ever aware of before?
I was never.
Had John ever gone out at night and then not come home when the kids were gone?
Objection.
Not to my knowledge, no.
So at some point you make your way downstairs, is that right?
Correct.
And then what, if anything, did you hear once you were downstairs?
Screaming.
And where was the screaming coming from?
Out front.
And when you heard that screaming, where did you go?
I ran to my front door.
At some point, did you open your front door?
I opened my front door, correct.
And then what did you see when you opened the front door?
Miss Reed came running up my walkway.
And prior to, during any of the other conversations that you had with Miss Reed, Did you know where she was when you were talking to her?
No.
Obviously, the first call was Kaylee calling from the house. That was
Yes.
the assumption.
Mhm.
And then
So
subsequent.
is that a yes or no?
Yes.
And as far as the second call that you were talking about, do you know where she was when she was talking to you then?
The first couple calls, I know she was at the house, and then I don't know.
So was opening your door, hearing the screaming from out front, was that something that surprised you?
Yes.
And when you hear the screaming, if you could just explain to the jury, how loud was the screaming that you were hearing?
Very loud.
And what, if anything, was she saying?
It was more of the, Jen, did I hit him? And then she would yell, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And then she was yelling, we have to go to Fairview.
Were
And
there
in addition
ring
to Ms.
doorbells?
Reed, what, if anything, else did you?
These her technical husband, and they don't have ring doorbells. You're muted.
No, I know that the Alberts did not, but I don't know about them. And even if they did, this was like, they didn't, I don't know if they even got to this. I've never seen this, so it's not in any of the documents. So I don't know if this came up where they would even think to ask for a ring doorbell. And I don't know. This is,
Well, I was just wondering because I mean, it sounds they're both trying to paint her as hysterical, but also maniacal. It's two different things, especially when you're going for murder. Had they said manslaughter, I think that people, but full on murder of passion by backhanating over him, it just,
yeah. Yeah. Ring doorbells aren't a thing there.
that explains a whole lot.
Yeah.
See when you opened up the door?
Just,
In a better way.
Yeah.
Did you see a vehicle?
yes,
And where was the vehicle and what did the vehicle look like?
it was in my driveway. I believe the driver door was left open.
And what kind of vehicle was it?
A black Lexus.
Consistent with what you had seen outside of Fairview the night or earlier in the morning?
Yes.
And so as she's coming up your walk toward your front door,
Running, yes.
and then what, if any, conversation did you have with her there in reference to that?
I just said, Karen, I was trying to calm her down. Matt came, I believe, and was yelling down that she was going to wake up the neighborhood. And then she was yelling that we had to go to Fairview. So I told Matt that I was going to go with Karen.
Initially, before that, what were your plans as far as going to look for John before Ms. Reed showed up?
My husband and I were going to go to Tom Beatty's.
Now, once you decide that now you're going with Ms. Reed, the defendant, where did the two of you go?
So as we walked out, there was a car pulled up and then a plow.
Recognize the car that pulled up?
No.
I'm sorry, I interrupted. So the car pulls up and then the plow, and then what happens?
So in the car was Kerry Roberts. And so she kind of rolled down the window and was like, Karen, what are you doing? And then the plow was behind her. So Kerry pulled up and I told Karen that I was going to drive her car because I didn't want her driving because she was hysterical. So we got in her car and then Kerry Roberts called Karen. And then Karen was screaming and, saying that she had cracked her taillight. We need to go to Fairview. Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? And then she would just scream our names. Kerry was telling her to shut up, that we needed to just go back to John's and we'll drive in one car and let's go to John's. Maybe he's there and he's passed out and you didn't see him.
When you open up the door initially and you come outside and you see the defendant out there screaming and all of that. Again, with respect to the weather, what was the weather at that point?
It was like dark and it was almost like a whiteout.
And so you get into Ms. Reed's vehicle, correct?
Yes,
And you're driving that vehicle from your house to Meadows Ave, is that correct?
yes,
That's Mr. O'Keefe's house.
yes,
You're familiar with that residence? You've been there plenty of times before.
yes.
Now, with respect to Kerry Roberts, did you know Kerry Roberts prior to this morning of January 29th?
I had met her once before.
And can you describe to the jury sort of the circumstances of that or how you knew her prior to January 29th?
Way back when, after John's sister and brother-in-law died, I would have Kaylee a lot and Kerry would have Patrick. And one day John said, I get a discount at Reebok. I'm going to take you guys for sneakers, get all your kid sizes. So he took Kerry and myself and we went to Reebok. We bought sneakers for all my girls and me. And then he took Kerry and I to the hillside for lunch just to thank him for, helping, because that's what he did.
Now, was Kerry Roberts someone that you had as contact saved in your phone? Had you ever texted her or called her or talked to her over your phone before?
No,
So you indicated that Ms. Roberts then calls Ms. Reed's phone while you're in Ms. Reed's car, correct?
yes,
Now, as far as Ms. Reed's phone, was that similar to your phone that earlier in the morning? Was that hooked up in any way or matched or paired with the vehicle that you were driving?
yes,
So fair to say you could hear both sides of the conversation as far as Ms. Reed talking next to you and then obviously Ms. Roberts on the other end.
yes,
So the conversation that you were talking about as far as Ms. Roberts saying, shut up and we're going to Meadows Ave and all that, you could hear Ms. Roberts saying that?
yes.
Now, the vehicle, when you get into the defendant's vehicle, she pulled in straight into your driveway, is that correct?
Yes,
So fair to say you had to back out of the driveway, correct?
correct.
Now, when you were operating Ms. Reed's vehicle in reverse, what, if anything, showed up in sort of the center console area of that?
I do not remember. I don't know.
Do you recall anything as far as the camera or anything like that?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
You back the vehicle out of the driveway, and you proceed to Meadows Ave, correct?
Yes,
And about how long a drive is it from your house to Mr. O'Keefe's?
approximately 5-6 minutes.
And when you get to Mr. O'Keefe's house, where do you park?
I pull in straight in the driveway.
And after you pull into the driveway, at some point you all get out, correct?
Yes,
Do you recall who pulled in first as far as who was in front of who on the way to Meadows, yourself or Ms. Roberts?
I believe I was in front.
You would have pulled into the driveway and parked, and Ms. Roberts would have pulled in and parked behind, correct?
Yes.
And so after the three of you get out of your respective vehicles, what happened?
Karen brings us to the back of the car and says, look, see, I have a cracked taillight.
And where on the vehicle was she directing yourself and Ms. Roberts' attention?
The back right.
Give me a break.
Wait, so she's looking for the love of her life and she's gonna stop to show you a little crack in her. I wouldn't have even noticed if it was broken. That's the thing. If I am worried about someone that badly that I'm hysterical, I can't drive, I'm not thinking of the tail light.
Yeah. And also, yeah,
And if it's cracked, if it's shortly cracked, how in the hell is it 170 pieces plus the shroud of Turin, on the driveway? I am confused.
I don't.
Cracked to me means like a line, but not broken. Now,
Right.
broken or busted means something different. So I'd have to know the creoles of that area to know if cracked means busted or just cracked.
Also, when did she see it? When did Karen first notice it? Was it when she got to Jen's house? Because yeah, she hit John's car. Ugh. Oh, yeah, she's hysterical. Look at my taillight's broken.
I mean, I have been known to tangent, but on, emergency stuff, I'm fairly logic-based and, triage. I give
Yeah,
2 craps about a tail light.
most rational people can prioritize in their brain during an emergency. Most.
So
Yeah,
passenger
this
side,
just is
rear
weird.
part of the vehicle.
Yes.
And when you looked at that area of the vehicle, what could you see of that?
I saw that there were missing pieces, but there was also snow covering it. And Karen was screaming,
Right.
look, look. And then Kerry was screaming back at her. It was very chaotic. So I didn't stare in depth, but what I can tell you is I saw missing pieces from the taillight.
And at some point, how long a period of time is this that you're out O'Keefe's driveway looking at the crack hole?
Not long, because then Kerry's, yelling at her, telling her she's crazy and that she's driving around drunk and she could have hit anything, and kind of rushes us to go into the house to look in there for John.
With the court's permission, I would ask if I could publish on the screen what's been marked as exhibit number 2.
Okay.
Narrative is.
And Mr. McKay, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
I do.
What is that?
That is Meadows Ave, John's house.
And the driveway that you're talking about as far as where you pulled in, that's not visible in this photograph, correct?
Correct.
So facing Mr. O'Keefe's house on Meadows, which side of the photograph would the driveway be?
The right.
And you're on there, approach?
Yes.
I'm just showing you another photograph. Just ask you to look at that. We'll probably finish.
All right, sorry, I was listening in the background. This absolute dog.
You recognize
crap of
what's
a
in that
woman.
photograph?
Yes.
What?
Oh my lord. Sorry, I had to go do a work thing, and I was just like listening in one ear, going, "Oh my god, she's so stupid."
She is. Like, I agree with Valhalla here that she's giving reasons why she wouldn't notice the whole taillight missing.
No, but like, I mean, I know she's got to hit her bullet points because of Lally, but like, Karen's screaming about John, and she's like, "Come over here!" As she's in the middle of having a moment, she's dragging them over to just stare at her. Like, look at it, guys! Like, how stupid do you sound?
I don't remember reading anything about that.
She mentioned it that they mentioned that it was cracked, that because that was the whole thing. But
That's what
now
she
I like
said
that
here.
she says it's cracked, but there's snow covering the one side, so it like it could have been all gone or something. She'd never know. Like, ma'am. No.
Yeah.
I don't know. She's just,
Don't speculate.
I cannot wait till she gets crossed.
I know. I don't think
They're
it's
gonna
going to
make us
happen today.
wait till
33.
Yeah. Well,
Showing you another photograph. Just ask you to look at that. We'll probably finish.
Okay.
You recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What do you recognize?
That's John's car.
And where is John's car in relation to John's house?
It's parked to the side of the driveway.
And you also see sort of the garage area in that photograph?
Yes.
May I approach? I'm going to seek to introduce in a minute. And the next.
Objection.
I'm sorry, Dave.
Yeah,
Your Honor, with the question, I could publish that to the jury now as well.
Okay.
she's totally been watching.
Now, Mr. Cave, with reference to what's up on the screen, is that a photo that you just had for you?
Yes,
And there are 2 garage doors on the house at One Meadows Ave, correct?
correct.
Left and a right, is that fair way?
Yes,
And you've been inside Mr. O'Keefe's house a number of times, correct?
yes.
Now, with respect to the garage door on the left, what was contained within that part of the
His old-fashioned car.
what the Haley didn't like?
Yes.
And on the right side of the garage, what if anything was in?
It's pretty open.
Who cares?
How
Who
would you
gives a
describe
flying F?
Mr. O'Keefe as far as how he kept things around his house, either in the house or the lawn or things around?
You're not his wife.
John was very meticulous. Everything had its place.
Now, when you arrived there on the morning of the 29th, Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle wasn't parked in that position, correct?
Correct.
From for the outside of the residence, were you aware of there being any sort of security cameras or anything on affixed to the house of One Meadows Ave at that time?
Yes.
How were you aware of that?
John told us he was, yeah, I don't remember, years prior, I believe, he came over and he was so excited that he got in a ring and he would always show us it. He just was always watching.
I'm sorry, what?
John was a voyeur.
Yeah, he was a voyeur. He really liked watching.
People like, he's bragging about a ring all the time. I got a ring. I could see it once, but not all the time. This is made up bullshit.
Well, do they want to get in there that he, I don't know. He knows what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
If you wrote this for Hollywood, no one would believe you.
No.
Yeah.
And when he would show you that, how would he show you? Like on what kind of device?
On his phone.
So he had the ring application hooked up to his cell phone.
Yes.
Did he tell you his
Now,
passport?
with respect to that morning when you arrived, if you could, using the latest
He's a fan
form,
of
just
space
delineate for the
We all
jury
know it.
whereabouts you had parked Ms. Reed's vehicle and pulled in and see it.
So it would be right there because John's car was further over.
Mr. O'Keefe's car was further over to the fence.
Towards the fence, yes.
And so when you arrived there, you
They've been mentioning it, Dave, because
It's
there's
not new.
allegations that Karen apparently deleted a video of her coming home. Is that what it is? I don't know why it would matter.
Yeah, they have to prove it.
Mm-hmm.
Now they're just showing this picture to show that there's no damage to his car.
Oh, this is her. Well, is this?
It's his car.
I thought he had a Ford Edge.
No, this is the Traverse that he had
I
So
know
what was
everybody
the
had Edge.
old-fashioned car that he had?
in the garage.
What was it? Just a classic car? Or do we know what type it was?
Nobody said. They just keep saying it was like an old car.
They showed a picture of him in it, like in the beginning of the trial, but I don't remember anymore.
Yeah.
Watch it be much neon.
Yeah.
No, I knew that. I knew the edges were the Alberts, but I thought John had one too.
Mm.
At some point you go in the house, right?
Correct.
How did you get into the house that morning?
The right garage door was open.
Now, is that something normal as far as when you get to Mr. O'Keefe's house that a garage door is open in a snowstorm?
No.
And so you go in through the garage door and then you go into the house, correct?
Yes.
And it's going to need to take place.
Okay.
So, Ms. McCabe, if you could describe to the jury sort of how you, when you come in through that right garage door and you start to go into the house, what is it when you see when you first come into the house, and what is sort of the layout of Mr. O'Keefe's house?
You walk in from the garage and there's a mudroom.
And typically when you would walk into Mr. O'Keefe's house, what, if anything, would you or anyone else do when they walked into his house?
Take off your shoes.
And why was that?
He didn't want dirt or that morning snow probably getting all over his house.
And so that was a pretty well-known rule for anybody that spent any time at his house on Meadows.
Yes.
And so when you and Ms. Roberts and Ms. Reed walked into the home that morning into the mudroom, what did you do? What did Ms. Roberts do? What did Ms. Reed do?
I took off my boots or shoes, whatever I had on. Carrie Roberts took off. Karen just ran straight in the house.
You and Ms. Roberts both took off your shoes, and Ms. Reed then just walked into the house with boots or shoes or whatever she was wearing on.
Yes.
And then once you get into the house, where is it that the three of you went respectively once you got in?
We all dispersed. I looked in the TV room where there is a couch. Then I kind of walked through a dining room, and then I peeked into a living room. I went upstairs. I looked in John's room.
Did you look in a Samsonite?
Harry was also running around different rooms.
Did you look in a Samsonite?
Oh God.
They might have been playing hide and seek, you know? It was a good night. We did puzzles.
Yeah.
Oh my
Too
God.
soon.
No, but I felt like I had something to say.
Okie dokie.
But now I can't.
I don't think we're getting crossed today.
Dang it.
That's what I was gonna say. I was like, Bradley is so stupid if he drags us out until 4 o'clock, because it just gives them so much time to just go over everything she said and just tailor that little cross, make sure everything's on point.
Yeah.
Yep.
Rooms, and then I went into Kaylee's room.
And during this time when you and Ms. Roberts are sort of going around room to room, what was the defendant?
I'm not sure.
Did you see her doing the same thing that you were doing?
No.
Now, with respect to when it at least peeked into John's bedroom, is that right?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you note about the bed when you looked?
It was made.
What?
John's bed was made? Is that what she just said?
Yeah.
Okay.
But that means that Karen didn't sleep in his bed?
Okay.
I mean, does she not? I mean, what? Do we even really know? Like, did she just sleep on the couch or something?
I mean, they're making it out like she was blind, deaf, like blackout drunk.
That too. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. I heard it while I was thinking, but later, like, we're talking about, like, you're driving around drunk, blah, blah, blah. Like, first of all, you guys never saw her drunk. She wasn't even drinking. You said she wasn't drinking. You said she didn't appear drunk. And now all of a sudden you're screaming at her the next day, or not the next day technically, but hours later.
And what cop, what dude is gonna, in a snowstorm, knowing he's a police officer, he deals with these conditions more often. What guy is gonna make his girl drive for him? Look, I am fully off the Joe, what is his thing? His wife drives him. No, I got married so I don't have to drive in the snow.
I hated driving too. I was a passenger princess for sure. But anyways, just because I get lost in terrible directions. But yeah.
Me too. Like, okay, you'll go towards the driver's side, and then where that old Mexican restaurant is that they turned into a Kmart, but now it's closed too? Okay, you're going to turn right around there, and you're going to go cat a corner to the CVS, but not the Walgreens.
Right.
That's directions. Exactly. That's my directions.
So then you go into Kaylee's room and check on her, correct?
Yes.
And at any point in time, did you see Patrick at any point?
No.
And were you aware of where Patrick was, or did you know at that point?
At that point, I believe Kaylee told me he was at a sleepover.
So you have some conversation with Kaylee, is that right?
Yes.
And about how long a conversation did you have with Kaylee?
Probably about a few minutes.
And when you left from Kaylee, what is it that you said to her as you were leaving?
Objection.
I promised Kaylee. I promised Kaylee that I would find John and everything was going to be okay.
Oh, goodness. Corey.
So after that, where did
Whatever, you were crying when you found him. Are you gonna
After
cry
that,
now?
the three of us got
What?
Sorry. Sorry, I'm just yelling. I said,
Oh.
oh, she's crying now, but she didn't shed a tear when she found him laying there.
Well, I mean, she was probably crying for the brake light.
Mm-hmm.
She's worried
It
about
was
that.
really sad for the brake light.
After that, the three of us got in the car and we drove to Fairview,
And when you say you got into the car, which part of the game?
Kerry's.
Yeah, this is fake.
She's not turtling in as much. Not that I believe Bonnie's good, but you know. And her face isn't crumpled. I mean, usually you have more facial movement when you're feeling a big emotion.
Yeah. Look at her staring at her. You freaking liar.
Looks to kill. Ma'am, you would be in for murder.
And she's like, I'll show you unaliving.
I'll show you how I run people over.
Oh my gosh,
Get away with it.
This is awesome. Total boss.
Yeah, I'm showing you a few photographs again. If you could just look at those and look up.
I would too. I'd be so livid if somebody's up there lying on me.
I would be fluttering my eyes though, and my face is contempt of court.
Did you recognize what's in those photographs?
Yes,
And what do you recognize those?
the defendant's vehicle.
And, you know, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm gonna call them up to seek to introduce them as the next exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Karen's like, remember that affair
I'm
I
on the
said I would
permission
never
if I
tell no
could,
one about?
also security as well. Mr. Cade, what's depicted in this photograph is the defendant Ms. Reed's vehicle, correct?
Good grief.
Correct.
And in sort of focus here is the right rear passenger side of that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And the tail light, if you could, with the laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to where you observe that.
See, look, it's all the way
And
down.
with respect to what's depicted in this photograph, as far as any damage that's
That's just a
observed to the
cracked
tail light,
taillight.
Yeah. Like, was that how it looked like?
She'll say yeah.
'Cause
Oh, there was snow
I-
covering it though, so I couldn't see all of it.
I know,
Guaranteed.
but Jamie, is it a Midwestern thing that when she says cracked, I think intact but a long line? I mean, and she would have
Well-
to say busted for me to picture this.
Well, I mean, my words would have been blown out because, you know, the whole thing. If cracked
yeah.
to me in
Broken.
my mind, I think just broken, like a crack in the middle
Yeah.
of it or whatever.
Okay, I was just making sure that I was
No, I mean that's how I take it. That's how I see it.
I don't think I've ever said busted, but
Yeah, I
um,
think that's a blowout to me.
I might be the closest of the three of us to Massachusetts.
area on
Well,
the rear
you know.
passenger side. That consistent with what you observed in the driveway at One of Meadows Ave when the defendant was showing.
Correct, minus the snow, etc.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next exhibit.
Yeah, they could have did like me. I had red tape that you
Again,
put
you
over
recognize
yours when I
what's
broke
depicted in
mine.
this photograph?
Yes,
Just the red
This is
tape you put
essentially
over
a
it.
closer image of that same rear passenger side tail light here, correct?
yes,
Again, what's depicted in this is that consistent with what you observed minus sort of the caked in snow when you were in the driveway of Mr. O'Keefe's house on the morning of the 29th.
yes.
Gilman, you can take that down, and Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask
to publish just a short portion of, actually, I'm sorry. If I could publish a portion
Yeah,
of what
it
you marked
was.
as Exhibit 6, which is the Ring camera from the driveway.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have video number 154 from the driveway. Mr. Cave, direct your attention up to the screen. What's been marked as Exhibit 6 or video from Exhibit 6? Do you recognize what's depicted in this video?
I do.
What do you recognize?
That's myself getting out of the car at Meadows Ave.
Is that essentially where you parked Ms. Reed's vehicle when you pulled in?
Yes.
If you could, just direct the jury's attention with a laser pointer as to where Ms. Reed's vehicle is that you parked and if you see Ms. Roberts' vehicle.
Hi, Rexy.
That is Miss Reed's, and that would be Miss Roberts.
And as far as the right garage door that you entered into the house, if you could direct the jury's attention to whereabouts that was, I know it's not on the video, but where would it be?
Walk straight.
So if you could run this in its entirety.
She's not. She is acting more Twitter-pated than Karen. Stace, that might be a distancing behavior because she's betraying her
Mr.
friend.
Cave, what was depicted in that video, is that consistent with what you observed, the weather conditions to be around the time that you arrived at Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
And lastly, in this line, Your Honor, if I, with the court's permission, could publish just a very short portion of what's Exhibit 41.
Dollars say no.
She needs to cut it out.
Gentlemen, if I could ask you to fast forward this to about 2 hours and 10 minutes. If you could play it again. Stop it there. And again, what's in this video, do you recognize that?
Oh,
I know.
Yes,
if
I
you
do.
haven't seen this, Mo, this is the world famous video that shows her tail is blown out.
Okay, but this is not a whiteout condition. I mean, you can see whiteout is like 2 to 3 feet in front of you.
I know. These people in their
It's a
blizzard
dark whiteout
conditions.
too. I'm like, you know what?
Well, this is
I
the
don't
next
think we
morning.
speak- Oh, we're not speaking the same language.
Oh, yeah.
That is John's house.
I'm just going to play it again.
So is he going to get her to testify to the police video that he pulled up and, oh, look at it, it's broken. You can't see anything.
Now, what's depicted in this video, sort of the screen directly in front of you, do you recognize what that is?
Yes,
What do you recognize that?
John's driveway.
As far as what, if anything, do you observe in John's driveway?
John's car and Karen's car.
And where, if you could, using the
Is
laser
she
pointer,
driving
just
the
direct
cop
your
car?
attention
Because
to where it's.
why are we bringing cop? Is she in the cop car? Because why
No.
are we using this witness to verify or authenticate this particular item? I mean, why? She doesn't have any expertise. She's not an expert witness.
I don't know. I'm
You
just gonna
can't.
tell her.
Why are you using
Is that her
this?
car? How
We
can, yeah,
already
I don't
saw
get
this.
Yeah, we've already saw this. The cop already
Well,
came in.
yeah, I just,
Evidence, but
I don't know.
I get exactly what you're talking about. I don't
It's
know how
just
they get
dumb.
to show this video and be like, "Is this what you saw?"
Right.
Car, where is Mr. O'Keefe?
Mr. O'Keefe's car and to the defendant's.
And where do you observe the defendant's car to be? Is that essentially where you parked it at that time?
Yes.
May I have a moment?
Okay.
Russian bot. By the way, the state said he was never actually hit in the head with the car. He was hit and bounced off of it and flew back and hit his head on the ground.
Sure.
That is their theory.
I'm surprised they didn't say hit the flagpole. It made a gong sound and everyone started
Dong!
singing
Yeah.
about freedom. I mean,
I'll see counsel outside for just a minute.
Yep.
Oy vey.
He was hit with a car. It shattered the taillight and he has no injuries from it. That's the funny part. I can't get past it.
I
Can't
like
wait till the
the
experts tell me what
I like the
happened.
glass in the middle of the snow and then on top of the snow and then kind of sideways. And
Yeah.
you know,
I like that they couldn't see any taillight, but then the snow got worse and then it appeared.
Yeah, except for that little tiny piece
Mm-hmm.
that they made look like it was huge.
Oh my god, that was funny. That the guy saw from like Matt
Mhm.
McCabe with his 20/20 vision.
Joyce, I just want to tell you, I appreciate council trying to work together for this. It's probably going to take too long, so we're just going to make do. We've had enough interruptions.
Oh,
Now, Mr. Cave, as far as what you observe from what you can on the screen right now,
You're not allowed to
the
have-
condition of the passenger side tail lights,
your objection is going to take too long, so no.
I don't. What in the world? What, ma'am? Make it
Right?
make sense.
is that consistent with what you observed when you parked the vehicle there sometime earlier that
It's kind of hard to see from this distance.
And
Is it-
just, if you could, lastly, just with the laser pointer, direct your attention where in the video you see the rear passenger side tail light. Just go in, you can take it.
Yeah.
It's hard to see from this distance.
Now, Ms.
Can't
McCabe, you
see
then,
anything.
yourself, the defendant, and Ms. Roberts then get into Ms. Roberts' vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
Who's seated where within Ms. Roberts' vehicle as you're going from Meadows Ave? Or what was the plan and where were you going sort of first when you left Meadows Ave?
We were going to Fairview
And why were you going to Fairview?
because Karen kept screaming, we need to go to Fairview.
Why?
Now, who was seated where
He
within the
wasn't
vehicle
there.
when you did it?
Kerry was driving, I was in the passenger seat, and Karen was in the back.
And what were the lighting conditions at this point that you're driving over there?
It was hard to see out the window. You really had to be kind of staring out. It was dark. The snow was coming out the car.
And as you're making that drive, or as Ms. Roberts is making that drive from Meadows Ave to Fairview, about how long a drive is it?
Approximately 10 minutes. I mean, with the weather, the lights, you know, the street lights, I would say about 10 minutes, give or take.
And as far as during the drive from Meadows Ave to Fairview, what's going on inside the car over the course of that ride?
Karen is in between us, like from the back, kind of pushing up in between Carrie and myself. And she's just screaming, Carrie, Carrie,
Oh my God.
her name over and over, my name over and over. and repeating certain phrases. Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Carrie is yelling at her to shut up, to sit back, to buckle up, to look for John.
And while this is going on, what, if anything, are you and Ms. Roberts doing in the front seat?
We're just, she's slowly driving and I'm just peering out the window looking for John. I mean, it was a crazy situation. She's screaming, he didn't come home. Could he be walking home? Where is he? So we're just looking out the window, looking for John.
Now, during the time that this is going on and Ms. Reed is sort of screaming in between you, was that continuous, or what, if anything else, did you see her doing in the back seat while you were going from Meadows Ave there?
I didn't see her doing anything. She just continuously screamed that. And then as we got by different landmarks, she then started, screaming, asking if John could be at certain people's houses.
And whose houses was she asking if John could be at?
If she could be at Bella's house.
Referring to the directions that you had provided the night before?
Correct.
And so that would have been...
That's not even the mom's name. Keep the kid name out of it.
Bella was a child who was around the age of Kaylee and your daughter, correct?
Yes.
And there have been some years in the past dating relationship between Mr. O'Keefe and Bella's mother, correct?
Yes.
And so Ms. Reed is saying that in the car that morning as you're driving over to Fairview?
Yes, she asked, could he have been with Ashley? And I looked at her and said no, because to me that was a crazy idea. And then Carrie had mentioned, oh, do you think he could have called somebody else that lived on a street over? And she started screaming, who's that? Who's she?
And you recall who Carrie referred to?
Yes.
And who was that?
A woman that John had previously dated.
And was that anywhere recent?
So she's just shouting out women
on
he
January
was
29th
with.
when they had dated?
No.
So similar to Bella's mother would have been years before.
Correct.
And so when Ms. Roberts said that, what, if anything, did the defendant?
She was just spiraling, yelling about Ashley, who was Bella's mom, and just talking what I thought was very irrational about John maybe being with her.
So you're looking around outside of the vehicle as the vehicle is going down towards Fairview, is that correct?
Yes.
And you recall how it was that Ms. Roberts came about coming to Fairview similar to the night before? Did she come in from the Chapman side or from the Cedar Crest side?
Chapman.
And as the vehicle turns from Chapman onto Fairview, what, if any, conversation was going on at that point?
Well, Bella lives on that street, so that was when that conversation was being had. Also, just a continuation. It was just like continuous screaming of our names, Carrie screaming at her to sit back, and then sometimes she would sit back and almost like be quiet for a minute, and then it would start all over again.
Mental health shaming.
Now, as you were
This woman.
Ugh. I think you're muted, or I can't hear you.
Sorry. The underbite is the least of her problems. I think she played hockey, but she's also clearly a pathological liar.
Well, and her look
big
is
bug
so
eyes are
severe,
bothering
and
me.
the eyes, the Kubrick eyes. Ma'am,
Mhm.
did you know a man named Charlie? I'm asking for a friend.
Yeah, she's got those bug eyes.
Do you know
down
the LaBiancas?
Fairview Road, what, if anything, were you saying to Ms. Roberts
Did Ms. Roberts know where she was going as far as where your sister lived?
No, I told her that my sister lived at the bottom. And then as we got closer, I said, just past, see where those trees are? Just past the trees is my sister's house.
As you got in that area of sort of the trees, from the residence of your sister at 34 Fairview Road, trees that you're talking about, where are they in relation to the property?
They're at the start of the property is the trees, and then their property begins.
And so the flagpole area and fire hydrant that you were talking about in earlier exhibits, is that in the same area as the trees?
Yes, it goes the trees and then the fire hydrant, then further up is the fire hydrant and the flagpole.
As you're coming down Fairview now, approaching 34 Fairview, the house would be on which side of the vehicle, on the driver's side or the passenger side?
The driver's side.
And as you approach that area where trees and the flagpole and the fire hydrant were, what if anything happens then?
We drive past the flagpole area, and all of a sudden Karen starts screaming, there he is, and she's banging to get out.
And banging on the door in the back seat?
Yes.
And at the time that she's saying this, were you able to see anything outside of the vehicle?
I saw nothing.
And what, if anything, when she's banging and kicking or banging on the door, what did Ms. Roberts do?
Miss Roberts unlocked the door. Karen got out. Miss Roberts looked at me and said something like, she's crazy or she's batshit crazy, something like that.
You're bad.
They're a bunch of a-holes.
Out of the vehicle, where is it that she goes?
Yeah, I mean,
She just runs.
What's
Seriously though, what a bunch of a-holes. This is like the whole thing, Mo, is they want to portray this that Karen knew where John was because she did this. So that's why they're testifying, oh, we didn't see anything. And she knew exactly where he was.
but then that would work if she said, I think she's malingering. I think she's making this up, because she is showing genuine terror and fear, allegedly. Now, most people can pick up the micro expressions and things like that say, something doesn't ring true with this. You're not quite sure. But the fact that two people confirmed that she was acting hysterical breaks that down. No one's that good an actor. Well, you have two different people.
Yeah, and they happen to be married to each other.
Yeah. So if
just saying.
Well.
And runs away.
Straight to John.
And again, when she's running, at this point in time, can you see what she's running toward or where she's going or anything that she's talking about?
I was on the passenger side. So as I got out, she was already at John.
So she gets out and essentially makes a beeline over to where John was?
Correct.
And you're getting out of the passenger side, and by the time you come around the car, she's already there?
Yes.
And when she gets over there, what if anything could you see at that point?
She straddles John and she lifts up his shirt, and then she lifted up her shirt and went to lay on him. And Miss Roberts went over and she was removing the snow from his face.
Okay.
Let me take a step back from that just for a moment.
That's a natural reaction. I mean, she goes there with the absolute idea that he has gotten lost in the snow. I mean, how are they going to explain that he flew nearly 10 yards? Was she backed up? You can't back up that fast in new cars. My big old people van has the thing.
Think about doing that in snow, backing up that fast, 24 miles an hour.
Yeah, it's a lot. None of this. Maybe it'll make more sense if I drink.
No, I can't wait till the experts come in for real though. But yeah, like none of this seems like
At this
a weird
point,
reaction. Like she's seen him laying in the snow. She's trying to warm him up. She's freaking
Right.
yeah,
out.
I mean,
And these
at this
a-holes are telling her that she's crazy and she needs to shut the F up. Like,
I mean, at this point, I'd expect the expert to be their expert.
you know.
In Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish just a portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 12.
Are they finally going to show photos of him or something? Probably not.
No, they don't exist.
Just the ones in the hospital.
No, this is just the
Well,
dash cam.
Mr. Cave,
I
I'm going
mean,
to
there was a crisis. Why wasn't everyone filming with their phones?
Something that
Mm-hmm.
pertains to your vehicle or anything else. But what I'm going to ask you as it plays through is if what you observed in this video is consistent with what you observed during the drive to Fairview Road that way. I'm going to be quick way.
This is supposed to be like whiteout blizzard conditions. No.
And it's not. I mean, I don't like to drive in snow, but that's something you could drive in if you've got experience. And oh my God, you live in what? Boston. I'm sure you know what snow is.
Mm-hmm.
Now, as this video is running,
The only thing that sucks is his windshield
what you
wipers.
see in this video is that consistent
Yeah, I
with
mean,
sort
he's
of the
going
lighting
fairly
and the
quickly.
conditions otherwise that you observed.
What?
He's
So
going
the only thing that-
fairly quickly.
And I said the
Yeah.
only thing that sucks is his windshield wiper.
Yeah.
Yeah, and did we need to start this far back?
I know.
Of course we did, because it's almost 4:00 and yeah.
See in this video is that consistent with sort of the lighting and the
Doesn't
conditions
care.
otherwise that you observed when Ms. Roberts is driving from Meadows Ave to Fairview Road.
Yes.
Loudest cop car.
Mr. Cave, you recognize whereabouts in the town of Canton this is perspective wise as far as what street or where it is, any landmarks that you observed in the video?
Yes, that is Cassie. We just passed Cassie's Corner Store, and that is Chapman Street.
Yeah, I agree with you. What's the point of doing this again?
There is no point.
Well,
It's
it's like the Edgecombe case when they kept when the defense kept showing the damned video that no one could see. You know,
yeah.
diddly squat with, and they're like, "Did you see this? Let's play it 3 more times." I'm like, "Oh my God." That was a good one. Well, Well, Bob, that's understandable. Georgia doesn't get snow, but Massachusetts does.
Again, Ms. McCabe, you recognize whereabouts in the town of Canton we are in this portion of the video?
Yes,
Where are
this is the top of Fairview.
we? So this would be from Chapman coming on to Fairview, is that correct?
Correct.
Prior to that, along that ride along Chapman, is that the period of time you're looking out the window and trying to see if you can see John on the side of the road?
Yes, but we didn't drive that way.
You came from the other direction?
Yes,
You would have been taking, instead of a right onto Fairview, you would have been taking a left onto Fairview?
yes.
And, just come in.
How do you drive around with no music?
Oh,
I'm
sorry. That was funny.
I love when I make you laugh, but I'm just asking a question because I'm bad at humaning.
Because I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, man, that's a boring drive. I need to put in some tunes.
I mean, I'd have, you know, Ride of the Valkyries going on or something. Immigrant Song, Foreigner.
Oh my god. Oh boy.
Now, what's up on the screen and what you just observed as far as the drive down Fairview, was that aeronautical material consistent with what you observed in Ms. Roberts was driving down that morning?
Yes,
And at this point in time, as you're coming sort of down the hill from Fairview, is this the point that the conversation occurs as far as Bella's mother and prior dating relationships and things like that?
a little bit more towards the top of the street.
Oh, are they trying to point out Bella's house? Jesus Christ.
Midway down, yes.
Just go in if you could. The vehicle in the roadway there, do you recognize that?
Yes,
And what do you recognize that to be?
Miss Roberts.
Just for clarification purposes,
Sorry,
with
I
the
wasn't
laser pointer, you could direct your attention to where you see these properties.
Oops.
Now, the area where you observed Mr. O'Keefe, can you see that in this particular frame of the video?
Not in this frame, I cannot.
Or anything.
Tell me if you could.
I'm sure they don't need windshield wipers.
What?
Freaking
was like-
Russian bot. You're cracking me up.
Yeah.
Frame of the video.
Not in this frame, I cannot. It's not clear.
Tell me if you could. See that area now?
Yes.
We're using the laser pointer just to direct your attention to it.
Oh my god.
Let's come in if you could play this for.
About to start burning some damn tires to get global warming going.
Oh yeah, they got to go through this stupid stuff because remember she went in the house and they have to like probably get all that out of it. Christ.
Do we have a problem? Does he do what? Does he what?
Is she crying?
Oh, for the love of all that is Floby.
If you could, fast forward just about, right. Right. Negative box. Okay, do you recognize any of the individuals up on that screen?
Yes.
And if you could, with the laser pointer, direct their attention. Who do you recognize and who do you recognize that?
Carrie Roberts, myself, Karen Reed.
Thank you. Tell me you can take that.
Lally, is that you?
Now, Ms. McCabe, if I could just take you back to when you arrived there, communicated Ms. Reed goes over to Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. Roberts. What is it that you were doing at that time?
I got out of the car and I came around, and for a second or two, I completely just froze. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. And then Carrie and I made eye contact, and I called 911. And Carrie was asking me to go to the car and get, she was yelling to get towels or blankets or something out of the back of our car.
Is that why the back of the car is opened up in the video that we just saw in reference to Ms. Roberts' vehicle?
Yes.
Did she direct you sort of where to go within the vehicle to find the blankets, towels, whatever it was?
Yes.
You called 911, you spoke to the operator and told them essentially where you were, correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as that initial, what you saw, that you froze and couldn't believe what you saw, can you describe to the jury what it was that you saw?
I saw Carrie wiping the snow off of John's face, and I could not believe that that was John laying there.
You didn't even.
And how was John positioned, or how was his body
The
positioned?
guy.
He was just laying flat on his back.
And as far as the snow Ms. Roberts was wiping off his face, was there any other snow on his body at that time?
Yes.
If you know
6
about
inches?
how much?
There was enough that his body was covered in snow.
And could you tell at that point how far Mr. O'Keefe was from the roadway as far as Fairview Road was concerned?
I mean, I remember kind of a little ways in. I don't know exactly.
And so you make that call to 911, and what is sort of going on with respect to Ms. Roberts, the defendant, and Mr. O'Keefe while you're on that 911?
So I run the blankets over to Miss Roberts, and she's kind of lifts him up, put the blankets underneath him, and she's screaming at
Wait.
Miss Reed to get off of
Did
Mr.
they lift
O'Keefe.
him up and put blankets underneath him?
Wait, he's like 20 billion pounds, and these two, is the
Make
friend
note of that.
kind of thick? Because, I mean, Skeletor and Karen Reed here aren't going to pick up a 200-pound man.
No, she's not very big either. As far as I could tell.
I will say you get some super crazy strength when you're in shock and adrenaline.
But I mean, we're getting into the fact that they touched the body. They moved the body, like she put blankets underneath of him.
They
Where
said
were their
that
blankets at?
they flipped him over, but they're removing snow from his face, but he was flipped over.
Yeah, and she just said that they got some blankets and put them underneath of him.
All while Karen Reed is straddling him topless, basically. I mean, this makes total sense.
Sorry.
Well, I mean,
I mean, if they did that though, it would mess up all the snow, right? Like the snow wouldn't have been there. I don't know.
And she would have, said, "Oh my God, look at the blood in the snow! Look at the blood in the snow." I mean, that's what I would be doing. Like, where is he hurt? Where is he hurt? And then I could see flipping him over because if you saw blood, but she didn't say that.
Mm-hmm. Keep it going. I'm sure. Let's
Yeah.
hear it.
I do agree. Like, especially with soaking wet clothes are heavy enough.
After you're
Mhm.
trudging in the snow, so you might not even have a good base.
Yeah, that's true. I don't
It's
know.
over to Miss Roberts, and she's kind of lifts him up, put the blankets underneath him, and she's screaming at Miss Reed to get off of Mr. O'Keefe. And they're kind of yelling back and forth. Karen screaming, "Is he dead? Is he dead?" I, at some points, walk over towards the car, Carrie's car, to get away because they're so loud. And I was trying to be calm and get help there for John as fast as possible. Carrie starts yelling about doing CPR. She tells Karen to do mouth to mouth. Karen's yelling because as they start, blood starts coming out of John's mouth.
As far as the CPR, that's what you're talking about?
Yes.
So during this time, the defendant's yelling and you're on the phone with 911, correct?
Yes.
You're trying to back up or distance yourself a little bit so that you can hear what's going on with the 911 operator and they can hear you.
Yes.
And after you complete that 911 call, what's going on at that?
I go over, and at that point, Carrie asks if I can take over doing the compressions.
And did you do that?
I did, yes.
And
When? Did she ever?
at some point after you call 911, to either police or fire or someone responds and arrives on scene, is that correct?
Yes.
You know about how much time it was in between when you hung up with 911 and when the first responders started to arrive?
When I hung up, maybe a few minutes. I'm not exactly sure.
And do you recall whether or not it was police or fire or who showed up first?
Police.
Is that the officer that was in that video or that cruiser that was just up on the screen as the last?
I didn't see the officer, in the video, but I know it was Officer Sarif was the first officer to arrive.
So then, after the officer arrives, what happened?
He was trying to figure out what had happened. Karen just ran around screaming my name, Carrie's name. Is he dead? Is he dead? It was on
With friends
repeat.
like these, you don't need assassins. Holy crap balls.
Yeah.
I mean, honest to God, if this is even partially your friend, and you wouldn't be using such derogatory terms, you would be like, she was hysterical, she was upset, it looks like she was starting to grieve, she was keening. I mean, this shows utter distaste and disdain and disrespect to Karen. And if I'm a juror, I'm on the lookout for uses of words. Are they, she claims that, they kind of bonded over MS. It doesn't flow with I'm a friend, I'm a sort of friend, and how you would
Telling her to
depict things.
shut the F up.
Yeah, this sounds like these are horrible, terrible, awful people.
Right.
Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? More officers started to arrive. The EMTs, they began to work on him.
And while by him you mean Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And Mr. O'Keefe's still on the ground and they're working on him there, is that correct?
Yes.
Could you see anything about sort of what they were doing or what was going on with that?
No, I just saw a bunch of them around Mr. O'Keefe.
And then what happened then?
More officers began to arrive. And Miss Reed just continued to run around screaming. As more officers and EMT arrived, they asked what happened. One EMT asked, One EMT had asked, you know, his name, his age, things like that. If she knew what happened, Miss Reed stated that she hit him.
To who?
Besides running around saying, I hit him, did I hit him, could I have done this? Is he dead? Is he dead? At one point, one of the police officers put Miss Reed in the back of her cruiser, and he asked for myself to go over with her, and Carrie came over with us as well.
I feel like I'd hit her with my car.
True. But I mean, again, I get that she's had 2 or more years to be very upset if she believes that Karen unalived him. Like in her soul, she believes it. And this is how she's getting justice for her friend. Because I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt for now. Because I don't really know anything about her. I can understand that she is pissed off. But as a juror, I'm also going to take note that she is very angry. She is very angry. And how might that subconsciously color her testimony? Now,
Well, why is she angry? What does she have to be angry about?
I don't know.
I know.
Maybe she thinks that she brought Turtle Boy into their life. I don't fucking know. I mean,
no, but I get what you're
sorry,
saying, because she
effing-
does seem like, the way she's telling the story, she sounds like she's like hates Karen Reed with all of her being. And I'm like, why though? You don't even know anything. And then you were the shady MFer after the fact. You're muted, Marissa, in case you didn't know.
I could just take you back to when the paramedic is asking for information, biographical information, things like that.
I got you.
You indicated that the defendant said, I hit him, is that correct?
Yes.
That's something that she said once or more than once?
3 times. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Now, before you had made reference to statements she made with sort of qualifiers or questions as far as could I have hit him or did I hit him? Is that what she said at that time when she was speaking to the paramedic?
No, she was earlier. It was could I, did I? When she spoke to the paramedic, it was crystal clear. I hit him.
Now, one of the officers takes her over
everyone
to the
heard
back
this,
of
but
her
no one
cruiser.
wrote it down. She confessed to a crime in front of them, and not one person.
Nope. Yeah, not one person investigated it, wrote it down in a report, told anyone.
I mean, you can see the absolute disdain on her face. This as a juror, I would kind of discount this testimony. I really would, because you're supposed to weigh, does this person want to get something out of this testimony? She obviously wants Karen to get arrested.
And she has no idea what happened.
Yep.
Karen's just as innocent to her as anybody else.
Yes.
You were over in that area as well?
Yes.
Who, if anyone else, was over in that area?
Miss Roberts.
And while you were over in that area, what was going on over there?
We were in the back of the police cruiser. Karen was sitting in there. I kind of scooched myself in. Miss Roberts came over. Karen grabbed our hands. She asked us to pray. She looked at her hands and she had blood. She asked us if she could have gotten her period. We told her no, that was John's blood. Then she said, what if he's dead? Promise me you'll take care of the kids. Someone's going to take care of the kids. Then we prayed. Then at the end, they were moving John, and at that point, Karen told Carrie, go over, look, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Over and over. And
Jackson is just writing it and writing, and he's going to let her go. She is getting the rope that is going to, string her up, if you will.
Let her keep talking.
They were
cop cars have dash cams towards the back. So if this didn't happen the way she's saying it,
Mhm.
then
I don't
you
remember
know,
seeing that.
well, most cop cars do have dash cams to, you know, document if the prisoner's like banging their, like, I love cop videos, but you know,
Oh, in the car. Mm.
yeah, usually they have them facing towards the back. That was how they got Theodore Edgecombe's The Widow breaking down.
Mm.
That was weird.
Moving John, and at that point, Karen told Kerry, go over, look, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Over and over. And Kerry said, I'll go over and check on him. And she was yelling, are they working on him? And then at that point, she grabbed my hands and she said, Google hypothermia, Google how long it takes to die in the cold. And
There we
so I had
go.
my phone out and it was cold and my hands were
Man.
frozen and I have MS and I took my phone out while she
Oh.
was screaming and shaking my arm and I
Jesus.
attempted to Google how long does it take to die in the cold.
This is her explanation for her
When you
227.
conducted that search, that was at the defendant's request on scene sometime after 6 a.m. on that day, correct?
Yes.
You recall
Too bad,
whether or not
lady.
that came up
So
as far as your search in Google? Is it something that you typed once or more than once? If you
I believe I did it multiple times because as I was typing it, I don't know what else was coming up. She was screaming. My hands were shaking.
And do you recall anything as far as what the search results were, or did you click on anything, or did you get an answer to the question the defendant had posed to you?
I don't even think I got an answer
Weird.
because as I kept Googling and she kept yelling and then they were moving John. And the next thing I knew we were kind of moving because she wanted to see if they were working on him.
Mm-hmm.
So you were moving along with the defendant over towards where Mr. O'Keefe had gone to the back of the ambulance?
Yes, we kind of just moved to see what was going on.
When you moved over, what did you see then?
They were just putting him in the back of the ambulance.
Now, after Mr. O'Keefe was put into the back of the ambulance, where did you go then? What did you do?
At that point, different police officers, I believe, were arriving and they were asking questions about what happened.
And did you speak to those officers?
I did, yes.
And at that point, did you know what happened?
No, to be honest, it was like I was there, but everything was just going on and I was completely just in a state of shock and disbelief.
And that sort of period there, how long did that go on?
So I talked to a few officers. We tried to just give them, you know, he didn't come home. We went out looking for him, kind of just the brief
You didn't say, oh, she
overview.
just yelled, she hit him.
And one of the police officers,
Right? You left out that
Did
part.
you tell anybody? Oh my God, she just admitted to it.
This is dumb.
Yeah. I'm looking. I think maybe Carrie comes in next, but we'll see.
asked me to go into the house and to wake up my sister and my brother-in-law.
And at some point while you were outside, did you try to contact your sister and your brother-in-law?
I believe I called my sister Nicole.
And when was that in relation to everything as far as medically that was going on with Mr. O'Keefe and all?
I think I might have called her right after I got off with 911 possibly. And then, you know, she didn't answer. And that's when I was walking over, I believe, to John.
And she didn't answer the call when you called her initially?
No.
And you recall calling either your sister Nicole or your brother-in-law Brian Albert prior to going into the house?
I don't recall. I know I did call Nicole at one point. I'm not sure if I called Brian or not.
regardless of if you called or you didn't call, do you recall having any sort of phone conversation with either Nicole or Brian Albert before you went in the house?
No.
Bring it all up, so.
So you at least called your sister Nicole, she didn't answer, and then one of the officers directed you to wake them up.
Yes.
And when you went up to the house at 34 Fairview, how did you get in?
The front door.
And the front door was unlocked?
Yes.
Is that typical from your experience at that residence?
Yes.
And so you went to the house, and where did you go?
I went up the stairs to their bedroom.
And the bedroom door, when you arrived there, was it open or closed or something?
Closed.
And you opened it?
Yes.
And when you opened it, who, if anyone, did you see in the room, and what were they doing?
I saw my sister and Brian, and they were both asleep.
And you familiar with a dog that they have?
Yes.
What was the dog's name?
Chloe?
Was Chloe in the bedroom as well at that time?
I don't recall.
BS, Chloe
You
would have.
come in, they're both
jumped
sleeping,
in that room.
and what happened then?
I go over to the bed, and I'm calling out.
I'm sorry, but no, there's no way. There's no way that dog did not react. Unless
No,
it was
especially-
also Helen Keller.
Everyone's
Well,
Helen
maybe-
Keller in the story.
Everyone, for the love of, we need a meme team. Baker needs a meme team like Megan has. So when we get all these ideas, people can quickly, like, I don't know, technical magic.
Yeah, the reactive dog wasn't reacting at all.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm telling you, my dog is the sweetest, most gentle lab in the world. Loves everybody. All dogs, all people, animals. May not like bugs, but he gets upset when he kills them. But if somebody came barging into my house in the dark and then busted open my bedroom door, where he also sleeps next to me,
Mhm.
you bet your ass he would bark like hell.
Also, you're a police officer. Someone barges into your room. How do you react? Oh, it's just my sister-in-law. No.
Yeah. No.
Their names.
Baker, that's mean.
And how long were you calling out their names before you got any kind of response?
Brian responded first, and he was very, startled and looked at me like, what is going on? Nicole took a little, and, I think it took Nicole a little bit longer than Brian to wake up.
And what is it that you're telling them as you're coming into the room and they're waking up?
I'm telling them that we just found John out front, and I could have possibly said John has died. We just found John out front. They were very confused. At one point, I think Brian was like, "Who's John?" I mean, they'd just woken up and they had no idea what I was talking about.
Now, as far as when they're first waking up and you're explaining to them, how would you describe sort of their demeanor as you're talking?
They were both shocked. I think they thought, like, why? That's not what you think they thought. Okay.
But what I'm asking them is just sort of when you observe them, how would you describe your physical observations of what they look like, their demeanor in that respect?
Shocked, confused, not understanding.
Strike the last one.
Now, as far as this conversation that you're having with your sister and your brother-in-law in their bedroom, how long was that going on?
A few minutes, at least.
And then following that, where did you go?
They got up, got dressed, and then we walked down the stairs.
And when you got to the bottom of the stairs, what, if anything, did you see when you got?
There was a police officer at the bottom of the stairs.
And do you know who that police officer is?
Yes, Officer Lank.
At that time, did you know who that police officer was?
I did, yes.
How did you know?
He's from Canton. He was, 5 years older than me. I knew him kind of growing up, who he was, and met him through the years.
You're aware of who he was?
Yes.
And were there any other officers with him initially?
No.
Now, before you go into the house, do you know where Ms. Roberts and the defendant were, or what they were doing when you went to the house?
I believe they put Karen in a car, and
Only if you know, only if you.
okay.
If you know, do you know?
Karen was in a car. Kerry was walking all around.
I never saw
Now,
Karen
as
get
far
in the
as the ambulance with Mr. O'Keefe, at the time that you go into the house, was that ambulance still there?
I'm not 100% sure, but I believe it had left.
And when you come downstairs with your sister and your brother-in-law, and the officer's there, you have a conversation, is that correct?
Yes.
Where did that first conversation occur?
In the hallway and then into the kitchen.
And from there, you mentioned that there was Officer Lank at one point. Were there any other officers that joined that conversation at some point?
Hours later, yes.
And so during that initial conversation, you're talking to the officer, who, if anyone else, not what they said, but who, if anyone else, is speaking to the officer?
Brian and Nicole.
And the conversation initially with the officer, you know about how long that went on?
I don't. A few minutes.
And following that conversation, what did you do, or what happened?
My husband arrived.
And had you called him?
Yes.
And when had you called him?
I called him when I was walking in the house to wake up my sister and Brian.
So as you're walking in, you call your husband Matt, and then he arrives at some point after. Is it after you're done talking to the officer, or while you're talking to the officer?
The officer was still in the house, yes.
And so in that vein, as far as when your husband comes in, the officer's there, correct?
Yes.
Did you see your husband talking to the officer as well?
Yes, the officer asked him to step outside or step to the side, and they spoke.
And then what happened then?
The officer told me to stay.
I'll allow that. I told you to stay.
The officer told me to stay, and that he said that the state police would be coming to talk to me.
The state police?
And so you stayed at the house at 34 Fairview, is that right?
Yes.
You know where Ms. Roberts and the defendant were?
Yes, Carrie came up and she had told me that she.
Not what she told you. Next question, Mr. Moon.
At some point, did you see Ms. Roberts and the defendant go?
Yes, to pick up John's parents.
I'll stay.
And as far as they left in Ms. Roberts' car, is that right?
Correct.
Ms. Roberts was again driving?
Correct.
And at some point, did you observe them come back to the house?
Yes.
About how long was it between the time they left and the time they came back?
5 minutes, approximately.
And after they came back to the house, what, if any, other activity did you see outside as far as first responders?
I was in the house, so I didn't see Miss Roberts pull back up.
You were in the house for most of the rest of the time that you were there, is that correct?
Correct.
How long were you there that morning, waiting for the state police?
I believe I left approximately 11:30.
During the time that you were there, you're there, your sister Nicole Albert's there, your brother-in-law Brian Albert's there, and your husband Matthew McCabe's there, correct?
Correct.
And was there anybody else that arrived at some point over the course of the morning while you were there at the house?
Yes.
And who was that? And if you know about what time was it that they arrived?
Julie Albert.
Now, with reference to when Julie Albert arrived, at some point around that time, did you have occasion to look out and see sort of what was going on outside?
No.
Were you aware whether or not there were any police or fire or anything that was still there at the time that Miss Julie Albert arrived?
There wasn't.
And she comes in the house, and at some point, I'm assuming she's informed of what had transpired there before her arrival, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
And when she's informed of that, what, if anything, did you observe about her demeanor or how she reacted?
Shocked.
Now, in addition to Julie Albert, who, if anyone else, was at the house that morning while you were?
Officer Lank and Gallagher were there. And Brian Higgins came that morning.
And do you know how Brian Higgins came to know, or how Brian Higgins came to be there that morning? Did you know?
I don't know.
Now, you mentioned that Officer Lank came back to the house, is that right?
Yes.
That was after some period of time when he had left?
Yes.
He came back with another officer named Gallagher, is that right?
Yes.
And why did they come back to the house?
Because I called Officer Lank.
And did you have his number, or how did you get his number if you did?
Julie Albert gave it to me.
And so you called Officer Lank, he then comes back to the house on Fairview, is that right?
Yes.
And when he came back, what is it that why had you asked him to come?
Well, as I was sitting there and I was waiting for the state police to come, I was slowly trying to piece together what had just happened in the last couple of hours. And he had told me, if there's anything that you remember, once, if you remember anything, please, give me a call.
And so there was something that you remembered and you gave him a call.
Yes.
And when he came back to the house, what was it that you told him?
I told him about the comments and the remarks that Karen Reed had been stating that morning.
And specifically,
You
what
didn't tell anybody else, though.
Sure, Jan.
that you told Officer Lank when he came back?
I said that she told one of the EMTs that she hit him.
You said it in front of the
Now,
cops
at
too.
what point you indicated that you left the house.
What's that?
No, I said, didn't she say that it was in front of the cops too? She was standing right there. I don't know. Anyways,
I
keep going.
think the one EMT that was friends with Caitlin said that.
Yeah, that was the one, but she called the police over and she was standing by the police and I heard her say, I'm like, you didn't tell them? And she
Right.
just
Yeah.
admitted it?
I mean, yeah, when you would step aside to an officer and say, hey, not for nothing, but she might have, said that she hit him. I don't know. He looks pretty banged up, but that's what we're thinking. I mean, that's the first thing you're going to tell an officer, not wait 4 hours, ruminate on it. And I don't know. Don't attribute to, conspiracy what is just stupidity. Mo's Law.
Yep.
I think Higgins, I just remembered he was at the Canton PD, so he may have just drove over when he heard. Probably when good.
They did call him.
What?
Right. Brian did call him
Yeah.
that morning. So he came over.
One of the EMTs that she hit him.
Now, at some point, you indicated that you left the house on Fairview, is that right?
Yes.
And with your husband, I presume?
Yes.
And where did the two of you go?
We went home.
And your children were still there without either you or your husband there, is that correct?
Yes.
And once you arrived back home, what is it that you did at that point?
We went in the house and Officer Proctor was coming over to speak with us.
And that Officer Proctor, is that someone that you knew previously or had ever met before?
I had never met Officer Proctor.
What?
Did he come alone or was he with someone else?
He had another
Ma'am.
officer with him.
You know who that officer is?
Yes, Yuri Buchanan.
And have you ever met Yuri Buchanan?
No.
Got through that name.
When you get home, how long was it a time from?
Did she really say she doesn't know Proctor?
She doesn't know either of them. So just be mindful of that. We'll see how it goes.
Her sister babysat.
No, Julie's not her sister. Nicole's her sister. Julie's her. But they all ran in the same circle, so I can't imagine
Right.
they don't know.
Her sister, Jillian? Isn't Jillian one of their sisters?
That's Julie's sister. Julie's
Oh.
sister, Jillian, is the one that's she says
Yeah.
is best friends with Courtney.
This is like the Real Housewives of frickin' Canton here. They all know each other. That's stupid. I don't believe it.
when you
we'll
arrived home
see.
with your husband to the time that the officers from the state police came by?
It was pretty quick.
Now, in addition to the officers from the state police, did anybody else come over to your house on that day, late morning, early afternoon?
Yes, my brother-in-law, Brian.
And do you know why he came over that?
Yes, he came over. I had asked him, he's like a big brother to me, and I was all shaken up and nervous and overwhelmed, and so I wanted his support.
This is all a
And he obliged
statement.
and he came over, correct?
Yes,
Now, at some point after the officers from the state police came over, you spoke to them, is that correct?
yes,
And do you recall where in your home you spoke to them?
in my dining room.
And when you spoke to them, was it both of the officers that were present?
Yes,
And was there anybody else present in the dining room when you were talking?
no,
And as far as your husband or your brother-in-law, Brian, do you know where in the house they were when you were in the dining room?
yes, they were in my bedroom.
And at some point later on that day, did those same officers talked to both your husband and your brother-in-law, Brian?
Yes,
And during each of those respective conversations or interviews, do you know where you were in the house when those were going on?
my bedroom.
And when you were in your bedroom, could you hear anything that they were saying downstairs in the dining room?
No,
Let me have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
What? Was he really finishing
Oh,
with it?
hells no. Oh, hells no.
Right on time. Let me go check the clock. This guy.
He's stupid for doing that.
I mean,
give him
Jackson's
all the
just
time in the
writing
world.
everything down, and then he's going to
Yep.
watch replays and videos.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Oh, I guarantee.
the
I'm gonna
best,
go back and
yeah.
watch the stream again. Let's make sure we got every point.
yeah, the best thing would have been to have him off his toes and do a short, relatively short thing with her, but that would take strategery, and I don't think they have it.
Mm-hmm.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
What is this text message? Baloney. Why does that always sound like there's silverware in the court?
I know. Why does it sound like somebody's just punching a block of wood all the time?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
And showing you two separate pages, just ask you to look at each of them and then look at their reference.
okay.
Oh, they're still going.
Oh yeah, okay.
I need a drink.
Do you recognize each of those documents and what the content is?
Yes,
And those are essentially, one contains text messages that morning of the 29th between yourself and Ms. Reed, correct?
yes,
And the other one is sort of a list of phone calls between yourself and Ms. Reed from that morning as well.
yes.
Now, before I get into those, as far as after you had gone inside the house and Ms. Reed had got into Ms. Roberts' car, what if any other communication or what if any other communication did you have with Ms. Reed that morning?
I texted her asking for Carrie's phone number because I didn't have it. And I also had a phone conversation with Karen when she was in the ambulance.
And that text communication that I placed before you essentially has one bubble on it, and that's you asking for Carrie Roberts' number.
Correct.
And the phone conversation that you had with
the defendant. When was that, and you know where the defendant was at the time that you spoke?
Yes, she was in an ambulance.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of what, generally speaking, what was the content of that conversation? What did the two of you talk about?
She just was repeating, asking if he was dead. Is he dead? She brought up the kids, and then she also asked if I would visit her.
And how did you respond?
I said yes.
Now, following that phone conversation, did you have any further communication in any form that you can recall with the defendant?
No.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'll want to seek to introduce and admit each of those as the next two exhibits.
Is there an objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection on it.
Doesn't matter, whichever.
Text first, please.
'94.
Oh my Lord, people.
I know.
Just a couple more questions, ma'am. Now, you had asked the defendant, Ms. Reed, for Ms. Roberts' information because you didn't have it, correct?
Correct.
At some point, did you receive that information from the defendant?
No.
And did you receive that information from any other source?
I must have, but I don't recall how.
And as far as asking for Ms. Roberts' information, why were you asking?
She was on the way to pick up John's parents and to bring him to the hospital. And I wanted to check in on them, and then further updates from Gary about John and how he was.
You wanted to know how your friend was doing, correct?
Yes.
No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Really?
4 minutes before, I think we're waiting for everyone. I don't think I can get it done in 4 minutes.
All right, Doris, I'm going to, we're not in session on Monday, so we'll come back Tuesday morning. So
Why?
Tuesday will be a half a day.
Why do you-
Someday next week, I might ask you to think about maybe revising some of these Tuesday, Thursdays to longer days, but I'll give you plenty of notice for that. I need to make sure that, I'm just asking you to think about it. All right, so please, those same cautions, do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it. Again, leave everything here, literally, figuratively. Clear your heads, and we'll see you fresh Tuesday.
The dogs are like, damn it, we wanted to cross.
Well, they keep running back in the office that I'm in, and then hearing a gnat fly around, and then they freak out, and run back out. They stand next to me and bark as loud as possible. Like, what's your problem? Then stay out in the living room and bark.
It's Friday, Jamie. They're excited for the weekend.
I know. Well, you get.
All right,
we
so
get a
I'll see
vacation
counsel at
on
7
Monday.
about scheduling.
Yeah, you need to reevaluate this, Bev, because you're complaining it's taking too long, but you have every day. How many more vacation days do you have? And half days.
Bev, I implore you, go to your stylist. That haircut doesn't have any movement or dimension. Please ask for different layers. You have a
Yeah.
thick head of hair for a woman of maturity. Please, dear God, get some purple shampoo.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, FD food fair. Yeah, Marissa, shotgun a beer now. It's over.
I don't have any beer. I don't.
I wouldn't make you do that. It's a dream.
I was like, I mean, I feel like I could right now, but I don't have one. And
I feel like we all could.
and I
Yeah.
also have my child.
I only
to
have
take
white.
care of.
Only have white claw.
Yeah, I
though.
have to
Mm,
run a kiddo
legal.
to something I forgot. So I'm like, damn it.
Mm. Yeah, it sucks. Well, I guess we're done. I don't know why they're still like streaming this, but I'm sure we'll be on fan
Maybe
watch
they-
soon enough.
I mean,
They're gonna
are they
talk
having a
about something they
sidebar
got it.
or are they leaving?
I don't know.
Yeah,
We're caught up.
She said, I want to see you for scheduling, so I don't know.
Oh, gotcha.
I have news. The whiteboard arrived, and
Yay!
Mr.
Now
Mo
you
is
have
like, we're not going overboard for the kitten. I may have got him his own little heartbeat doll, so he's not worried. Mr. Mo's like, we have other cats. It's like, he'll need a friend.
Yeah, but this is a special kid.
He's like, you were ridiculous, and I'm glad you used your fun money.
Oh my god. My
All rise for the court, please.
Yeah, no court on Monday, they said.
Why
Goodbye.
Is it a federal holiday that I don't remember?
No, I went and
Or
looked it up because I was like wondering, is there a holiday Monday that I'm missing? And no, I don't see anything on the calendar.
I don't know. I mean, I looked earlier at the schedule because I saw somebody say that in chat, and yeah, it wasn't there, and I'm like, oh, okay. So I guess we have to wait till Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm
Interesting.
like looking at Karen and feeling like horrible because she has to sit with that all weekend.
Yeah. And she doesn't get to defend herself, so she, again, for a person who probably, this woman Skeletor is probably the first to say that's mental health shaming, or that's don't be sensitive. And then she talks about this woman who is probably having the most traumatic thing happen in her life.
Mm-hmm.
She was crazy. She was hysterical. She was ridiculous. I kept telling her to shut the F up. I mean, is this Gypsy Housewives? Because those chicks were wild.
Yeah,
this is crazy. Yeah, and she came upon her boyfriend laying, unalived in the yard, like, and you're still like, she needed to calm down. Like,
yeah,
excuse me?
yeah. I did not like most of what she said.
The claim that MS caused her pain. Well, Karen has MS too. So if she was running and doing that stuff during a cold front, and I'm not that up to date on MS, but I know chronic pain and stuff like that. If she pushed herself to move that fast through the cold, I mean, this was a priority. So you can't have it both ways. You can't have Karen, pissed offedly ran him over because they had to go by his old or his old house. I mean,
Yeah, the two side
then
chicks they brought up.
Yeah, it's just.
I know, but
and
when
then
did
they
those
claimed that she
happen?
was blackout drunk, but I don't know.
Yeah, and they're
She
like,
was
oh, you're driving
driving.
around drunk? You were driving around drunk.
Well, it just
Jen?
doesn't make sense, again, that John, if he's like any of the macho guys there, they're not going to want the woman driving. Look, it's a thing out here. Like, we get confused when we see a woman driving a man around. It's just how it is down here, or at least that's I'm like, why is that woman driving? She has a husband.
I don't know. I drive my husband, but
yeah, to each their own. I'm definitely not
I mean,
not all the time. Normally he drives, but sometimes I drive, especially in the
if
city.
he's having, oh yeah, no, that's a negative. I got married to not ever have to drive on the freeway. I mean,
hey, if you want me
Mr.
driving,
Mo,
we'll be on an adventure. That's all I know.
I mean, he grew up on the West Coast where they have 5 lanes. So Philadelphia narrow streets freak him the hell out. So I drive in the city, but
that makes sense. I'm a little like, why again? And if she was near blackout drunk, her fiance, who is a cop, is going to let her drive impaired during a snowstorm. So did they test the alcohol level in his blood?
No,
No.
but
Of
they
course
did
not.
hers, and it's the most ridiculous
Yeah, there's no
range you've
way.
ever heard in your life.
Unless she had
She's
like
a-
zero metabolism.
From anywhere, what was it? From anywhere, I mean, it was like below to like 2 point something, right? I think that's what it was.
Yeah,
was
I
like,
don't know.
So
Okay, so you're buzzed to dead. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, I want to know if they actually saw her and him drive away, because like now I'm really confused by like everybody saying that she left him at
yeah,
the waterfall. Then why did they see her car outside?
well, and again, you had like people peering out the window like Miss Kravitz on Bewitched. How the hell did you miss a body? How? It was black. It's lighter in the evening with snow. How the actual hell did you miss a man-sized blob
Right.
with, like shoes akimbo 40 feet away and like a black hat and it's all over the place? This is ridiculous.
I know, right? I
Yeah.
don't get it. That was not a very big lawn. When you're walking out and you have people, especially parked right there, where you can see everything.
Wouldn't you hear something? I mean, he didn't die instantly. Would you hear like groaning, like help, help?
Yeah, because I mean, by the time they got
I'm
him at
just
6
all
a.m., he was,
confused with this.
but I think he was alive for quite a while.
He might have been
right?
just knocked unconscious.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Has the medical examiner ever put what was the actual cause of death, or did he just put
It was
blunt force
undetermined.
trauma?
Undetermined.
This
Because
is-
Lally wanted it redacted.
Oh, for the love of all that is holy.
And I think she's allowing it to be redacted, but they get to still cross on it and stuff.
Well, did the defense get a chance to let their experts look at the body or
No.
the autopsy?
I have no idea, to be honest
I
with
don't
you.
know about the autopsy. I mean, they didn't even
definitely are
preserve.
going to testify that the injuries are not from a car. They'll have people that will attest to that and stuff like that.
I
believe they have an expert for like the cuts on the arm to say they're animal. I do believe they have that company that does like crash reconstruction, bioengineers or whatever, that they're coming in to tell how
Are
this
they
is going to
letting
be
that in?
impossible. Oh yeah. I mean, she hasn't said any. He's trying to say that they're not experts, but I don't see how he gets around that at all. And she didn't she didn't actually rule on that one.
Did they do one of those? Oh God, I think it's a derby, or it's some sort of like voir dire of the expert to see if they're actually going to let him be an expert. I want to say derby thingamabob. I don't know.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I think she's waiting until they actually are coming in.
This is so dumb. This is so dumb, and I would be, if I was a juror, which they would never pick me because I watch trials. But if I was a juror and I learned afterwards that all of this could have been fucking done earlier, excuse my French, but I would be so pissed.
There you go,
Me
Dauber
too.
hearing.
Yeah, Dauber. That's what it is.
Oh, see, I have no idea, but it
You were
exists.
close.
At least,
yeah.
Well, at least it is a thing that's real and not a fever dream sometimes.
Yeah, I think she probably will let him do that because I don't think she ruled on anything, but there ain't no way. I mean, these people do this type of stuff for work. I mean, they have a website. We looked it up.
I wonder if the speaking of this made me think that maybe the attorneys have something, like they might be flying home for the weekend, or
that might be.
They probably will be. I mean,
well, not the attorneys, not Yannetti because he's from around there, but
yeah.
Jackson. I mean, he's from like California, right?
Yeah, LA. Yeah.
So he's probably, that's a long flight to do. Like
him and Little work in the same
I would.
office, so they're probably I'd go home for like the 4 days or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So did Karen like sell a house or something? This is
Yeah.
a very good defense team. I mean, I
She
was
did
wondering if it was crowdsourced or if she.
partially.
There is a fund for her. There is a lot of the Karen Reed people put together. So she has a fund, but she did a lot of stuff. I mean, she's just lucky.
Yeah.
She's lucky
She did
she
sell
has.
her
'Cause I
house,
mean,
I
like,
think.
think about this as so somebody that didn't have the means to do any of these things. That didn't have
Yeah.
these people backing her the way they are.
Or if it's like, you know, the Delphi case where they're not even going to allow experts and they're not going to pay them. I mean, it's just,
Yeah.
it's a dirty game.
Yeah, Wicked said her parents had to mortgage their house too.
Oh no.
Well, because I know there was a whole thing about her bond because she's out on what was it, 80 grand? And then they wanted to see if they could get it back and they were still holding it. So because she wanted to use that money to pay for experts and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And they were like,
yeah.
As far as I knew, it was a big nope.
But
yeah.
the one thing, and I know I talk about hair and stuff, but Karen looks very severe. She looks very severe. And I think this is dumb, I know it is, but if she added some blonder highlights and softened her eyebrows a little bit, use a very new, she looks very severe, very unapproachable.
She looks very stressed out. Yeah.
And I understand all of that. I'm not, I was just like, that's what I was thinking when I was watching her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not wrong. That's what jurors have said it a million times over, that the appearance of people is really what, they take to heart a lot of the time.
Yeah, and it's an optics thing, but a lot of trials are optics things. I mean, look at Damon, the guy from Texas who unalived the chick's husband.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he looked all of the Kubrick, creepy. And with the unkempt kind of look, I mean, had he been coached to, if you are bored, just write on the pad, sit up straight, don't stare or leer at people, maybe
Right.
he would have.
That's all the jurors have to do all day long is stare around the courtroom.
Yeah.
Yeah, you would not want to see my notes. Chick needs highlight layers and stuff. Also, super angry eyebrows, and she's pissed as hell at Karen.
Yeah.
Jen just seems so mad. But we know she's mad because she's getting called out.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and I mean, everyone can have their own opinion. Turtle Boy has done a lot of work, but he is more extroverted and maybe a little more assertive and aggressive than I would ever be. But I think I'm sure he's given them a lot of grief.
Oh yeah.
So I can understand why she would be mad if she believes that Karen was the catalyst to start all of this, and you don't want to take any personal responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
But when you're hiding things and things have come out that you've done, somebody coming around asking you questions like that, of course you're going to get defensive.
Yeah. Well, ladies, my small human is about to walk in the door and it's about to get real loud here. So,
well, this was fun.
It was. Yes. And Mo, do you have anything going on?
Tomorrow in the evening, possibly I'll have a kitten shenanigans stream. Monday, if you guys want, I can do a grift because I really want one of those gothic cat trees, but Mr. Mo said no, and I've kind of burned through my fun money. So I might do the Scott Peterson thing with the big board, going through the 337 page, you are a dingus and don't get an appeal. So
Mhm.
I might go through that because just the table of contents has so much snark in it. They were not amused.
Well, great. Yeah. I mean, it sounds like Monday is a freebie for me, which sounds great at the moment.
All
So
right.
I think I need to
completely
grocery shop
understand.
at some point. What was that?
Oh, I just said I completely understand.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I guess we will see everybody back here on Baker's channel on Monday. I've got to get that Monday stream deleted so you guys aren't all waiting around for me. But thank you so much, everybody, for sticking around with me, and thank you, Mo and Jamie, of course, for popping in here and sticking with me all day too. Really appreciate it. And stay tuned on Baker's channel. I'm sure he'll be posting updates. And don't forget FNL tonight at 7 on Expert.
Yep.
Guys.
And if
All right.
that's it, I'm going to send you guys off. Have a good weekend.
Bye, guys.
Bye. Wrong one.
Your Honor, I apologize.
What exhibit are you referring to?
I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor. 100, because it is 100% correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
You see the lawyer's face? Okay, we have to go back and they.
Widower case.
Gonna take her to work. I guys Monday, possibly tomorrow. Thank you so much for having me, Marissa, and see you guys. And apparently my internet is.
Cared?
We'll see you guys.
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
No,
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
probably did. Everybody has.
Wait a minute, I need this story time.
Everybody has.
Everybody has.
Everyone has slept with his mother. Oof.
Oh my God.
I'm having a Jamie moment. And the way he just said it, he was just like, everyone did. Things on YouTube.
Mr. Randall, do you?
I gotta get man. You don't know.
Called him chicken shit.
That's right, you was chicken shit.